Xu Jihua also spots traces of a massive array formation and realizes it is amplifying that sinister bell sound across all of Yuanying County. Then both of them sense a stronger presence, and their mood snaps from analysis to full combat caution. Xu Jihua identifies the source as a golden core demon cultivator and says the scale of soul harvesting points to either demon weapon refining or a nascent soul breakthrough attempt. She bluntly warns that her 6th level golden core and the puppet's 1st level golden core might still be hopelessly outmatched. The golden core puppet stays calm and starts asking practical questions, beginning with whether she can pinpoint the demon's exact location. Xu Jihua points to the center of Yuanying County, but she warns that trying to force a backlash during a nascent soul breakthrough is unrealistic if the demon set up a protective array. She adds that the more likely plan is for the demon to grab what he needs and leave immediately rather than break through on the spot. But one detail changes everything a little. Xu Jihua senses that the demon's aura is unstable, almost like he is injured. That clue makes Bai connect the dots through the puppet, remembering Sacred Heart Palace demons were scattered after a major battle and may still be wounded. So the puppet asks the real question now. If the enemy is only lightly hurt, how long can the two of them stall him? Xu Jihua estimates they could only hold out for about half an incense stick if his injuries are minor. If the demon is seriously injured though, Xu Jihua finally sees a sliver of real opportunity. The puppet points out that any golden core fight here should draw experts from the nearby Spirit Sword sect, giving their gamble a backup plan. With the plan understood, the two exchange one sharp look and dive into Yuanying County together. As they close in, they detect not just the main golden core demon but several weaker demon cultivator auras scattered nearby. Then they catch one normal immortal cultivator's aura too, and the puppet immediately realizes it belongs to Qingqianxue. Bai is caught off guard that Qingqianxue is here at all, but knowing how cautious she is, he figures she has stayed out of the main danger zone. A moment later, Xu Jihua spots the real core of the trap and points out the spirit tool behind the strange bell sound. At the center of Yuanying County, a huge mass of black fog spreads over hundreds of meters, so vicious that even golden core divine sense is eaten away inside it. Inside that fog, countless distorted human souls are packed together in fear and despair while being devoured one after another. The source is a giant blood-red bell of light, sending visible crimson sound waves through the county-wide array. Neither Xu Jihua nor the puppet waits another second, and both launch their strongest opening strike straight at the bell. Xu Jihua draws a frost-covered spear and drives it forward with 6th-level golden core force like an ice dragon tearing through the fog. At the same time, the puppet throws out the blood bead and the golden hoop, stacking both spirit tools into the assault. The three attacks collide in a brutal blast that blows away the black fog, flattens buildings, and cuts the bells ringing off in one violent instant. From inside the shattered ritual area, a furious manic roar answers them. Someone wants to know who dared interrupt him. Elsewhere in the county, Qingqianxue is startled by the sudden explosion and realizes someone other than the Spirit Sword sect has just clashed with the demon. At the center of Yuanying County, Situsu watches in rage as the giant blood-red bell starts cracking and the souls trapped inside burst out in all directions. He looks up and sees the reason for the disaster. Two unfamiliar golden core cultivators are standing in the sky, and they are clearly righteous cultivators, not Sacred Heart Palace allies. That is what drives him mad, because he planned everything around escaping before the Spirit Sword sect could react, and these two outsiders were never supposed to appear this early. Situsu burns with frustration because he stole this strange bell after fleeing the Imperial Court, counting on it to harvest souls, heal his wounds, and push himself into the nascent soul stage. Instead, one small leak in his hidden scheme set off a chain reaction that smashed his ambition apart before it could bear fruit. He erupts into the air like a maddened demon, shouting that he spent years secretly controlling county offices so he could finish the ritual in silence and rebuild Sacred Heart Palace under his own power. Then his anger turns personal, and he curses the pair for ruining everything at the final moment, and swears they deserve to die. Situsu attacks first, turning into demonic mist and slamming a sky-covering black claw straight at Xu Jihua and the golden core puppet. Xu Jihua and the puppet block together, and their combined force collides head-on with the demon's giant claw in a deafening burst. From far away, Qingqianxue can only make out vague figures in the sky, but even she can tell those two golden core cultivators are not from the Spirit Sword sect. The aftershock alone reaches her position, and Qingqianxue grimly realizes that if she were any closer, a golden core clash like this could seriously injure her on the spot. At the same time, Fu Shuangni's group finally arrives near Yuanying County and sees Xu Jihua and seniorly already fighting the Sacred Heart Palace demon in the distance. That sight makes Fu Shuangni's heart sink, because she knows a fight at this level would get her people killed instead of helping. So when the others ask what to do, Fu Shuangni forces herself to think past the main battlefield. She decides their target should be the demon cultivators supporting the ritual elsewhere in the county, ordering her team to capture them alive if possible and kill them if not. Back in the sky, Situsu narrowly avoids the golden hoop and is alarmed that this strange one-use spirit tool can actually threaten him. He is even more furious because, in his current wounded state, he cannot crush Xu Jihua and the puppet quickly the way a 10th-layer golden core cultivator normally should. His injuries suddenly flare up, so the demon cultivator blasts Xu Jihua and the puppet back with one palm, retreats hundreds of meters, and hurriedly swallows a pill to stabilize himself. Even after the pill, his aura still wavers, making it obvious that the Imperial Court's nascent soul experts wounded him so badly that even his soul has not recovered. Xu Jihua immediately presses the opening with another killing move, and the golden core puppet follows up with both the golden hoop and a blood-colored bead. Sitousa blocks again and again, but the blood bead is so sinister that even he momentarily wonders which side is supposed to be the demon cultivator. The battle drags through dozens of exchanges, and the spreading shockwaves whip across all of Yuanian County like a hurricane. Those shockwaves batter unconscious townspeople and weaker cultivators below, leaving everyone on the ground at the mercy of a fight they cannot survive. Sitousa finally finds a brief opening and lashes out with a fierce palm strike that forces Xu Jihua and the puppet to dodge. But that moment only sharpens his fear, because a battle this loud will absolutely draw the Spirit Sword sect, and if a nascent soul expert arrives, he is finished. Knowing he cannot kill the pair before that happens, Sitousa glares at their faces as if engraving them into memory and chooses retreat over revenge. He unleashes one last massive burst of demonic chi to cover his escape and floods the sky with an attack big enough to swallow half the county. Then Sitousa turns himself into a streak of black smoke, abandons the blood-red bell he poured so much effort into, and flees. Sitousa weighs the danger and finally gives up the fight, choosing to flee before Spirit Sword sect experts can trap him here. For a 10th level Golden Core demon, running from a weaker pair is humiliating, but his injuries make dragging this out even riskier. Once the pressure lifts, Xu Jihua exhales hard, pale and drained after forcing a wounded but still terrifying demon to retreat. She knows exactly why her gamble worked. Sitousa's unstable aura came from serious injuries, so he never dared fight a long battle. Even so, Xu Jihua does not chase, because a 6th level Golden Core cultivator cannot realistically hunt down a fleeing 10th level demon. She swallows a pill to steady herself, then almost reaches for another before remembering the Golden Core puppet does not need medicine. Landing beside the bell, Xu Jihua judges that this thing devoured the souls of both Yangqing County and Yuanian County. With a casual wave, she shatters the protective arrays still wrapped around the bell. As the restraints fall away, blurry human souls start leaking from the bell's cracks and drifting into the open air. The two of them move together again, this time aiming their power straight at the bell itself. Their combined blow explodes across the county center and smashes the giant bell to pieces. Countless freed souls flood into the sky, turning all of Yuanian County cold and eerie for a moment. Most of those souls are pulled back toward their own bodies, but some vanish on the spot, showing their owners are already dead. The immediate disaster is finally broken, but before anyone can relax, an overwhelming divine sense sweeps across the entire county. That terrifying awareness lingers on the broken bell and the pair for a heartbeat, as if confirming what happened here. Then the divine sense locks onto Sitousa's escape route, and a streak of light tears across the high sky in pursuit. Xu Jihua feels no fear at all, because she can tell this terrifying presence belongs to an immortal cultivator, not a demon. She realizes this must be a Spirit Sword sect nascent soul expert, and quietly marvels that the sect can send out monsters like this so casually. Through the puppet, Baiyi realizes the pursuer is the same Spirit Sword sect Supreme Elder who killed another 10th level Golden Core demon a few days earlier. That also explains why the Spirit Sword sect Elder does not stop for them and goes straight after the fleeing demon. The puppet coldly says Sitousa sealed his own fate, because if they had failed to intervene, he might really have broken through and escaped. Xu Jihua agrees without argument. Once a nascent soul cultivator is chasing him, there is no way Sitousa gets away. Elsewhere in Yuanian County, Qinxianxue also senses that familiar sect aura in the distance, and immediately knows Spirit Sword sect reinforcements have arrived. That makes her mission to investigate Sacred Heart Palace feel completed in a very sideways way, since a Golden Core demon has already exposed itself. Even so, she has no desire to return to the sect yet, because going back means dealing with people there who annoy her. She shakes off the distraction, looks at the sun, and starts counting down to when she can enter the simulator again. Meanwhile, a state official who just killed a chi refining Sacred Heart Palace cultivator notices the distant battle has suddenly gone silent. He can only nervously wonder whether Li Feiyu won or whether the Sacred Heart Palace demon did, and he does not dare finish the darker thought. The answer arrives above him as souls begin falling back into people's bodies across the county. When one soul returns to a collapsed teenager, and the boy wakes up in confusion, the official finally understands the crisis is breaking. Relief hits him so hard that all he can do is mutter in shock that itinerant cultivators are this strong now. As time passes, most of the people in Yuanian County recover their souls and slowly wake up all over town. None of them understand what happened, and the whole county is filled with the same blank, rattled look. A few remember hearing something like a temple bell just before they blacked out, but that only makes the mystery stranger. A vegetable seller wakes with a splitting headache, and can only wonder if he somehow just fell asleep in the middle of town. A county bailiff's first instinct is to check the knife at his waist, and he is absurdly relieved that at least nobody stole it while he was down. An itinerant cultivator wakes up furious, thinking someone targeted him personally, until he sees hundreds of others in the exact same state. That realization sends a chill down his spine, because this was not an ambush against one man but a force that swallowed an entire county. At the same time in Yanqing County, another wave of unconscious victims finally begins waking after being down for days. Unlike Yuanying County, these people wake up starving, thirsty, dizzy, and so weak they can barely stand. The town breaks into panicked complaints about hunger, foul body odor, numb limbs, and how many days they must have lost. Before long, people are already shouting to report the whole thing to the county office and beg immortal cultivators to drive away whatever haunted them. Back in Yuanying County, Qin Qianxue watches more people waking outside and decides today's danger is truly ending. With a nascent soul expert from her sect now involved, she is sure the Sacred Heart Palace demon cannot escape. She also knows she got lucky, because if she had been near a Yuanying County center, she would have been one of the first people caught in that soul harvesting trap. So she puts everything else aside and waits quietly for the simulator's cooldown to finish. There is only an incense stick of time left, and she decides it is not worth rushing toward Qinghe County while demon cultivators might still be hiding nearby. When the wait finally ends, Qin Qianxue reaches for the simulator at once. The familiar prompt appears, welcoming her back into a new immortal cultivation simulation. The new run drops her into Great Way at age 12 as Princess Chan Ning, where she immediately asks her father Qin Fengyin about a place called Maple City. Her father is puzzled by the request, but because he dotes on her, he agrees without much resistance. Because Great Way already has more than 10 spies in Maple City, information from there starts flowing quickly back to the imperial capital. The intel she receives confirms exactly what she wanted to know. Maple City has a Qin clan, and its young immortal genius is Qin Jiao. That makes Qin Qianxue smile, because it proves Qin Jiao entered the simulator before she did this time. Qin Jiao has only been inside for a few months, while Qin Qianxue already has a 12-year head start in this simulation. She also knows Qin Jiao still does not like her much, mostly because that girl's grudge over past humiliations runs deep. Even so, Qin Qianxue decides she has to try again and seek a second cooperation with Qin Jiao. At 14, Qin Qianxue hears that the Clear Sun sect already contacted the Qin clan in Maple City, but the meeting ended badly, so she decides waiting is pointless. Instead of guessing any longer, Qin Qianxue sends Qin Jiao a blunt forward letter that simply asks, "What do you think?" Far away, Qin Jiao reads the letter at a glance and immediately understands that Qin Qianxue is asking for a second cooperation. Qin Jiao grumbles that Qin Qianxue somehow had time to polish her handwriting while still breaking through faster than everyone else, which only makes the letter more annoying. She hesitates because one side of her remembers that abandoning their last alliance got her killed, but the other side still wants revenge for all the humiliation between them. After wasting half a day on pride and resentment, Qin Jiao gives up on reasoning and decides to let chance choose for her. She carves one side of a flat spirit stone and declares that if the carved side lands up, she will give Qin Qianxue some face and agree. Qin Jiao flicks the spirit stone into the air and watches it spin, treating this childish little gamble with surprising seriousness. The carved side lands face up, and Qin Jiao immediately drops the whole argument in her head and accepts the result. With her pride conveniently settled by luck, Qin Jiao picks up the stone and mutters that heaven is being generous, so she will cooperate after all. She writes back, and the two girls quickly reach a first agreement on working together again. Then Qin Jiao makes her biggest move yet and tells Qin Qianxue about the giant bronze gate and the ancient ruins behind it. Just as Qin Jiao expected, Qin Qianxue is badly shaken by the news and fires back another letter almost immediately. Over the next month, their secret exchange becomes intense enough that dozens of communication talismans are burned through between them. In the Imperial City, Qin Qianxue keeps turning the secret over in her mind and finally understands why Qin Jiao once advanced so absurdly fast. She realizes Qin Jiao's quick rise was not just talent but the combination of an innate spirit body and a hidden ancient cave abode full of resources. What surprises Qin Qianxue even more is that cautious, tight-lipped Qin Jiao volunteered that secret on her own this time. She immediately sees the point of it. Qin Jiao wants real help, and with a secret that big on the table, there is no reason left to hesitate. As soon as she can leave court, Qin Qianxue goes straight to her father, Emperor Qin Fengyin, under her identity as Princess Chan Ning. Qin Fengyin can tell she brought something serious, so he dismisses the attendants and personally sets up a soundproof barrier around them. Hiding his court-worn fatigue behind a warm smile, the emperor asks why his daughter has come to see him like this. Qin Qianxue starts by reminding him that she has quietly been watching Maple City for years, which brings back a vague memory for him. When he asks if she is finally going to explain why that faraway city matters, Qin Qianxue nods and begins laying out the story she prepared in advance. Her explanation hits hard enough that Qin Fengyin blurts out in disbelief that she can actually dream about the future. Qin Qianxue stays calm and tells him to test her by secretly investigating the ministers she named, because their homes will expose treason if her dream was real. Still doubtful but unable to ignore her confidence, Qin Fengyin orders a covert investigation based on that list. 3 days later the palace atmosphere turns grim, because the spies return with proof that the trusted ministers really were hiding dangerous evidence. One look at the seized evidence is enough to make Qin Fengyin erupt and order all of those ministers killed. That same shock finally forces the Emperor to accept the impossible truth that his youngest daughter really can predict the future. He summons Qinqianxue back, admits he should have believed her, and asks her to tell him what is so special about Maple City. Now that he believes her, Qinqianxue explains that the giant bronze gate is tied to Maple City, the Qin clan, and the Qin clan patriarch's daughter, Qin Jiao. At the same time, she deliberately smears the Clear Sun sect, partly to protect the Qin clan and partly because Qin Jiao clearly wants that sect crushed. Instead of doubting her again, Qin Fengnian hears the words Maple City, Giant Bronze Gate, Ancient Mystic Realm, and Qin Jiao, and immediately sees a huge opportunity for Great Wei. He tells Qinqianxue that in a few days he will hand her his hidden secret guard, a force of trusted aides led by experts up to nascent soul level. Qinqianxue is genuinely caught off guard when she realizes he means the legendary secret guard she has only heard about. Qin Fengnian confirms it and formally entrusts her with handling both the Qin clan matter and the Giant Bronze Gate. Qinqianxue accepts immediately, because a force like that will make her far safer and much harder to kill inside the simulator. Soon after, the 14-year-old Qinqianxue vanishes from normal palace life and secretly leaves with more than 100 imperial guards under her command. On the road, Qinqianxue visits the Sky-Holding sect and seriously warns its sect master that the Demon Sealing Tower's seal has loosened and should be reinforced. A month later, Qinqianxue passes the Sky-Holding sect again, spots Ho Yun from afar, and quietly chooses not to meet her. Even without revealing herself, Qinqianxue still leaves behind a carefully arranged opportunity for Ho Yun to benefit from. By age 15, Qinqianxue finally reaches Maple City to put the alliance with Qin Jiao into motion. Watching all this unfold, Bai is honestly surprised that Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao managed to work together again at all. He quickly decides this is excellent news, because if the two human tools share information and resources, they both win once, and he wins twice. Back in Maple City, Qinqianxue finally meets Qin Jiao in person, and Qin Jiao is startled to see how many imperial cultivators she brought with her. For one dangerous moment, Qin Jiao's thoughts race toward using this force to flatten the Clear Sun sect on the spot. But the idea dies immediately after she learns the strongest of Qinqianxue's hidden guards is only at the first level of nascent soul. Qinqianxue can only laugh helplessly when she realizes Qin Jiao had already been considering raising the Clear Sun sect on the way here. After that, Qinqianxue is formally received by the Qin clan leadership, including the clan head and the old patriarch. The Qin clan elders are already shaken that a Great Wei princess came all the way to their home, but what really stuns them is how familiar she is with Qin Jiao. Their shock only grows when Qin Jiao speaks to the princess with open disrespect and Qinqianxue just laughs it off instead of taking offense. Inside the Qin clan, Qin Jiao's father is stunned that she dares talk to Princess Changning so bluntly and that Qinqianxue simply lets it pass. To the Qin clan, Qinqianxue is untouchable royalty, so her easy attitude feels almost unreal. Then Qin Jiao goes even further and calmly sets terms, telling Qinqianxue to leave tomorrow and have the imperial court protect the Qin clan. When Qinqianxue agrees without hesitation, the whole Qin clan realizes Qin Jiao has just won them the protection of Great Wei itself. In that moment, Qin Jiao standing inside the clan leaps past the elders and even the patriarch, because everyone knows this rise came from her alone. The court's favor immediately changes everything, and the Qin clan suddenly becomes the family every force in Maple City wants to please. But the visitors are too late, because Qinqianxue has already left with Qin Jiao for the deserted island. On the road, the remnant soul granny wakes up in alarm after sensing Foundation establishment, Golden Core, and even nascent soul level figures around her. Qin Jiao explains enough to calm her down, but the granny quietly realizes this little girl is even more mysterious than she expected. After crossing nearly half of Great Wei, they finally reach the deserted island, and even Qinqianxue is struck by how absurdly rich its spiritual energy is. Qinqianxue compares the island to the base of a major sect and marvels that such a place stayed hidden at all. Qin Jiao instantly takes credit with full confidence, bragging that a heaven-defying lucky person like her was bound to find a treasure land like this. Qinqianxue answers with a perfunctory yes, and somehow that half-hearted praise still makes Qin Jiao absurdly happy. Inside her head, Qin Jiao treats even that casual acknowledgement as proof that she is closing in on Qinqianxue and might beat her soon. A secret guard then reports to Qinqianxue that the giant bronze door really is at the bottom of the sea and the ancient formations around it are lethal. Qinqianxue decides to enter immediately, and when the guard hesitates over the formations, she calmly points to Qin Jiao as the answer. Once the dangerous arrays are handled, Qinqianxue praises Qin Jiao as the youngest formation genius she has ever seen. The remnant soul granny quietly tries to warn Qin Jiao that Qinqianxue is obviously just being perfunctory again. Qin Jiao thinks it over for a second and cheerfully concludes that even perfunctory praise still means Qinqianxue admits she is great. The granny gives up on saving her from this and falls silent, while Qinqianxue can tell Qin Jiao is secretly chatting with that nascent soul remnant soul again. Soon after, the group descends to the seafloor, where the giant bronze door stands in the dark water exactly where Qin Jiao said it would be. Qinqianxue senses that the door gives off a strange pull that tempts people to touch it, making the ancient relic feel even more dangerous. Because everyone brought here has a strong enough mind, They resist the pull and let Qin Jiao open the gates safely. When the bronze door finally opens, a hidden cave abode world appears behind it, and even the prepared group is shaken by the sight. Inside the gate, the spiritual energy is so overwhelming that the rich aura on the island outside suddenly feels small by comparison. Qin Qianxue quickly realizes this place likely contains a large spiritual vein, because nowhere else should have energy this dense. Then she gives Qin Jiao a strange look and asks how someone who found this many resources can still be so unlucky. Qin Jiao snaps back that all her bad luck came from being dragged into Great Way's mess because of Qin Qianxue in the first place. That answer leaves Qin Qianxue with an even stranger thought, because Qin Jiao somehow got entangled in imperial disaster from a remote island far overseas. For a moment, Qin Qianxue even wonders if Qin Jiao is another contradiction like herself, maybe someone the simulator is targeting too. She drops the thought and looks deeper into the Bronze Gate world, where spirit herbs grow so thickly they look like wild grass. Among the endless plants, Qin Qianxue even spots a spiritual medicine that should already be extinct, and the hidden realm becomes more valuable by the second. As the Great Way secret guards move through the realm, the killing intent hidden inside is steadily neutralized and the harvest begins. Qin Qianxue still refuses to strip the place dry, ordering more herbs planted so the Bronze Gate world can keep producing resources long term. With Great Way now protecting the Qin clan and the distant Clear Sun sect unable to act quickly, Qin Qianxue finally sets aside that immediate worry. From the island operation, Qin Qianxue sends messages back to the imperial capital, pushing Qin Fengyin to begin a secret purge. In the Great Way Imperial City, officials start falling one after another as the Emperor's hidden cleanup rattles everyone lurking in the dark. Looking over a document filled with crossed-out names, Qin Fengyin can only sigh at how many of the people he trusted turned out to be rotten. Some of those names belong to people he had known since childhood and personally promoted, which makes the betrayal feel even uglier. He bitterly admits that all his power and centuries of life still left him blind to the schemers around him. That thought naturally brings him back to Qin Qianxue, whose cultivation, shrewd mind, and uncanny foresight now look even more extraordinary. Even after all the arrests and executions, Qin Fengyin still has not found the real mastermind, and the remaining clues promise a long, dangerous hunt. Elsewhere, Qin Fengyin's calm face turns cold as he decides that whoever is behind this chaos must be killed for threatening the world's peace. Then the story jumps back to the simulator, where only 10 minutes pass in reality but 10 full years of exploration pass inside the ancient world beyond the giant bronze gate. After those 10 years, Qin Qianxue's group finally reaches the deepest core of the cave abode, and Qin Jiao follows them into territory she never dared enter alone before. Qin Jiao knows exactly why she can walk this far now. Before, she was alone, but this time a whole group is protecting her. Before going farther, Qin Jiao quietly asks Whitey if the path ahead is dangerous. Whitey gives a huge emphatic nod, and Qin Jiao immediately understands that the danger ahead is the fatal kind. Watching this, Qin Qianxue can't help admiring Whitey's strange inborn gift to sense danger before anyone else can. That gift even makes Qin Qianxue think, a little awkwardly, of the fake prophecy excuse she once used on her father. Qin Jiao catches Qin Qianxue staring and instantly gets defensive, warning her not to even think about stealing Whitey. Qin Qianxue cannot be bothered to argue with her, and only when she sees that indifference does Qin Jiao finally relax. When Qin Jiao looks forward again, she is hit by the sight of a shattered building so enormous that even a broken wall feels like a mountain. The old granny explains that a giant illusion formation has hidden this place for millions of years, which means the person who built it had terrifying skill in formations. She reveals that only after breaking that illusion could they finally see this ruined structure and the clues hidden inside the true core. The granny goes further and says the spirit herbs and spirit veins outside were probably just scraps compared to this place, because the real core should be here. She can feel an astonishing power coming from the ruined building, powerful enough to help this cave abode survive for millions of years without fully decaying. Qin Jiao privately asks the granny what that really means, sensing this place is far more serious than a normal treasure ground. The granny says this should have been the ancient master's own cultivation place, and even nascent soul cultivators might not come out safely if they go in. Even so, she admits that entering it may be their only chance to learn who the master of this cave abode really was. Once everyone is ready, Qin Qianxue, Qin Jiao, the Great Way secret guards, the granny's remnant soul, and Whitey finally step into the true core building together. Inside, the oppressive ancient hall makes everyone feel even smaller, and the hidden formation is already bad enough that even a nascent soul guard cannot spread his divine sense. Then the leader of the Great Way secret guards realizes something is very wrong here. His divine sense is completely blocked by a hidden formation. Because they cannot sense danger from a distance, he urgently asks Qin Qianxue to stay back while the guards scout for a safer route first. But this time Qin Qianxue refuses, because she deliberately wants to witness the danger herself instead of being protected from it. Her logic is brutally practical. If she hides outside and everyone inside dies, she will learn nothing and repeat the same mistake in the next simulation. For Qin Qianxue, even dying here is acceptable if it teaches her how to avoid this trap next time, because she can come back. Qin Jiao is no calmer by ordinary standards, and her openly fearless attitude makes the Great Way guards keep giving her puzzled looks. Most of the time Qin Jiao even walks near the front, and to the other she starts to look like a girl who simply does not care whether she lives or dies. Their bravado means nothing in this place, because before even an incense stick of time passes, a hidden puppet beast erupts out and bites a Great Way secret guard's head clean off. They manage to destroy that puppet beast, but the whole group is left heavy-hearted after seeing how little warning they get without spiritual sense. Whitey's danger sense still works in this place, but it cannot track every threat at once, so even that advantage has limits. A week passes in the core area, and by then 5 Great Way secret guards have already died to the building's relentless traps and guardians. Even surrounded by danger, they do find treasure, including a spirit weapon guarded by another powerful puppet beast. After bringing that guardian down, the group secures a valuable alchemy spirit tool called the Heavenly Flame Treasured Cauldron. Deeper inside, they come across ancient stone steels, and with the granny's rough translation they finally uncover the name tied to this place, Taoist Blood Lotus. The steels reveal that this cave abode was established more than 7 million years ago by Taoist Blood Lotus, although the enormous space itself existed before he found and developed it. The moment Qin Jiao hears that name, she instinctively feels that Taoist Blood Lotus does not sound like a righteous cultivator at all. That suspicion gets stronger when she remembers the ruined demonic technique she once found here, the Book of Killing, and starts wondering if Blood Lotus was actually some kind of demon. So Qin Jiao turns to the granny and asks directly whether she has ever heard the name Taoist Blood Lotus before. Qin Jiao also notices that the closer they get to the true core, the easier it becomes to communicate with the granny, unlike the outer edge of the bronze gate where that connection barely worked at all. After a long pause, the granny slowly recalls seeing that name in an ancient book and confirms Qin Jiao's guess. If it is the same person, the master of this cave abode was definitely not a good man. Inside the ancient cave abode, Granny Qin warns that the records on Taoist Blood Lotus are almost gone, and all they really know is that he was a demon from ancient times. Qin Jiao blurts out a naive guess that maybe an ancient demon was weak back then, since so little was recorded about him. Granny Qin immediately shuts that down and tells her that anyone who could build a cave abode this grand had to be a terrifyingly powerful demon. Qin Jiao finally accepts that point, but before the thought can settle, she notices someone walking up behind her. The person approaching is Qin Qianxue, and Qin Jiao is not exactly happy to see her face this close. Qin Qianxue cuts straight to the point and asks if this giant bronze gate cave abode belongs to an ancient demon. Since Granny Qin's existence is already out in the open, Qin Jiao doesn't hide it and repeats the old remnant soul's conclusion. That answer hits Qin Qianxue hard, because it instantly connects to the ancient demon she saw devastate the world in her last immortal cultivation simulation. In that past simulation, the demon broke out of a seal, ravaged Great Way, and was even seen along the coast before Qin Jiao disappeared from contact. As the clues click together, Qin Qianxue realizes the owner of this Bronze Gate cave abode may be the same demon sealed in the sky-holding sect's demon sealing tower. The thought is so alarming that she draws a cold breath, remembering that even Great Way's soul formation experts died fighting that monster. Even if this is still only a deduction, Qin Qianxue decides the chance is too high to ignore. Since the seal can only delay the demon instead of solving the danger, she concludes they need real information on him before he escapes. Her best hope is to uncover the ancient demon's weakness, because with that, Great Way might actually be able to kill him instead of barely surviving him. She also remembers why Great Way failed last time. They were close to success until traitors inside the dynasty ruined the battle at the final moment. That leaves Qin Qianxue with 2 urgent targets: purge the hidden traitors inside Great Way, and use this cave abode to uncover the ancient demon's weakness. If she can pull off both moves, Qin Qianxue believes they could bring down the demon while keeping Great Way's losses to a minimum. Qin Jiao notices her standing there in thought and teasingly asks if she is scared to keep going deeper. The jab is mostly a joke, because even Qin Jiao knows Qin Qianxue is not the type to flinch first. Qin Qianxue ignores the joke and quietly says she may already know who owns this giant Bronze Gate cave abode. That claim snaps every eye toward her, and even Qin Jiao is left openly stunned. Qin Jiao presses her for an answer, wanting to know if she truly recognizes the ancient demon behind this place. Qin Qianxue starts with the Sky-Holding Sect, a top Great Way cultivation sect protected by nascent soul experts. She reveals that before the sect was founded, its founder discovered a strange giant tower and named it the Demon Sealing Tower after suspecting it imprisoned a demon. That tower was actually an ancient spirit tool built to seal demons, and one terrifying ancient demon is locked inside it. Qin Qianxue adds the real warning: even nascent soul cultivators could not beat that sealed demon. Then she goes one step further and says the ancient demon's cultivation is very likely already at the soul formation stage. Qin Jiao starts to question how certain that sounds, and then suddenly realizes Qin Qianxue would never say something like this unless she had confirmed it through the simulator. Once she catches on, Qin Jiao stops doubting and asks the real question: will the demon in the demon sealing tower definitely break free? Qin Qianxue answers yes, though the exact timing may shift because their changed lives have already started bending the future away from its old path. She only hints at the simulator logic, but Qin Jiao understands that once they change enough events, even known futures become rough estimates instead of fixed outcomes. To the people around them, this all sounds baffling, and even Granny Qin can only follow part of why Qin Jiao trusts Qin Qianxue so quickly. Qin Qianxue does not waste time explaining further and orders that every ancient inscription in this place be copied and sent back to the imperial palace if they cannot translate it on site. Her confidence leaves no room for argument, and the search of the giant Bronze Gate cave abode becomes a focused hunt for the demon's secrets. Years pass inside the Bronze Gate world, and Qin Qianxue spends them cultivating and digging through the ancient demon's cave abode for any clue tied to Taoist blood lotus. By age 18, Qin Qianxue breaks into Foundation establishment earlier than before, helped by her human king body and the spiritual resources hidden in this place. At 19, Qin Jiao learns Qin Qianxue is a transmigrator who has only cultivated for 7 years, gets excited to fight her, and is crushed in a single move instead. At 20, word reaches them that Great Way's emperor has found some of the hidden traitors, but even torture and soul-searching cannot pry out useful truth before they are executed. Then at 21, after 7 long years of searching, Qin Qianxue finally finds something truly useful in the cave abode's core area. Studying the wall, she first thinks the text is a cultivation method left behind by the ancient demon. A closer read changes everything, because she realizes it is not a cultivation method at all, but an incomplete weapon-refining secret technique the demon created himself. The opening line even says it was born from the demon's own epiphany on a blood moon night, confirming this is one of his personal creations. Qin Jiao looks over the same wall and immediately guesses Qin Qianxue wants to use flaws in the demon's own technique to uncover his weakness. Qin Qianxue gives a small nod, effectively confirming that this was exactly what she had been chasing all along. Qin Jiao points out the obvious problem. A weapon refining method is not an attack method, so even if it has flaws, how are they supposed to use those against the demon himself? Even as she says it, Qin Jiao realizes the answer is probably hidden in one of Qin Qianxue's simulations, where she may have seen the demon forge or use some terrifying demonic weapon. Qin Qianxue answers that they will find the chance eventually, and that if the demon created a refining secret art, he may also have created other methods that reveal even more. For now, Qin Qianxue says they still have some time, and the two human tools silently end up working together to target the ancient demon before he can break free. In the core area of the giant bronze gate, Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao spend a full month searching and uncover dozens of ancient cultivation methods carved into huge stone walls. The find is huge, because every one of these methods is valuable enough to become a sect treasure and proves Taoist blood lotus was terrifyingly powerful even in ancient times. Qin Jiao suddenly recognizes the most intact wall in the chamber as the complete Book of Killing, the same technique she once obtained only in fragmentary form. Without wasting a second, Qin Jiao pulls out a recording jade slip and copies every word, already thrilled that this trip has paid off even if they die later. Feeling unusually blessed for once, Qin Jiao credits Qin Qianxue's foresight right before Qin Qianxue calls her over to something else. At the massive reinforced pillar, Qin Jiao finds intricate relief carvings that seem to record part of Taoist blood lotus's hidden past. One relief shocks Qin Jiao on sight, because it shows a whole wild population of pure white demon beasts that look exactly like Whitey. The next carving turns grim, showing those same white beasts buried in a scarlet sea of blood while only a single cub is taken away and spared. Then the carvings reveal the purpose of that slaughter, as tens of thousands of demon beasts are refined together into a blood-red copper coin. Qin Jiao finally understands why Whitey's race vanished and starts wondering if that lone preserved cub in the carving might actually be Whitey. When Qin Jiao spots the figure standing over the sea of blood, Qin Qianxue coldly confirms it is Taoist blood lotus. Qin Qianxue says she would recognize him even if he turned to ashes, because the figure matches the demon sealed inside the sky-holding sect's demon sealing tower exactly. Another year of exploration gives Qin Qianxue a much clearer picture of Taoist blood lotus, but the deeper they dig, the more dangerous the bronze gate becomes. At age 23, they accidentally trigger a formation and end up trapped for half a month before finally breaking out. Breaking out costs them dearly, and more than a dozen of Great Way's secret guards die, cutting Qin Qianxue's escort down to about 50 survivors. At age 24, the group finds the exact blood-red copper coin from the carvings waiting in the core area of the bronze gate. Before Qin Qianxue can choose a safer moment to take it, dozens of machine beasts guarding the coin launch the first attack. Even the weakest of those machine beasts is at the first level of golden core, so the battle turns brutal immediately, and the secret guards bear the worst of it. By the end, many machine beasts are smashed apart, but Great Way pays heavily too, and a badly wounded secret guard leader finally seizes the coin. When Qin Jiao examines the blood-red copper coin, Granny Qin immediately warns that it was forged from the blood sacrifice of tens of thousands of demon beasts, and could kill a weak-fated person just by contact. Granny Qin also identifies the coin as a vicious demon weapon that can divine fortune and misfortune with frightening accuracy. That leaves Qin Jiao with mixed feelings, because she now knows this powerful tool was refined from the slaughter of Whitey's entire race. Still, the coin's power looks eerily similar to Whitey's own instinct for sensing danger, so Qin Jiao suspects Taoist Blood Lotus created it as a life-saving weapon with other hidden uses. Qin Qianxue cuts through the unease and points out the practical side first. If the coin truly predicts danger, it could keep both of them alive. By age 25, they finish exploring the core area, and both Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao break through to the third level of Foundation establishment. A year later, Whitey suddenly warns them, and the group realizes they have entered a new area soaked in such dense demonic aura that every instinct starts screaming. The strange aura is so unnatural that Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao briefly wonder if some other ancient demon beast, or even a living person, is still hidden inside the bronze gate. But when they search to the end of that trail, what they find is somehow worse than either possibility: a demon embryo. The hall itself is a chilling record of Taoist Blood Lotus's entire life, with murals showing his path from birth and cultivation to becoming a butcherous ancient demon. At the center stands an intact ancient altar covered in blood-colored runes and old spirit tools, all still radiating dense demonic power after millions of years. Floating over that altar is the real source of the pressure, an infant-like demon embryo whose aura is terrifying enough to make everyone's heart shake. The strongest surviving secret guard leader recognizes the floating thing at once as a soul formation demon embryo, a spirit embryo that can leave a soul formation cultivator's body. He explains the rule plainly: unless both the main body and the spirit embryo are destroyed, a soul formation cultivator can come back to life. He adds that using a spirit embryo this way weakens a cultivator badly, but it still amounts to a terrifying second life. Granny Qin confirms his judgment, and points out one more chilling detail. This embryo has no consciousness, which means Taoist Blood Lotus's real body is still alive somewhere. That makes Qin Jiao realize the nightmare clearly at last. Even if they killed Taoist Blood Lotus in the demon ceiling tower, he can still resurrect through this embryo. Granny Qin drives the danger home by saying he would not just revive, he could quickly recover at least 70% of his strength. Granny Qin reveals that Taoist Blood Lotus may have let himself be sealed on purpose, using the demon ceiling tower to hide for millions of years until the ancient experts who hunted him were gone. That explanation makes the truth click for Qin Jiao. The demon embryo here is Blood Lotus's backup life, waiting to bring the ancient demon back again. Qin Jiao immediately asks the obvious question: if they destroy the embryo now, Blood Lotus would lose the trump card that lets him return in full strength. Granny Qin shuts that down fast and warns everyone out loud that a soul formation spirit embryo has no mind, but its defensive instinct will instantly suppress and kill anyone who tries to harm it. Hearing that, Qin Qianshue's mood sinks, as she realizes the Great Wei Court had once fought Blood Lotus at less than his peak and still lost, which means killing his main body alone was never enough. That thought is even worse. If they had missed this hidden embryo, Blood Lotus could still revive later no matter what happened in the fight outside. Even after Granny Qin's warning, Qin Qianxue decides they still have to try, because if Blood Lotus merges with this embryo later, his strength could jump to a terrifying level. Qin Qianxue spells out the risk bluntly, warning that once Blood Lotus reunites with the embryo, he might rise to the 8th, 9th, 10th soul formation level, or even half-step fusion. Qin Jiao is genuinely shaken, because the cautious Qin Qianxue she knew is now the one picking the boldest possible move. Someone from the Great Wei's secret guards hurriedly tries to stop her, but Qin Qianxue stays calm and says she already has a plan worth testing. Then Qin Qianxue reveals her real gamble and summons the bronze mysterious mask, flooding the hall with an eerie aura that makes everyone freeze. Qin Jiao recognizes the mask at once, but she still blurts out the problem. This is a soul formation demon, not some weaker prey the mask swallowed before. Qin Qianxue answers with quiet confidence, saying the mask is far stranger than Qin Jiao knows, and to its true owner even a soul formation demon might be nothing. A dreamlike memory flashes through Qin Qianshue's mind, reinforcing her belief that if the mask's owner was truly that terrifying figure, Blood Lotus's embryo should not be able to break it. Granny Qin sees the mask for the first time and is even more shaken than she was by the demon embryo, because she cannot read its origin at all. The mask's presence hits Granny Qin so hard that she dares not study it any longer, as if one more look could drag her remnant soul into endless doom. Once she steadies herself, Granny Qin presses Qin Jiao for answers, but Qin Jiao can only admit she knows one thing for sure: the mask can swallow a living person whole. Qin Jiao remembers seeing that same mask reduce a golden core demon to rotten flesh in barely 2 breaths, which is why she knows just how horrifying this thing is. With the decision made, Qin Qianxue turns toward the Great Wei's secret guard leader and asks the key practical question: if he gets close to the embryo, will it attack him on instinct? The secret guard leader answers from off-panel that the embryo will strike as soon as anyone gets close, and even with all his trump cards, he can only try to dodge it. Qin Qianxue immediately hands him a dragon-shaped Great Wei jade pendant, explaining that the imperial ancestor gave it to her as a one-time life-saving treasure strong enough to block a powerful strike. Wei tries to refuse because he still has his own defensive trump cards, but Qin Qianxue cuts him off and makes it in order. Then she gives the real mission: rush in, fasten the mysterious mask onto the demon embryo's face, and retreat without looking back. The moment Wei touches the mask, his heart lurches as if the thing itself is rejecting him and telling him he has no right to hold it. Before the attempt begins, Wei Yi warns Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao to leave the hall, because even the aftermath of a soul formation strike would be enough to kill them instantly. Qin Qianxue agrees, and she withdraws with Qin Jiao and the others to a safer distance, leaving Wei Yi alone in the deadly chamber. Once the others are clear, Wei Yi steels himself, suppresses the mask's rejection, and calls out his natal flag along with several life-saving treasures and a storm of talismans. He finally makes his move, turning into a streak of light and dashing straight at the soul formation demon embryo with the mask in hand. But just before Wei Yi reaches the target, the demon embryo snaps its eyes open, and the tiny face holds no innocence at all now, only savage brutality and surging baleful chi. The soul formation demon embryo suddenly locks onto Wei Yi, and its tiny hand lashes out with a killing intent so heavy the whole world seems to go dark around him. Wei Yi burns through every life-saving trick he has, but talismans turn to ash, treasures crack apart, and even his final spiritual artifact starts giving way. The last thing that saves him is the jade pendant Princess Chang'an gave him, and it shatters, blocking the fatal blow right in front of the demon embryo. Wei Yi knows a first-level nascent soul cultivator like him cannot damage a soul formation monster, so instead of fighting, he bets everything on Qin Qianxue's plan. Without wasting a word, Wei Yi slaps the mysterious mask onto the demon embryo's face and turns to run for his life. The demon embryo is just about to strike again when the mask suddenly starts devouring it from the inside out. The horrifying soul formation creature turns helpless in an instant as its head, neck, and body are chewed away piece by the hungry mask. Wei Yi stops at the doorway and stares back in disbelief, because the thing that could slaughter nascent soul experts is being eaten like it never had a chance. Watching the whole scene leaves Wei Yi genuinely shaken, and even Qin Qianxue starts to feel terrifyingly unfathomable to him. Far away in Great Yu, the story shifts to Sky Holding Sect, a sect famous for its ancient demon sealing tower. Years earlier, Qin Qianxue had personally warned the Sky Holding Sect master that the demon sealing tower's seal would one day loosen and the ancient demon inside would break free. The sect master treated that warning as something bizarre from a foreign princess, and no one in Sky Holding Sect truly took it to heart. Now that old warning comes roaring back when the demon sealing tower suddenly erupts, shaking the whole sect as blood-colored demonic chi leaks from the cracks. The elders guarding the tower instantly realize something is terribly wrong and send urgent communication talismans for reinforcements. When the sect master arrives with the other golden core and nascent soul elders, the demonic aura leaking from the tower is enough to make everyone freeze in alarm. The sect master finally remembers Qin Qianxue's warning from more than 10 years ago and realizes, too late, that every word of it was true. He forces himself to act and orders everyone to reinforce the seal, call the other orthodox sects, and alert Great Yu's court before the ancient demon breaks out. Before they can settle the plan, the tower jerks even harder, shedding dust and broken fragments, as if the ancient structure itself is reaching its limit. Then a furious roar bursts from inside the tower, cursing whoever ruined its cave and swearing to tear them to pieces. The elders are terrified, but the rage coming from inside also sounds strangely frustrated, which leaves everyone staring at each other in confusion. The reason becomes clear. After the mysterious mask finishes devouring the demon embryo, the distant Taoist blood lotus senses the loss and flies into a murderous rage. Back at the cave, Qin Qianxue's side strips the giant bronze door immortal cave clean, leaving only spirit herbs too raw to use and a giant spirit vein they cannot carry away. After feeding on the demon embryo, the mysterious mask returns a huge surge of nourishment that pushes Qin Qianxue up 2 levels in one shot. That burst leaves Qin Qianxue at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, with her strength jumping sharply after the cave raid. The years keep moving, and by age 29 both women advance again, with Qin Jiao reaching the 4th level and Qin Qianxue climbing to the 6th. By age 30, Qin Qianxue returns to Great Wei's Imperial City, and Qin Jiao comes with her. Inside the Imperial Palace, Qin Fengyin finally sees the daughter who left at 14, and cannot hide how moved he is by how much she has changed. When he learns Qin Qianxue is already at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment at just 30, Qin Fengyin is openly stunned. That shock turns into loud pride as Qin Fengyin boasts that his daughter has outclassed the famous holy maidens of the major sects. Then he notices Qin Jiao beside her, asks if this is the friend she mentioned in her letters, and Qin Qianxue confirms it. Qin Jiao stays completely calm in front of the emperor, because after everything she has seen, even a nascent soul ruler no longer rattles her. After checking her level, Qin Fengyin praises Qin Jiao as another rare heaven's favorite worthy of standing beside Qin Qianxue. Qin Qianxue then reveals the real reason for this visit. She and Qin Jiao brought back all the cave resources, and they are already stacked in the imperial treasury. Once Qin Fengyin sees the hall, even he is shocked, because the entire old imperial treasury cannot compare to what these two brought back. At Qin Qianxue's urging, part of that windfall is turned into relief for Great Wei's poor, and the dynasty's national fortune begins to rise with it. By age 32, urgent intelligence reaches Qin Qianxue at the palace. The hidden force behind the plot to seize Great Wei's throne has finally stepped into view. And the reveal is grim. The mastermind behind the imperial power grab is tied to Great Wei's previous dynasty. Qin Jiao freezes on one detail from Qin Qianxue's information and admits she has no idea what dynasty came before Great Wei. Helplessly, Qin Qianxue explains that Great Wei replaced the Great Su dynasty, a corrupt regime ruined by foreign invasions, disasters, and a ruler despised by both the people and many sects. She goes on to say that once the Great Su lost sect support, uprisings spread everywhere, and Great Wei's founding ancestor rose by killing corrupt officials and gathering sects and rogue cultivators to his side. After more than a century of struggle, Great Wei overthrew Great Su, but the old royal family escaped before they could be wiped out. That finally makes Qin Jiao realize the point. The escaped bloodline of the old dynasty may have resurfaced to seize Great Wei's throne from the shadows. But the more Qin Jiao thinks about it, the less it makes sense to her, because a ruined bloodline surviving for thousands of years should not have the money, manpower, or leverage to bribe Great Wei's top officials into treason. Qin Qianxue admits she does not know the exact method, then quietly offers a colder possibility. Maybe those hidden traitors are the remnants of the previous dynasty themselves. Her guess comes from a grim pattern she already knows in the real world, where devil cultivators from the Sacred Heart Palace try to infiltrate the court so they can hide and move from inside the system. Qin Jiao is chilled by the idea that Great Wei has been hunting enemy bloodlines outside the palace while those same enemies may have already climbed into the heart of the government. Qin Qianxue warns that it is still only a guess, but Qin Jiao cannot shake the image of enemies using Great Wei's own resources to sharpen the knife meant for Great Wei's throat. The thought leaves Qin Jiao deeply uneasy, and she realizes Qin Qianxue has probably survived this long only because the simulator kept giving her chances to avoid disasters and strike first. Even as a theory, the idea is serious enough that Qin Qianxue passes it on to the Great Wei Emperor, Qin Fengyin. Instead of dismissing her, Qin Fengyin takes the guest seriously and orders an investigation in that exact direction, deciding that a risky lead is better than searching blindly. Once he truly considers the possibility, even Qin Fengyin feels a chill, because if it is real, the people plotting against Great Wei may be men he grew up beside. 2 years later, the investigation finally breaks open when Qin Fengyin finds a traitor in court whose body carries the thin but undeniable bloodline of the old Great Su royal family. With their cover blown, the hidden remnants panic and stop pretending, choosing chaos over surrender when they realize their 1,000-year scheme is collapsing. At age 36, those remnants join forces with demon sects and unleash massacres across more than a dozen Great Wei cities, killing over 10 million civilians and badly damaging the dynasty's fate. Enraged by the slaughter, Qin Fengyin orders Great Wei's forces to wipe out every demon sect foolish enough to show itself inside his territory. With orthodox sects backing the court, Great Wei strikes back hard and kills large numbers of demon sect disciples. As the unrest drags on, Qin Qianxue reads the latest Jade Slip reports with practiced calm and judges that the old dynasty's hidden network had spread into every part of Great Wei. But she also sees the turning point clearly. Once their identities are exposed, the hidden enemy loses its biggest advantage, and the hunters and prey switch places. By age 37, the purge widens, exposing remnants of the previous dynasty in every layer of society, from court officials and rich merchants to old landlords and even sect masters. In only a few years, more than 100,000 people connected to the old dynasty lose their heads and their households are confiscated. While the empire is being cleaned out, Qin Qianxue reaches the 7th level of foundation establishment, and Qin Jiao rises to the 5th. By age 40, Great Wei finally stabilizes again, and whatever remnants survive are reduced to a few frightened stragglers who no longer dare to show themselves. Qin Jiao beams with relief, convinced that this timeline finally avoided one disaster after another, and gave her the longest life she has ever had in the simulator. She quietly counts the wins to herself. She helped plunder the bronze doors, killed Taoist Blood Lotus's soul formation demon embryo, exposed the old dynasty's remnants, and even spared the Qin clan from being driven to a deserted island. Seeing her so happy, Granny Qin cannot understand it at all and bluntly asks why a girl named Qin is this thrilled that the Qin family's imperial throne is safer. Qin Jiao can only answer vaguely, saying peace in the world benefits her more than anyone could understand, which only makes her sound stranger to Granny Qin. Qin Jiao bluntly says even suicide would not be a real problem for her, leaving Granny Qin staring at her like she has lost her mind. Watching from outside the simulation, Bai is satisfied that Qin Jiao and Qin Qianxue have finally removed one major obstacle from their cultivation run. He thinks the remnants of the previous dynasty are no longer the main threat, and that only the sealed Taoist Blood Lotus should still be truly dangerous. But Bai does not believe the simulator world will ever let its outsiders live comfortably for long. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that every simulator entrant is being targeted by that world's will and shoved toward bad luck. Years later in the simulation, Qin Qianxue's role in wiping out the old dynasty's remnants makes her famous across Great Wei, and Qin Jiao also earns major credit. Qin Qianxue becomes so outstanding that even the princes start treating her as a threat, despite Great Wei never having a ruling empress before. At age 42, the crown prince formally asks the emperor to marry Princess Changning, Qin Qianxue, off as soon as possible. Neither the emperor nor Qin Qianxue likes the idea, and Qin Qianxue rejects the marriage directly. Qin Jiao lounges nearby and teasingly asks why Qin Qianxue had turned down so many polished, high-status men. Qin Qianxue dryly reminds her that the match was pushed by her own eldest brother, the crown prince, which makes the motive obvious. Qin Jiao immediately calls it for what it is. The crown prince is scared of Qin Qianshue's talent and terrified she could threaten the succession. She points out that even if Great Wei has no empress precedent, no one can promise the throne will always stay in male hands. Qin Jiao gets more annoyed when she remembers they saved those princes from disaster more than once, only to have them turn around and target Qin Qianxue anyway. With her usual reckless nerve, Qin Jiao openly mocks the prince's character and says Great Wei would be in trouble if people like that inherit the throne. Then her tone turns practical, and she warns Qin Qianxue to stay especially alert around any struggle for the throne. Qin Qianxue agrees, knowing palace power struggles can turn even uglier than fighting the old dynasty's hidden enemies. Time passes, and by age 45 Qin Qianxue reaches the 8th level of foundation establishment, while Qin Jiao reaches the 6th. At 46, the Great Wei Crown Prince privately meets Qin Jiao and tries to rope her to his side. Qin Jiao finds the offer laughable, because she may want to beat Qin Qianxue herself, but she refuses to use dirty political tricks. Qin Jiao rejects the Crown Prince's attempt to rope her in, and his expression darkens on the spot. At 47, Qin Jiao sets out by flying boat from Maple City to check on the Qin family before returning to the capital. Because the imperial struggle is dangerous, Qin Jiao travels under the protection of a golden core guard arranged by Qin Qianxue. That caution is still not enough, because demon sect cultivators suddenly intercept the flying boat on the way. The escort throws himself into the fight, but the ambush is too heavy, with 3 golden core demons crushing the defenders in midair. Qin Jiao's bodyguard dies in the battle, and Qin Jiao is killed before she can resist. Back in the real world, Qin Jiao reappears furious, because this run was satisfying overall, but her death was so aggrieved she cannot swallow it. As she calms down enough to think, Qin Jiao narrows the culprits to 3 suspects: the Clear Sun sect, the old dynasty's remnants, or the Crown Prince himself. She quickly lowers the chance that the Clear Sun sect did it, since Great Wei's protection over the Qin family makes that move too risky for them. That leaves the old dynasty's remnants and the Crown Prince, and Qin Jiao's suspicion leans hardest toward the Crown Prince right after his failed attempt to win her over. The old dynasty's side still seems less likely to her, because gathering 3 golden core attackers that fast would be difficult for such scattered remnants. In the end, Qin Jiao grits her teeth and vows to remember this debt, with the Great Wei Crown Prince at the center of her anger. Her anger settles into a decision. Next time she enters the simulator, she wants to find a way to kill him first. Still, she consoles herself that this run was not a failure, because she accomplished so much that the reward settlement should be excellent. Elsewhere in Qinghe County, Bai reacts to Qin Jiao's sudden death with complete calm, because by now this kind of simulator disaster feels almost routine to him. Then the simulator lists Qin Jiao's results. She lived 47 years, unlocked 3 achievements, and earned a large set of rewards. The reward list is stacked: Blood Lotus's artifact refining method, Qin Jiao's 6th level foundation establishment spiritual energy, or the blood red copper coin, plus 3 guaranteed bonus rewards. Bai seriously considers the artifact refining method first, because it comes from Taoist Blood Lotus and should be extremely powerful in theory. He remembers how terrifying Blood Lotus was before, using a sea of lives to refine demon weapons, and that memory makes the technique feel both tempting and dangerous. The cultivation reward is useful too, since it would push him right to the edge of the 7th foundation establishment level. But the blood red copper coin catches his attention most, because a spiritual artifact that can accurately predict fortune and danger is basically a life-saving treasure. In the end, Bai chooses the blood red copper coin, deciding that reliable danger divination matters more than a risky demonic forging method he might not even be able to use. Bai immediately rejects the demon sect refining method, because using something that vile would turn him into a public enemy of humanity. So he chooses the blood red copper coin instead, judging that this dangerous treasure is still the best reward on the table. The moment the coin appears, its eerie aura spreads hard enough that a weaker cultivator could lose their mind on contact. Bai steadies his spirit, blocks the coin's influence, and takes it in hand with wary respect. Once he understands how it works, Bai also learns the price. Every divination burns away 10 years of life. That cost would kill ordinary people after only a few uses, but Bai calmly realizes an immortal cultivator like him can afford to use it many times. With his simulator advantages and 3 people effectively working for him, Bai decides the coin's lifespan cost is acceptable. Then the rest of his settlement arrives: 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a soul-devouring talisman, and a yang returning fruit. The spirit stones alone are such an absurd fortune that a mid-sized sect might have to sell its whole mountain base to match them. The soul-devouring talisman is even nastier, giving Bai a surprise-killing move strong enough to one-shot a first-level golden core enemy. And the yang returning fruit becomes his emergency lifesaver, because anyone still breathing can be pulled back from the brink with it. By the end of the settlement, Bai can only admit he just made a massive haul. Elsewhere, Qin Jiao opens her own simulator settlement, and is stunned to see 3 achievements trigger at once along with a pile of extra rewards. The biggest shock is the main reward itself, enough 4th level foundation establishment spiritual power to push her up 2 realms in one go. Qin Jiao instantly realizes that if she accepts it, her real cultivation could jump past Qin Qianshue's. Then she reads the bonus rewards one by one and gets even more numb: 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, Qin Qianshua's half-human king body, and one mysterious egg. She can barely process why Qin Qianshua's physique somehow ended up as her reward at all. But the egg is what really catches her, because rewards from the simulator are usually tied to things she actually encountered inside the simulation. Working through the logic, Qin Jiao remembers the only living demonic beast she truly dealt with in that life was her pet Whitey. That horrifying possibility hits her all at once, and Qin Jiao blurts out that the egg might actually be Whitey. She is still reeling from that surreal idea when the settlement reward suddenly starts pouring spiritual energy straight into her body. Qin Jiao panics because she only just reached the second level of foundation establishment yesterday, and she barely fooled her mother about that one. Now the simulator is forcing another breakthrough on her, and this time she knows explaining herself will be even worse. With her new half-innate spirit body, she cannot suppress the breakthrough at all, even if she desperately wants more time. The first wave of power explodes outward and sweeps across nearly half the sect as Qin Jiao breaks into the third level of foundation establishment. Before she can even breathe, heaven and earth's spiritual energy stirs again, and Qin Jiao realizes the breakthrough is not stopping there. Her meridians and dantian expand in a violent rush, and within only a few breaths she breaks through again to the fourth level of foundation establishment. As waves of spiritual sense start sweeping toward her from all directions, Qin Jiao can only sigh and scramble for a brand new excuse. Back inside the simulator timeline a few minutes earlier, Qin Qianxue receives word that Qin Jiao was intercepted and killed halfway by 3 golden core cultivators. The report says a foundation establishment witness happened to see the whole thing, which is why the news reached Qin Qianxue so quickly this time. She quickly guesses the assassins spared that witness only because they wanted to leave before a nearby sect could notice the fight. Since it took 3 golden core experts to erase Qin Jiao, Qin Qianxue immediately suspects someone in the Great Wei Imperial City moved against her through Qin Jiao instead. Wei offers formal condolences, but Qin Qianshue's reaction is so calm that it throws him off completely. Instead of grieving, Qin Qianxue says Qin Jiao will not die that easily, leaving Wei staring in confusion. Then Qin Qianxue reminds him about the nascent soul remnant soul hidden in Qin Jiao's pendant, the one detail the assassins were unlikely to know. Wei finally understands and immediately offers to send people back to search the area for Granny Qin. After sending him off, Qin Qianxue coolly notes that the killers were clean, but not clean enough to erase a hidden nascent soul witness. If she finds Granny Qin, she can identify the 3 golden core assassins and trace them straight back to the mastermind. Once she accepts that Qin Jiao was targeted because of her, Qin Qianxue drops any passive stance and decides to strike back before her enemies can move again. With a dangerous smile, Qin Qianxue finally admits that if her enemies want to fight over Great Wei's throne, they had better be ready to lose, because she has far more chances than they do. After Great Wei's secret guards finally recover Qin Jiao's pendant, Qin Qianxue speaks directly to Granny Qin's remnant soul inside it. Granny Qin is clearly upset, because Qin Jiao had nurtured her soul for years and treated her like family. Qin Qianxue asks the key question at once: what did the 3 golden core killers look like, and what techniques did they use? Granny Qin says she remembers their real faces, and she is certain they were not disguised. Her next reveal is worse: the killers used techniques from Great Wei's imperial palace, and their baron gave them away as palace people too. Granny Qin ties it together and says the order most likely came from the crown prince, who had tried and failed to recruit Qin Jiao before she died. That confirms Qin Qianshue's suspicion, and even Granny Qin now openly asks if she plans to avenge Qin Jiao. Qin Qianxue cannot explain the simulator, so she simply answers that yes, she probably is. The very next day, Qin Qianxue walks into court and shocks the officials by stepping into national politics herself. Chen Fengyin is surprised, but he is also pleased, because he believes his daughter is more than capable of handling court affairs. At 48, Qin Qianxue starts drawing old officials to her residence, and their advice makes it obvious that veterans of the court are beginning to bet on her. Qin Qianxue understands exactly what these old ministers are doing, but she accepts their support anyway. Her move immediately puts the crown prince on edge, so he comes to the princess' residence in person to probe her intentions. Qin Qianxue answers him without bowing or provoking, and that calm attitude is enough to tell him she is not backing down. At 49, attacks start coming from every direction in court, with ministers using both tradition and public welfare as excuses to try to push her out. She handles each impeachment calmly, and before long the court is openly split into factions around the crown prince and Princess Channing. One evening, a white-haired old minister privately warns Chen Fengyin that this standoff could spiral into serious trouble if the emperor keeps watching from the sidelines. He urges the emperor to step in and keep the balance between his son and daughter before the court tears itself apart. Chen Fengyin only smiles and turns it back on him, asking how an emperor is supposed to handle a fight between his own children. The old minister instantly realizes he has stepped into the imperial family's private business and tries to pull back. Chen Fengyin cuts him off and makes his position clear: as long as either side crosses the line, he will let them compete. To Chen Fengyin, that rivalry is healthy, because rulers of Great Wei need ambition, not softness. The old minister leaves shaken, because the Emperor's words sound an awful lot like open favoritism toward Princess Channing. He quickly starts recalculating the court, because if the Emperor favors Qin Qianxue, Great Wei's political future may be about to shift. By age 50, Qin Qianxue finally tracks down one of Qin Jiao's 3 killers and quickly uses that lead to find the other 2. Golden Core cultivators are formidable to most people, but with Wei helping from the side, Qin Qianxue crushes their resistance through a clear power gap. Under pressure, the 3 captured assassins break and confess that the Crown Prince ordered Qin Jiao's murder. At 51, Qin Qianxue uses that case to hit the Crown Prince politically, and Qin Fengyin erupts when he learns Qin Jiao's death traces back to his own son. The Emperor punishes the Crown Prince with 50 years of facing the wall and sends heavy compensation to the Qin clan for Qin Jiao's death. With the Crown Prince suppressed, Qin Qianxue's influence in court swells and her rise starts to seriously threaten his position. At 52, assassins strike at Qin Qianxue, but the hidden protection around her stops them before they can touch her. The attackers are death warriors, so the moment the ambush fails, they kill themselves and erase the trail. A month later, the Crown Prince is attacked too, and the aftermath is brutal. He loses an arm and the Crown Princess dies. Worse, a secret order supposedly from Qin Qianxue is found on the assassin's body, instantly throwing the Empire into suspicion. Qin Qianxue sees through it at once. She never gave that order, so she realizes the Crown Prince most likely staged the attack to frame her. Even she has to admit the move is terrifyingly effective, because most people now see her as a ruthless woman willing to butcher family for power. Qin Fengyin summons her and asks face to face if she did it, and Qin Qianxue calmly answers no. The Emperor chooses to believe his daughter, but his private trust is nowhere near enough to stop what comes next. Soon the impeachment memorials start falling like snow, and Qin Qianxue is shoved into a passive position by a coordinated political backlash. Then the Crown Prince pushes the scandal beyond the palace, spreading the story until the entire Great Wei dynasty is arguing over the royal family's dirty war. As suspicion spreads after the Crown Princess case, even Qin Qianxue's former allies in the royal family start backing away to protect themselves. At age 53, the court network Qin Qianxue had built begins collapsing, and impeachment after impeachment piles on as the Crown Prince squeezes her with the full weight of his faction. Hundreds of officials push the Emperor to marry her off as a son-in-law recruitment princess, hoping to remove her from Great Wei's political center. When the Emperor asks for her answer, Qin Qianxue refuses outright, and for a moment he shields her from the pressure. The officials come back with a softer demand, asking that Princess Changning be granted her own territory, and this time Qin Qianxue accepts the exile in all but name. Watching the outcome, the old granny remnant soul tells Qin Qianxue she has lost ever since the Crown Prince maimed himself, killed his wife, and pinned the crime on her. The old granny says the Emperor can no longer openly favor her, because once the court sees bias instead of balance, the whole dynasty could break apart. Qin Qianxue takes the loss with unnerving calm, admitting she was one step behind but saying her elder brother will only catch her with this trick once. That answer leaves the old granny shaken, because Qin Qianxue treats failure almost the same way Qin Jiao does, like someone who is not even afraid of death. The old granny presses her again, warning that this faraway fief cuts her off from the capital and should leave her with almost no chance to challenge the Crown Prince anymore. Qin Qianxue only gives her a mysterious smile and says she will get another chance, but refuses to explain more. By age 54, Qin Qianxue reaches her fief and becomes Great Wei's first female king, and the land she receives is stable and prosperous enough to show the Emperor still favors her. With politics finally quiet for a while, she focuses on cultivation and breaks through all the way to the 9th level of foundation establishment at age 55. At age 56, a neighboring country suddenly invades, looting several cities in just a few days and turning her peaceful border territory into a mess. Qin Qianxue drives the first wave back, but the ruined cities make it obvious this was not a simple border skirmish. As tensions keep rising, Qin Qianxue realizes the neighboring ruler is openly ambitious and preparing a real war, not a raid. Then the enemy gathers troops for a second push south, and full war breaks out across her fief. When she sees the invaders carrying Great Wei-made weapons, Qin Qianxue understands the Crown Prince is still hunting her from the shadows. She pieces together the trap. The Crown Prince has used this foreign war to isolate her, bleed her territory, and kill her under the excuse of defending her own land. She also knows waiting for imperial reinforcements is pointless, because the fief is too far away and the nearby forces are probably in the Crown Prince's camp too. With her army collapsing step by step against the whole country's strength, Qin Qianxue has no choice but to lead the fight herself. Then the enemy throws out 2 nascent soul generals at once, and Qin Qianxue realizes Wei Yi can only hold one of them. The second nascent soul general tears through the battlefield unchecked, and Qin Qianxue's simulation ends with her death at 56. Back in the real world, Qin Qianxue wakes with the same cold calm as ever, treating this death as another lesson instead of a grievance. She calmly reviews her mistake, admitting she underestimated both her brother's ruthlessness and how completely power can turn blood relatives into enemies. She traces the fatal weakness to pure strength, realizing that one more nascent soul cultivator on her side would have changed the whole battlefield. After fixing the lesson firmly in her mind, she drops the messy thoughts and quietly waits for her settlement reward. A reward screen appears, announcing that Chinxianxua lived 56 years and triggered 4 achievements, which means an unusually rich settlement. The settlement turns out absurdly generous, offering spiritual power, the Yuqing sword, the sea-pacifying scripture, rare medicines, a demon technique fragment, a protective jade pendant, and a king's aura. Elsewhere, Bai sees the same settlement and is thrilled, because the combined results from Qinxianxue and Qin Jiao are making his growth absurdly fast. He weighs the options seriously, tempted by the sword and the scripture, but the chance to jump 3 small realms at once is too hard to ignore. In the end, Bai chooses the 9th level foundation establishment spiritual power to push himself as close to golden core as possible. The moment the reward lands, vast spiritual energy floods Bai's limbs and bones, and the aura in his courtyard whirls up into the sky around his breakthrough. In Qinghe County, Bai's courtyard erupts with a visible spiritual vortex, but the layered illusion formations he prepared and Shu Jihua reinforced keep the whole breakthrough hidden from ordinary eyes. A thunderous impact seems to explode inside Bai's dantian, and he breaks straight into the 7th level of foundation establishment. The surge still does not stop, and his meridians, flesh, bones, and soul keep swallowing spiritual energy at a frightening pace. Within a few breaths, Bai crashes through another wall and reaches the 8th level of foundation establishment. Only moments later, he breaks again and lands at the 9th level, so fast that even he feels a dangerous rush of false invincibility. He quickly reins himself in, exhales, and reminds himself not to get carried away before even reaching golden core. Then the extra rewards arrive, and Bai first takes stock of a huge pile of high-grade spirit herbs stuffed into his storage bag. Since he does not refine pills himself, Bai immediately thinks of handing part of those herbs to Shu Jihua instead. The incomplete heaven-devouring demon technique grows again, and Bai realizes the bronze mask has devoured so many demons and even an ancient soul formation spirit embryo, yet he still has only half the full art. That thought turns darkly practical when he wonders how many more times he can keep harvesting the Blood Lotus Taoist's demon embryo like a resource. The next reward makes his eyes light up at once, because the protective jade pendant is the same life-saving treasure that once blocked an attack from a soul formation demon embryo. To Bai, this pendant is basically another life in his hand, even if it can break after stopping a nascent soul-level strike. When he feels a trace of warmth and a faint fragrance lingering on the pendant, Bai suddenly realizes it may still carry Qinxianxue's touch. The last reward is not an item at all but a special dominant aura, a human version of pressure that can suppress people the way beast taming pressure suppresses monsters. Elsewhere in Yanning County, Qinxianxue receives her own settlement, and is visibly shaken when she sees 5 rewards waiting for her at once. She quickly links the 4 achievements to what happened in the simulation, from plundering the Bronze Door cave to destroying the demon embryo, stabilizing the country, and colliding with Great Way's imperial power. The normal reward gives her enough spiritual power to jump straight to the 5th level of foundation establishment, and her half-innate spirit body means there is no bottleneck to stop her below golden core. She realizes too late that the breakthrough cannot be hidden, and with no time to set up a concealing array, she can only force it through in place. Her foundation establishment aura floods out across several hundred meters, and the people inside the inn panic as if a disaster has suddenly descended on them. In less than 10 breaths, everyone else has fled the building, leaving Qinxianxue alone in the inn as the breakthrough pressure peaks. Then the force of the breakthrough tears the inn apart, blasting roof tiles into the air and reducing the wooden structure to wreckage. The bystanders are left stunned, and even the local cultivators can only stare in envy and disbelief at someone breaking through to foundation establishment right after Yuanying County's recent disaster. Far away in Yuanying County, Shu Jihua senses the eruption and is first surprised that a righteous path cultivator is breaking through here at all. As she feels the aura more carefully, Shu Jihua notices a faint royal bearing in it, and thinks the unknown woman feels strangely similar to the great Yen princess. A moment later, Shu Jihua feels the same person surge again, jumping from the 4th level to the 5th level of foundation establishment in one breath. To Shu Jihua, breaking through 2 small stages in a row is monstrous enough that she starts wondering what kind of freak genius she has just run into. When Shu Jihua notices the golden core puppet beside her is completely unfazed, she immediately presses it for the breakthrough woman's identity. The puppet answers plainly that the woman is the current holy maiden of the Spirit Sword sect. That answer finally connects the dots for Shu Jihua, who realizes the Spirit Sword sect's nascent soul expert arrived so fast earlier because their holy maiden was already here. Even with that explanation, Shu Jihua is still left inwardly speechless by talent so absurd it barely feels human. Meanwhile, Qinxianxue finishes the breakthrough, opens her eyes, and finds the inn around her completely flattened. She ignores the crowd's fearful and awed stares and first checks with her spiritual sense that no one was hurt by the collapse. Once she confirms there were no casualties, Qinxianxue takes out a heavy gold ingot and throws it toward the inn owner as compensation. She says in public that the gold is for repairs and compensation, making the terms clear so nobody dares skim off an immortal cultivator's payment. After the chaos in Yanning County, Qin Qianxue leaves at once and rides her flying sword toward Qinghe County because she still fears something may have happened to the Qin clan. By afternoon, she reaches Qinghe County and looks down to find the town calm and busy, with ordinary people filling the streets and only a few weak itinerant cultivator auras in the crowd. She flies over the Qin clan estate, sweeps it with her divine sense, and finally relaxes a little when she confirms her family is safe. The sight of home makes her think back to how this whole path began, when she returned for her grandfather's birthday and was suddenly pulled into the immortal cultivation simulator. She lands in the county and quickly alters her face just enough to avoid attention, since weaker cultivators should not be able to see through the disguise. Walking into the lively streets, Qin Qianxue is hit by a wave of nostalgia and remembers being led through this same place by her mother as a child. Then she suddenly spots a familiar handsome young man in the crowd and realizes it is the same strange person she once met at a medicine shop. She remembers how his internal force once felt eerily similar to the breathing technique from her first simulated life, even though she eventually dismissed it as a mistake. This time the problem is worse, because even with her current foundation establishment strength, Qin Qianxue cannot see through Bai Yi at all. She even probes him with her spiritual sense, but the result is still blank, and that failure instantly puts her on guard. On Bai Yi's side, this meeting is a complete accident because he only came out to buy ingredients before Xu Jihua returns to the courtyard that night. Qin Qianxue decides not to confront him, since exposing her interest while under a false face would only create trouble she does not want. But Bai Yi sees through her disguise with ease, because the gap between their cultivation levels is so wide that her cover means nothing to him. Even after passing him, Qin Qianxue secretly sends her spiritual sense over him again, proving she still cannot let the mystery go. Bai Yi can only smile to himself at how careful she is, especially compared to Qin Jiao, who would have charged over and demanded answers on the spot. After finishing his shopping, Bai Yi returns to his house and shuts the courtyard door behind him. A moment later, Qin Qianxue appears outside like a stubborn tracker, staring at the closed door with open suspicion. When she tries to probe the house, her divine sense is blocked completely, and that impossible result stops her cold. Qin Qianxue quickly guesses that a golden core level array must be protecting the place, because that is the only explanation for blocking a 5th level foundation establishment cultivator like her. That only makes Bai Yi more unsettling to her, because he looks only a few years older than she is and not like an old monster hiding behind a youthful face. Reason tells her to stay away from someone this dangerous, but her curiosity only gets sharper the more she thinks about him. She starts to wonder if she was right from the start, and whether Bai Yi's familiar internal force was tied to the immortal cultivation simulator instead of a simple coincidence. The possibility hits her hard. Bai Yi might be another person chosen by the simulator, just like her and Qin Jiao. She still does not dare knock and ask directly, because one careless question would expose her own greatest secret. In the end, Qin Qianxue quietly decides she is not leaving Qinghe County until she gets a real answer about Bai Yi. By evening, the story cuts back to Yuanying County, where Fu Shuangni oversees the interrogation of the only Sacred Heart Palace demon cultivator captured alive. Earlier that day, while the Golden Core puppet and Xu Jihua handled the Golden Core enemy, Fu Shuangni's side spent hours hunting down the weaker Sacred Heart Palace cultivators across the county. By the end of the purge, every other demon cultivator in Yuanying County is dead, and this crippled prisoner is the last one left to question. A prefecture capital official admits in frustration that even after brutal torture, the prisoner still refuses to give up any useful information. He insists the prisoner must know plenty because he was second only to the Golden Core demon here. But without soul-searching techniques, the official cannot force the answers out. Expecting punishment for failing the task, the official instead hears Fu Shuangni coolly tell him that pain is not always the best way to make someone talk. Then Fu Shuangni turns to the ruined demon cultivator and offers a colder bargain. Give her useful information, and she might grant him a quick painless death. The surviving Sacred Heart Palace demon cultivator coughs blood but still sneers, insisting that no torture will make him betray the sect that gave him everything. His twisted loyalty leaves Fu Shuangni genuinely puzzled, because he sounds less like a demon and more like a righteous sect disciple. After a brief pause, Fu Shuangni coldly orders the official to bring male beasts in heat, strip the prisoner, clean him up, and record everything on a jade slip for the whole county to see. The official freezes in shock, suddenly realizing this princess can say the most horrifying things without changing her tone. Even so, the official obeys and turns to leave, while the demon cultivator finally panics for real. The demon cultivator starts screaming that they cannot do this to him, begging to be killed instead and hurling desperate insults between roars. When Fu Shuangni and the official turn back, the demon cultivator is visibly terrified, but he still forces out one more stream of curses at her. Fu Shuangni just smiles and tells him she is looking forward to seeing him become famous across the cultivation world for something this disgraceful. This vile threat is not random cruelty either, because Fu Shuangni remembers from a past simulation that even strong cultivators can break when faced with that kind of humiliation. The method works, and as time passes the demon cultivator spills a large amount of information about Sacred Heart Palace. Once he has nothing left to give, Fu Shuangni finally allows the official to put him down quickly. Fu Shuangni casually remarks that even Sacred Heart Palace demon cultivators could not endure that trick, and the official is so rattled by the word also that his hair almost stands on end. To the official, Fu Shuangni suddenly feels more terrifying than any demon, and he decides he absolutely cannot end up on her bad side. Fu Shuangni moves straight to the next step and orders the official to verify the confession, investigate every lead, and wipe out the Sacred Heart Palace members one by one. Afterward, Fu Shuangni suddenly remembers a bigger problem and asks whether the state government's communication talisman has answered any of their earlier calls for help. Her question comes from hard experience, because the last time help was delayed, Elder Haid burned his life with a secret technique to stall a golden core demon and died without even leaving a corpse. Now her protection relies on the golden core puppet she knows as Li Feiyu, but that bodyguard was only hired for 1 month, so Fu Shuangni knows she cannot lean on borrowed strength forever. She lays out the real issue. Foundation establishment cultivators can guard the county, but if stronger Sacred Heart Palace demons are hiding nearby, she needs real support from Great Yen. The official admits there has been no reply from the state government at all, and no reinforcements have arrived. The official suggests sending another plea for help, but Fu Shuangni decides to wait 1 more day and, if the silence continues, contact the Great Yen Imperial City instead of the state government. And if the state capital still stays silent tomorrow, Fu Shuangni orders him to skip them entirely and ask the Imperial City for aid instead. That order shakes the official, because he immediately realizes Fu Shuangni no longer trusts the state capital and suspects something ugly is hiding there. He quickly reins in those thoughts and decides the only safe move is to stay tightly tied to Fu Shuangni, because if the princess falls, he falls with her. Back in Qinghe County that evening, Xu Jihua is casually drinking spirit wine when her divine sense brushes across a very familiar aura. To her surprise, the aura belongs to the Spirit Sword Sect Holy Maiden, and it is coming from right outside Bai Yi's courtyard. When she checks the spot more closely, the person is already gone, but the position makes it obvious someone had been quietly watching the courtyard from outside. She slips past the courtyard's illusion arrays and goes inside to find Bai Yi. With a teasing tone, Xu Jihua tells Bai Yi that the Spirit Sword Sect Holy Maiden seems to have been staring at him for half the day and asks what trouble he got himself into. Bai Yi answers that he already knew, which makes it clear Qing Qianxue had not escaped his notice at all. Still amused and a little tipsy, Xu Jihua keeps needling him and jokes that maybe he messed around outside and attracted the Holy Maiden's attention. Bai Yi can only roll his eyes, already used to how random Xu Jihua gets after drinking. Then Xu Jihua suddenly notices Bai Yi's aura has changed and blurts out in disbelief that he has broken through 3 small stages at once. Xu Jihua suddenly realizes Bai Yi is no longer at Foundation Establishment Level 6, and the jump hits her like a slap. She even rubs her eyes and checks again, only to confirm that Bai Yi really has reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment in half a day. Completely thrown, Xu Jihua fires off wild guesses and asks if Bai Yi is an immortal in disguise, someone who hid his cultivation, or a monster genius beyond reason. Bai Yi refuses to explain and just keeps giving her the same lazy answer, yes, you guessed it right. Instead of calming down, Xu Jihua gets even more excited and talks herself into believing her former disciple might be a once-in-a-million-years prodigy. Then she abruptly grabs Bai Yi by the hand and drags him inside, abandoning the dinner plan on the spot. Xu Jihua excitedly declares that cooking can wait, because tonight she wants to cultivate with him and steal a little of his luck with the technique she taught him before. That night in Yanying County's office, the mood flips completely when Fu Shuangni tries to enter the simulator and gets nothing back. For the first time, Fu Shuangni genuinely panics and wonders if she has somehow lost the simulator for good. She spirals through ugly possibilities, from being abandoned for poor performance to watching a priceless chance disappear without explanation. Then she forces herself back under control and decides there must be some hidden rule or temporary change she simply does not understand yet. An hour drags by like torture before the familiar connection finally returns, and Fu Shuangni visibly comes back to life. She guesses the simulator must have changed in some way, but with no way to ask questions, she pushes that curiosity aside and accepts the restart. The countdown ends, and Fu Shuangni drops back into the strange eggshell feeling of her demonic beast reincarnation for the 3rd time. At age 0, she is born as a demonic beast again and immediately starts absorbing spiritual energy, pleased that this life still begins from a better starting point. By age 1, she trains her will as hard as her body, learns to fly earlier than last time, and starts collecting spirit herbs from memory. By age 2, Fu Shuangni has eaten enough herbs to force herself into Qi Refinement Level 1, and she is openly thrilled that the gamble paid off. But she quickly notices the breakthrough is shaky, because her spirit energy is only about half of what a normal first-level cultivator should have. Realizing she could even fall back into an ordinary beast, she shifts focus to stabilizing her cultivation before it slips away. At age 3, she starts turning strength into power by beating a tiger demon and making it her first follower. She soon does it again with a wild boar demon, guiding it into Qi refinement and turning it into her grateful second underling. When the golden core demon corpse finally falls from the sky again, Fu Shuangni drags her 2 underlings into the feast and surges all the way to Qi refinement level 4. With that windfall, her followers strengthen too, and the 3 of them become local bullies whose territory no other nearby beast can ignore. By age 4, Fu Shuangni has more than 20 demonic beasts under her and openly treats the whole thing like a criminal organization under her command. Because she burns through resources too fast, she orders her demonic beasts to start farming spirit herbs instead of only scavenging them. She pushes the absurdity even further by making her beasts build houses and even study, all while drilling loyalty into them every day. Once the local land starts running dry, Fu Shuangni decides sustainable farming is not enough and points her claws at other beasts' territories. At age 5, she leads her gang into ugly group fights, seizes territory by force, and ruthlessly kills the beasts who refuse to submit. By age 7, her black-hearted little empire has spread across 200 miles, and even weaker beasts start defecting to her side for protection. The simulator bluntly labels her 100-beast organization a gang, then tosses out a bizarre warning about wearing a helmet when fishing, leaving Fu Shuangni baffled. At age 8, the gang has become too large to feed by beating other beasts alone, so Fu Shuangni starts searching for a new answer. A month later, her subordinates solve the problem in a shocking way by capturing a human immortal cultivator alive and dragging him back to her. Fu Shuangni first assumes the prisoner is from the Clear Sun sect, but his storage bag immediately makes that guess feel wrong. Then she pulls out a jade pendant marked with a clan character, and the find instantly tells her this man comes from an immortal cultivation clan instead. Wu Yan grew up in the Wu family of Jihai City as the mediocre child no one expected much from. Even reaching the second level of qi refinement took pills, and once the elders judged his talent lacking, they cut off that support too. That left him stuck as a half-abandoned clan member, still inside the family but locked far away from its real power. He refused to rot quietly, so he asked for a chance in business instead of cultivation. The Wu elders handed him part of the family herb trade, and after years of hard work he finally started earning their praise. Just as he was about to climb back into the elders' good graces, a shipment of spirit herbs worth hundreds of spirit stones was stolen. Wu Yan tried to get the goods back anyway, but the robbers were stronger cultivators and his whole escort was slaughtered. Knowing he could not win, he fled alone through the barren mountains for more than 10 miserable days. When survival finally seemed possible, a pack of demonic beasts caught him first, and tied him up so tightly he could barely move. Then he realized this was not a random pack at all, but a full demonic beast nest with a leader approaching at its center. Fu Shuangni stepped forward in her demonic beast form and calmly asked whether he came from the Wu family of Jihai City, and the speaking beast nearly scared him out of his mind. Convinced he was facing a terrifying high-level demon, Wu Yan answered every question she asked about the Wu family in a panic. Once she understood the clan and his low but usable status in it, Fu Shuangni made her move and offered him a deal instead of a death sentence. Wu Yan agreed so fast it was almost pathetic, because right now staying alive mattered more than pride, loyalty, or anything else. Fu Shuangni's plan was simple and ruthless: sell mountain spirit herbs to the Wu family, take pills and spirit stones in return, and charge caravans protection fees to pass through her territory. She even lent him a batch of spiritual medicine so he could return home with something to show, but locked him down with a heavenly Tao oath and crushing repayment terms. That was how Wu Yan stopped being a victim and became Fu Shuangni's first human traitor. 3 months later, Wu Yan sent back the first batch of pills and spirit stones, and the mountain business started paying off fast. Fu Shuangni kept most of the profit for cultivation and the group's operations, but even the beast's smaller share was enough to make them wildly grateful. Watching them celebrate so easily, she could only think that beasts were much simpler than people, and far easier to keep loyal. She felt a flicker of guilt about how easily they could be manipulated, but she also knew she was building something far bigger than a hidden mountain den. Over the next few years, her territory swelled to hundreds of demonic beasts, thousands of spirit stones, and a serious stockpile of pills. With Wu Yan opening doors in Jihai City, Fu Shuangni quietly spread more human traders and built several money channels reaching back to her mountain base. By age 10, she even controlled Jihai City's biggest lending business, with hundreds of cultivators quietly owing her spirit stones. By age 12, all those demon cores, spirit stones, and pills pushed Fu Shuangni to the 6th level of qi refinement. The price of that shortcut was shaky foundations, so she gained speed but not true invincibility against peers. By age 15 she was half a step from the 7th level, commanding 400 subordinates, and dozens of demonic beasts that could already speak human language. Then one day, a snapping turtle underling rushed in with news that 3 cultivators matching Clear Sun sect robes had entered the mountains. Fu Shuangni was not surprised at all, because she had been expecting this trouble to come sooner or later. Instead of going herself, she coolly ordered the beasts to bind the 3 intruders first as long as they did not attack. At this point, her organization was so large that Fu Shuangni no longer needed to fight every threat personally. Deep in the mountain forest, 3 outer disciples of the Clear Sun sect were already feeling that the silence around them was wrong. One junior nervously warned that they might have wandered into the territory of the great demon rumored to rule this area. Senior brother Chi tried to steady everyone by saying they needed contribution points, and would have sensed the real great demon by now. The moment he said it, heavy footsteps began thudding through the trees toward them. A giant alligator snapping turtle emerged from the forest, and one terrified disciple immediately judged it to be at least 5th level qi refinement. That one cultivation level gap was enough to break their nerve, because none of them had the strength or hidden cards to fight a beast like this. Senior brother Chi finally gave up on hunting and ordered an immediate retreat. They barely turned around before a second demonic beast, a huge fierce tiger, was already waiting behind them and cutting off their escape. Surrounded front and back by beasts whose levels they could not even read, the three disciples knew they were finished. Then the huge snapping turtle blocked the three outer disciples' path and barked out a humiliating order in human speech. Throw down their weapons, hand over the storage bag, strip, and squat in a row. Its killing intent was so vicious that none of them dared test it for even a second. Too scared to resist, the three outer disciples threw away their swords and storage bag, then stripped and squatted in a miserable row just to stay alive. Fu Shuangni kept the three alive and instead terrorized them so thoroughly that the mere thought of her would make them shiver. She forced all three to swear a heavenly Tao oath, betray the Clear Sun sect, and die to mental demons if they ever broke the rules. She was using a method she had learned from Li Feiyu in the real world, and she found it very effective. Then she sent the three new traitors back to the Clear Sun sect with spiritual medicines, turning them into useful spies instead of dead captives. A year later, all three had risen to inner disciples under different elders, just as Fu Shuangni planned. By age 17, Fu Shuangni herself reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, and finally had sect spies worth using. Her three spies secretly sent back a valuable lead. In 10 days, a 10th level outer elder would escort spirit stones along a known route. After weighing that news carefully, Fu Shuangni decided it was time to carry out a Dao tribulation. In her mountain base, Fu Shuangni summons Wu Yan and orders him to secretly hire loose cultivators strong enough to kill a 10th level Qi refinement sect cultivator. Wu Yan instantly realizes she is targeting the nearby Clear Sun sect, and the scale of that move leaves him shaken. Fu Shuangni adds one hard rule: he must leave no trace and never expose her organization behind the attack. 10 days later, the hired loose cultivators ambush a Clear Sun sect outer elder and 7 outer disciples, but the dying elder still triggers a communication talisman. That last message enrages the Clear Sun sect, and a bounty on the killers throws the area around Jihai City into turmoil. A month later, Wu Yan hunts down the same loose cultivators, cuts off their heads, and drags the proof to the Clear Sun sect to claim the reward himself. When the sect asks about the dead elder's storage bag, Wu Yan plays ignorant, while Fu Shuangni keeps both the loot and the sect's reward. Back at her hidden cache, Fu Shuangni counts the haul and finds a rich pile of spirit stones, pills, herbs, refining materials, and even Clear Sun sect cultivation methods. Looking over the mountain of resources, Fu Shuangni coolly decides the deaths of a few sect cultivators and unlucky loose cultivators were a cheap price for this profit. She realizes her fortune could already fund a small sect, but almost all her followers are demonic beasts, so going public now would only invite righteous sects to brand her a demon and crush her. So she keeps her head down and continues building strength in secret, while the beast she raised slowly grows smart enough to think instead of only fighting and eating. By age 19, that strange progress even makes Fu Shuangni feel more like their parent than their boss. When she survives 20 full years in the simulator, a new system prompt suddenly appears and offers 10 freshly refreshed innate talents. The reminder jolts her, because she finally remembers this reward was promised from the very start if she lasted 20 years. She starts weighing the trade carefully, because her current talents are Inhuman, Demon Core, and Rebound, and not all of them can be given up. Fu Shuangni immediately rejects replacing Inhuman, because turning human now could shatter the demonic beast force she built with her own claws. She also refuses to touch Rebound, since that talent can save her life against a cultivation expert at the worst possible moment. That leaves Demon Core as the only talent she can afford to trade away, because she now has other ways to gather resources for cultivation. Then she studies the 10 new talents one by one and quickly tosses out the absurd, dangerous, or useless ones that would only sabotage her plans. Only Talent 2 catches her eye, because Goose Will Eye gives her a 50% chance to copy an opponent's moves, and she decides it is the one worth taking. After weighing everything, she makes the call and orders the simulator to replace Demon Core with Goose Will Eye. The replacement completes at once, and the Golden Core Demon Core she had stored away simply vanishes from her belongings. A sharp pain suddenly stabs through both eyes, making her clamp them shut as the new talent settles in. The pain fades after only a few breaths, but when she opens her eyes again, her vision seems perfectly normal. Puzzled, she pulls out the bronze mirror Wu Yan brought her and checks whether the new eye talent changed her appearance at all. At first the mirror shows nothing unusual, so she guesses the eye talent only changes her appearance when she actively uses it. When she focuses on the new ability, her eyes finally transform into a strange ringed pattern with blue pupils and 3 connected colored marks. Once she relaxes the power, the bizarre eyes disappear, and Fu Shuangni is relieved they only show up when she chooses to use them. She tests Goose Will Eye on one of her demonic beasts and confirms she really can copy another creature's move, even if her version is a little clumsy. At age 21, Fu Shuangni uses spies planted in Jihai City and even inside the Clear Sun sect to map merchant routes for a new wave of robberies. Because she hides her hand so well, the families, sects, and even court caravans all blame rogue cultivators instead of tracing the robberies back to her. By age 22, her cultivation is already pressing right up against the 8th level of Qi refinement. 2 years later, she finally breaks through and steps into the 8th level of Qi refinement. At age 25, her subordinates hit a caravan traveling from Maple City to Jihai City, and Fu Shuangni notices the caravan leader is smart enough to be useful. Instead of wasting that opportunity, she turns the aftermath into infiltration and starts grooming traitors to plant inside Maple City. Then the latest people she draws into the scheme are revealed to be members of Maple City's Qin clan. By her mid-20s, Fu Shuangni's hidden people inside Maple City are already making money on their own, even stretching her loan sharking network into the Qin clan's business with the Wu family. Her force swells to 860 demonic beasts and 32 human followers, and the growing scale makes it obvious this crowd will become chaos without real structure. So she borrows the structure of a cultivation sect and promotes the strongest beasts into 4 elders to keep the whole force in line. Under the elders, she adds protectors, deacons, and even core, inner, and outer ranks for ordinary beast minions, copying sect discipline almost wholesale. Fu Shuangni knows the copied sect system does not perfectly fit demonic beasts, but she is relaxed about fixing mistakes later as she goes. Once the ranks are in place, her orders move faster, and she is secretly pleased that the beasts she raised are now smart enough to function without constant handholding. By age 20, she has piled up a fortune in spirit stones, but the larger her organization grows, the more that huge sum still feels painfully small. Then disaster hits. A violent earth dragon upheaval ravages a 1,000-mile region and drives countless people into ruin. The court's relief is stripped away layer by layer before it reaches the victims, and even Fu Shuangni's network manages to carve off a share from the corruption. With no food and nowhere safe to go, huge numbers of refugees are forced into the desolate mountains where beasts and demonic beasts should have killed them even faster. At age 30, Fu Shuangni hears that a huge group of humans is nearing her territory, and among all those thousands there is only one cultivator. After thinking it through, Fu Shuangni decides to let the refugees in and forbids her beasts from harming them. Her terms are blunt. The humans can rebuild under beast protection, but everything they own and produce will be under demonic beast control. What looks like dead weight to everyone else looks useful to Fu Shuangni, because she trusts human intelligence to be turned into value. She already has nearly 60 human traders working for her, so this refugee wave looks like the perfect base for building something much bigger. Her real plan sharpens into something colder. Instead of binding cultivators with oaths, she wants to raise human followers from childhood until they worship and obey her. On the mountain frontier, a sleepy owl demon spots the incoming column and is stunned by how many humans are packed along the trail below. The owl tries to count them, gets lost before 200, and briefly wonders if this many humans would feed the whole organization for a month. It quickly remembers the standing rule that no one is allowed to eat humans, which in this beast organization is apparently a very serious order. Then a higher-ranking crane demon arrives, and the owl immediately stiffens and addresses her as guardian. The crane demon relays Fu Shuangni's order. They are not to touch these humans, and the 2 birds will go speak to the refugees' leader. As the 2 bird demons fly overhead, the scale of the refugees becomes even clearer. Men, women, elders, and children are all dragging themselves forward half-starved. Some collapse where they stand, and the people around them are so empty they barely have the strength to help, much less share food. The only thing keeping the refugees from breaking apart is the lone cultivator among them, who struggles to hold the starving crowd together. When refugees notice the strange birds overhead, panic ripples through the crowd and they immediately turn to the cultivator for protection. The cultivator forces himself to sound calm and tells them the birds are probably just passing by, even though he knows perfectly well how bad this looks. Inside, he is panicking harder than anyone, because he can tell one bird matches his own Qi refining level and the other is so strong he cannot even read it. He realizes that if he dies here, the refugees behind him will almost certainly end up as demonic beast food. Then his worst fear seems to come true when both bird demons dive straight down at the crowd. The 2 demons land in front of the refugees without attacking, their sheer size and aura alone enough to freeze the whole crowd. Before the cultivator can move, the crane demon coldly asks if he is the leader and reminds him that barging into demonic beast territory normally means becoming food. The cultivator is stunned that a demonic beast is speaking fluent human language, but under the pressure he can only swallow hard and admit that he knows the rule. Then the crane demon changes everything and says their lord is showing mercy by allowing these humans to stay and build a home here if they obey. She makes the threat underneath the mercy perfectly clear too: refuse the arrangement, and no one can guarantee what happens to them in these mountains. The cultivator's brain nearly stops on the spot, because what he expected was slaughter, not an invitation from a demonic beast force to take them in. Still dazed, he nods and accepts on behalf of the refugees. More than 16,000 refugees are brought into Fu Shuangni's territory, and the demonic beasts there help them rebuild instead of hunting them. At first the refugees are completely lost, and only after half a day of explanation do they finally accept that their benefactor is not an official or sect elder, but a powerful demonic beast. 2 years later, the settlers have turned the territory into a working home with fields, water, and new houses built under demonic beast protection. To Fu Shuangni's surprise, the settlers even build a temple for her and worship her as Great Immortal Moon Crow. By age 33, Fu Shuangni has beast subordinates test the children in the settlement, and finds more than 10 with real cultivation talent. With that, Fu Shuangni finally gets the core of her plan and personally starts teaching the gifted children to cultivate. With tens of thousands of humans under her command, Fu Shuangni finally finds ruling far easier than trying to order a pack of unruly beasts. She even had the humans build her a proper cultivation cave on a mountain peak, and after a month of work it became a grand palace in the clouds. Seeing the oversized palace completed, Fu Shuangni is plainly pleased that she no longer has to hide inside a rough cave. Soon after, Fu Shuangni starts teaching a group of human children how to cultivate, telling them to steady their minds and slowly absorb spiritual energy with patience. The children are terrified of being taught by the demonic beast lord of the territory, but Fu Shuangni is already used to that fear and simply waits for them to adapt. She corrects one child's sloppy posture and pushes another to stop dozing off, showing a surprisingly strict teacher's side. Then one child successfully refines a strand of spiritual energy, and Fu Shuangni perks up when she realizes the kid has decent talent. Teaching these obedient children makes Fu Shuangni feel oddly like a young master training brats, except this class is much easier to handle than spoiled noble heirs. Over the next 2 years, Fu Shuangni drills and indoctrinates the gifted children until they truly adapt to mountain life, and every one of them refines a few strands of spiritual energy. By age 36, Fu Shuangni's rule has turned the territory into a rare pocket of peace where thousands of demonic beasts and tens of thousands of humans live together without open conflict. Then she hears that a human woman and a demonic beast have actually fallen in love, and the news leaves her briefly dumbfounded. After the shock passes, Fu Shuangni simply gives the strange couple her blessing instead of trying to stop them. A year later, beast cubs are born in the territory, and Fu Shuangni personally names them like a ruler managing her own growing world. That same year, dozens of human babies are born in the territory too, and Fu Shuangni is oddly moved as she names them and realizes this place is becoming real. By age 38, she formally creates a county office for the settlement, with demonic beasts serving as magistrate and bailiffs to keep order. Refugees and peaceable beasts keep pouring in, swelling her population past 20,000 humans and more than 1,500 demonic beasts. Looking down from above, Fu Shuangni admits the town she built feels weird, because humans and demonic beasts really are living side by side. The main streets are deliberately built extra wide so large beasts can move through town as easily as people. On the busiest main street, Fu Shuangni sees an even stranger sight. Demonic beasts are calmly running herb stalls right beside human hawkers. The buildings are oversized too, and inside a giant and a human waiter cheerfully flatters a demonic beast customer, as if this bizarre town has always worked that way. Elsewhere, children run around a demonic beast that patiently plays with them, making the whole town feel absurdly natural. Even so, Fu Shuangni knows peace is never automatic, because human nature and beast nature still clash whenever tempers flare. To handle those conflicts, she plans an even harsher system, a prison in the iron mine where troublemakers will work off their punishment by mining. Behind the town, a huge stretch of farmland is already thriving, proving that her mixed territory is feeding itself at scale. A giant elephant demon handles irrigation by sucking up river water and spraying it across the fields, doing the work of many laborers at once. Fu Shuangni notes that the crops feed not only humans but also the many omnivorous beasts in her city. Staring at the farms, she starts planning livestock pens next, already thinking about raising boars, bison, and deer for meat. What surprises her most is that building all of this genuinely makes her happy, and the growing city gives her a deep sense of satisfaction. If she had the chance, Fu Shuangni would gladly expand this place dozens of times over and pack it with millions of humans and tens of thousands of beasts. To keep the city running, she builds a full bureaucracy with officials for law, taxes, births, farming, and even disputes between humans and demons. But this new world she created is expensive, and Fu Shuangni realizes even the dirty money she collected before is nowhere near enough. Even short on money, she still grits her teeth and keeps pouring resources into the city anyway. By age 40, Great Yen City's harvests become so abundant that half the surplus can be stored and the other half sold to nearby cities for a huge profit. 2 years later, Fu Shuangni breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, strengthening the ruler behind this whole experiment. At age 43, she officially names her creation Great Yen City and claims the title of its lord. By then the city already holds more than 41,000 citizens, over 2,700 demonic beasts, and more than 100 human cultivators serving inside it. At 45, Fu Shuangni tries forming an army of about 200, but it ends up being mostly demonic beasts with only a handful of human cultivators. Then disaster strikes Great Wei with repeated natural calamities, and a major flood leaves countless people homeless again. Fu Shuangni immediately orders people to guide those refugees into the desolate mountains and absorb them into her territory. In just 1 year, 60,000 refugees arrive, pushing her population past 100,000 for the first time. The same flood drives in even more demonic beasts too, especially fish, shrimp, and crab demons, raising her beast population past 4,000. Looking at 4,000 demonic beasts under her command, Fu Shuangni realizes she could unleash a terrifying beast tide at any time. Even if most of them are only Qi refinement level, she knows that many bodies charging together would still make any ordinary force despair. Fu Shuangni even judges that a nearby city like Jihai City might fall if her beast horde crashed into it. And beyond the beasts, she now has more than 100,000 ordinary people keeping the territory fed and running, which she sees as just as important. That leads Fu Shuangni to a harder truth: most people cannot cultivate at all, because without spirit roots even piles of pills will not change their ceiling. To solve that gap, she orders the cultivators who sought refuge in Great Yen City to focus on martial arts instead and raise its limits for ordinary people. She pushes them even further, demanding a version simple enough for women and children to learn, which gives the entire group a headache. From then on, those cultivators bury themselves in manuals and revisions until they stop looking like immortals and start looking like exhausted old scholars. After years of grinding work, they finally succeed and create a martial art whose peak can match the power of a second-level Qi refinement cultivator. One bearded fourth-level Qi refinement cultivator rushes to Fu Shuangni in open ecstasy and presents the finished book with both hands. He proudly explains that this is only the beginning, and with more time they might push the art all the way to the third level of Qi refinement. Fu Shuangni draws the manual over with a thought, flips through it in moments, and quickly confirms that the result is genuinely solid. Satisfied, she rewards the man and orders the work to continue, turning the difficult project into a permanent policy. She names the new art the Great Yen Body Tempering Technique and spreads it through the entire city for commoners who lack cultivation roots. 3 years later, 1/10 of Great Yen City's huge population has already developed inner strength, making them stronger, tougher, and more useful to the city. At age 53, another refugee wave arrives, pushing Great Yen City's population past an astonishing 200,000. The city expands again and again, and the number of demonic beasts living under Fu Shuangni's rule climbs to 7,000. Then at age 54, shocking news hits the whole city. A human and a demonic beast couple have left behind a half-human, half-demon child. Even Fu Shuangni freezes for a few breaths, because romance between humans and beasts was already rare enough, but an actual child should have been impossible. Wanting to see the impossible with her own eyes, she personally flies over to inspect the newborn. There she finds a healthy infant with a human body, fox ears on its head, and a foxtail behind it, the child of a fox demon father and an ordinary human mother. What shocks her even more is that the baby is not weak at all, and Fu Shuangni can immediately sense aptitude for immortal cultivation inside it. Faced with something unheard of in the cultivation world, Fu Shuangni can only sigh at how impossible this child's existence should have been. As she has done for countless newborns in her city, Fu Shuangni gives the half-demon child a name herself. But the real impact comes after that, when Fu Shuangni starts wondering whether children born from ordinary humans and demonic beasts might always inherit the ability to cultivate. Years into her rule, Fu Shuangni keeps pushing Great Yen City toward one risky goal: making humans and demonic beasts live as one society. Her gamble pays off when the first half-demon children are born, and 16 out of 20 turn out to have cultivation roots. Once she confirms half-demons can cultivate normally, Fu Shuangni starts planning for the city's long future instead of treating them like an experiment. To lock that future in place, she opens Great Yen Academy and puts herself at the top as its dean. The school quickly becomes a symbol of her rule, teaching humans, half-demons, and even beast cubs under one roof. An ape demon who followed Fu Shuangni from the start now runs the academy's daily affairs and reports to her like a loyal deputy dean. The report shows just how unusual the school already is, with 46 students split among half-demons, beast cubs, and humans. The range is even stranger than the numbers, with a 21-year-old human beginner at one end and a 2-year-old half-demon at the other. Fu Shuangni keeps trusting demonic beasts with key jobs because, in her eyes, they are simpler, more loyal, and far less likely than humans to rot the city from inside. As the city grows, she hides its existence behind a layered trade network, making Maple City and Jihai City think they are trading with each other instead. She also builds a fake cultivation sect staffed by her own planted human traders so Great Yen can deal with outside sects without exposing its real core. When that fake sect unexpectedly gets invited to a major sect competition by the Clear Sun sect, Fu Shuangni sends people anyway and barely cares about the poor result. At 63, she finally reaches the second layer of foundation establishment, and grumbles that Moon Crow talent is not nearly as dazzling as she hoped. Even so, Great Yen City keeps surging ahead, with over 300,000 humans, more than 10,000 demonic beasts, and over 100 academy students. One half-demon student becomes the academy's first learner to break into Qi refinement, proving her long experiment can really produce a new generation of cultivators. Her city also improves a body tempering method for ordinary citizens, so almost everyone in Great Yen gains stronger bodies and some internal energy even without formal cultivation. Fu Shuangni's planted agents keep climbing outside the mountains, with Wu Yen reaching elder status in the Wu clan while another pawn enters the Clear Sun sect's inner ranks. Then a sharp-minded ordinary youth improves a farm water wheel, and that small invention makes Fu Shuangni realize education cannot stop with cultivators. By 69, she responds by founding 10 ordinary academies so useful minds are not wasted just because they lack spirit roots. That hidden rise hits trouble at age 70 when a demon cultivator slips into Great Yen City and is only barely caught in time. The arrest leaves Fu Shuangni grimly aware that her city is now big enough to attract enemies she has been trying to avoid. What bothers her most is who came first, not a righteous sect or a local clan, but a true demon sect cultivator. Because she has dealt with demon sects in real life, she knows exactly how dangerous that is. The weak ones are long dead, and the survivors are murderous, extreme, and hard to shake off. So her first order is simple and urgent: find out whether that intruder was alone or whether Great Yen has already been exposed. A week later, the answer finally comes back in her favor. The demon cultivator discovered the city by chance and told no one else. She exhales, knowing Great Yen would have been wiped out if a demon sect had sent even a few Jindan cultivators after it. Relief does not make her careless, and she immediately decides to sweep the entire area around Great Yen clean. That purge lasts a year and uncovers 3 more demon cultivators from different sects, which leaves Fu Shuangni stunned at how rotten Great Wei's territory has become. By 73, she breaks through again and reaches the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. 2 years later, one of her most trusted demonic beasts also enters Foundation Establishment, finally giving Great Yen a second high-level fighter. Great Yen keeps swelling past 400,000 people, and feeding that many humans and beasts forces the city to massively expand farming and animal husbandry. At 79, the city catches another lucky break when a small spirit stone mine is found nearby. Then disaster strikes again when an earth dragon upheaval hits Great Yen and leaves thousands dead or injured. Even after a blow like that, Great Yen recovers fast because Fu Shuangni's disaster relief actually reaches the victims instead of vanishing into officials' sleeves. Her control is so strong that nobody dares skim from relief funds, and that clean response makes the city's people feel even more tightly bound to Great Yen. For many residents, the comparison is now obvious. Great Yen feeds them, shelters them, and keeps both cultivators and beasts from preying on them, while Great Wei offers a name and little else. Outside the mountains, though, the same disaster throws Great Wei into its usual mess of corruption, robbery, arson, and demon riots. The imperial court sends enormous relief shipments, but along the way hundreds of flying ships are whittled down to a pitiful handful. Fu Shuangni is happy to watch Great Wei stumble, because every crack in the dynasty gives Great Yen more room to grow. She does more than watch, too, quietly joining the scramble and swallowing 1/20th of the disaster relief supplies for Great Yen's expansion. That raid brings in funds and something even better, since the operation also hands her leverage over local Great Wei officials by exposing their dirty secrets. By 82, Great Yen Academy turns out several more Chi refinement students, showing that the city's education system is no longer a fragile experiment. Fu Shuangni keeps expanding ordinary schools too, determined to turn common children into the practical minds Great Yen will need later. At 83, the city passes 500,000 people, the beast population tops 20,000, and Great Yen starts to look less like a hidden refuge and more like a rising state. A planted insider outside becomes a county magistrate, another beast enters Foundation Establishment, and the city's top combat power rises to 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The half-demon population climbs past 500, and a second cultivation academy opens as proof that Fu Shuangni's mixed city is no longer a small anomaly. Then the story shifts to the outside road, where Wu Yan leads a caravan from Jihai City deep toward the Savage Mountains instead of taking the normal route to Maple City. His daughter, nervous on her first business trip, finally asks the obvious question: why are they heading toward Beast Country if they are supposed to be going to Maple City? Wu Yan only strokes his beard and smiles, telling her he would never push his own daughter into a fire pit and that she will understand soon enough. Privately, Wu Yan has already decided Yuna's future lies in Great Yen City, where her intelligence can matter far more than it ever could inside the cramped Wu family. He has already arranged permission with Fu Shuangni, hoping to place Yuna into Great Yan's new cultivation academy because her small foundation should be enough to get her in. For now, he simply repeats that this hidden mountain route is the road he uses for trade between Jihai City and Maple City, while Yuna can only stare back in confused silence. Following her father's caravan deep into the Savage Mountains, Wu Yun suddenly sees a huge city rising out of the wilderness and can barely believe her eyes. Wu Yun rubs her eyes until they turn red, but the city does not disappear, and the shock only gets worse. Wu Yan laughs at her reaction and proudly tells his daughter this hidden city is far better than Jihai City or Maple City. The rest of the caravan stays calm, making it clear they already know this place well and are part of Wu Yan's trusted inner circle. At the foot of Great Yen City, Wu Yun finally sees how absurdly strong it is, with a towering wall reinforced by visible formation lines. Then Wu Yun spots a large demonic beast nearby and goes pale on the spot. Wu Yan calmly tells her not to panic, because in Great Yen City those demonic beasts are citizens. Once they enter the city, Wu Yun is hit by the full sight of Great Yen streets, where humans and demonic beasts walk side by side like this is completely normal. The shock gets even bigger when Wu Yun realizes the beasts are not just present here, they are actually greeting people and speaking back. Wu Yun even pinches her own thigh to make sure she is awake, and the pain confirms this impossible city is real. Because a city like this should be famous, Wu Yun quickly realizes the only reason she never heard of it is that someone has been hiding it on purpose. When she confronts him, Wu Yan admits he has been working for Great Yan's city all along. That answer lands hard on Wu Yun, because she finally understands her father is what the outside world would call a human traitor. Elsewhere in Great Yan's city, Fu Shuangni spends her day handling the few government problems serious enough that her subordinates still cannot decide them. After finishing the day's work, Fu Shuangni sighs at the absurd reality that even a demonic beast city lord gets buried under endless administration. She still cannot transform into human form, because beasts like her need to reach nascent soul before that becomes possible, and she is only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. At age 85, Fu Shuangni hears that the 300-year-old lord of Jihai City is collecting huge birthday tributes from every direction, and the news immediately gives her ideas. A month later, 2 Clear Sun Sect Foundation establishment deacons transporting tribute are ambushed so fast they cannot even send a message, and the story is spread on purpose to stir everyone up. The bait works, because once that robbery becomes public, loose cultivators and opportunists everywhere start eyeing the tribute routes too. Soon other tribute shipments get robbed by copycats too, and the whole region falls into the chaos Fu Shuangni wanted. With everyone distracted, Great Yan City quietly sends its own people into the mess and scoops up tribute after tribute from the confusion. By the time the birthday season ends, Great Yan City has taken loot worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, including spirit tools, pills, techniques, and old books. At age 86, Fu Shuangni hears the Jihai City Lord was driven so furious by the losses that his vitality was badly damaged, and she can only spare him a few mocking seconds of sympathy. At age 88, Fu Shuangni finally breaks through to the 4th level of foundation establishment, but the slow pace at higher realms is already starting to drag on her. Even while her cultivation drags, Great Yan City keeps expanding, adding more academies until the place is producing new generations of local cultivators. By age 95, Great Yan City passes 600,000 people, and even Fu Shuangni starts feeling the strain of managing something this massive. The city's success becomes its own problem, because Fu Shuangni spends so much time building managers and governing people that her own cultivation keeps getting pushed aside. Just then, a crane demon asks for an audience, and brings news of a small western tribe of beasts trying to copy Great Yan City for themselves. The crane demon explains the settlement only has about 100 beasts, led by a 9th-level Chi refinement cat demon who refused to merge into Great Yan even after being offered protection and resources. What surprises Fu Shuangni is that this cat demon is not hostile at all, just ambitious enough to think he can build his own miracle city under her shadow. After thinking it over, Fu Shuangni decides not to crush the little settlement, and instead offers support on one hard condition. Great Yan will take 70% of its taxes for the next 500 years. She even sends a foundation establishment beast and city building help, making it clear this will be a dependent frontier city, not a truly free one. The cat demon hesitates for a long time, but in the end he accepts because building under Great Yan's nose means there was never a real way to stay independent. Great Yan pours in people, resources, books, and management talent, and by age 97 a tiny new city rises in the west. When the new city asks her to name it, Fu Shuangni calls it Qinghe City. Qinghe City quickly enters close trade with Great Yan, turning the little experiment into a real extension of Fu Shuangni's influence. By age 99, Qinghe's cat demon Lord Lu Ming has become Fu Shuangni's sworn brother, tying the two cities together even more closely. As more beasts in Great Yan grow older and sharper, Fu Shuangni notices a new problem forming inside her own ranks: ambition. Instead of pretending it will pass, Fu Shuangni investigates which subordinates are getting restless and summons them all at once. More than 100 beasts stand before her, loyal but visibly shaken, because their ambitions have already started causing wasteful friction inside Great Yan City. Fu Shuangni calmly asks if they envy Qinghe City, where Lu Ming gets to rule a place of his own, and the question hits every one of them. The beasts do envy it, but they are too afraid to admit that out loud, because they expect this calm tone to be the quiet before punishment. But Fu Shuangni shocks them by revealing she has already prepared more than 100 storage bags filled with spirit stones, pills, books, and city management notes. Her order is simple and huge at the same time: leave Great Yan City, build your own cities within 20 years, and come back for help once a settlement grows past 500 residents. The assembled beasts can hardly believe it, because their city lord is not crushing their ambition at all, she is turning it outward. In the end, 121 ambitious demonic beasts each take a storage bag and secretly depart Great Yan City to found powers of their own. Fu Shuangni sends more than 100 demonic beasts out from Great Yan City like scattered sparks, gambling that even if many fail, the city's influence will keep spreading. As Great Yan City keeps absorbing Great Way refugees, officials in Great Way grow suspicious when the refugee crisis starts disappearing on its own. By age 104, Great Way cultivators are already investigating in secret, and Fu Shuangni quietly has one of them eliminated before the trail gets too close. Even after that, Fu Shuangni knows the leak cannot be stopped forever, because hundreds of thousands of missing refugees are far too big for Great Way to ignore. Inside Great Way, one faction is happy to let the refugees vanish if it means fewer mouths to manage and more chances for officials to take credit. But another faction sees the disappearances as a threat to the dynasty itself, warning that demons or a demon sect may be behind it, and pushing for a full investigation. Those loyal investigators are the real danger to Great Yen City, because the city's expansion has left too many clues for a determined searcher to miss. At age 105, Fu Shuangni orders her people to lie low, but she knows the quieter approach can only buy a little time. Then at age 106, a Great Yen bailiff is captured by a Great Way court cultivator, and the secret finally breaks open. When Jihai City's lord hears there are actually 2 hidden cities in the beast-filled mountains where humans and demonic beasts live together, he can barely believe it. His disbelief quickly turns into alarm as he decides this can only mean demonic corruption, illegal rule, and open rebellion against Great Way. By age 107, 16 counties answer the call, and Great Way scrapes together a massive force of court cultivators and commoner troops to march into Savage Mountain and wipe out the rebels. Fu Shuangni is not surprised by the invasion, because once Great Yen and Qinghe stood as their own region inside Great Way's borders, war was inevitable. Submission is never really an option, because Great Yen and Qinghe are full of demonic beasts and half-demons, and Great Way already treats them as demonic heretics. When the Great Way army enters Savage Mountain, they are battered from the start by constant attacks and the terrifying terrain. A month later the real war erupts, and Great Way's commanders are stunned by how many beasts, cultivators, and half-demons Great Yen can throw into the fight. After taking heavy losses, Great Way uses traces of demons as an excuse to call in the sects, and several Golden Core elders join the campaign. With Golden Core cultivators now on the field, Great Yen City's defenders are pushed to the brink in less than a day. A wounded demonic beast rushes to Fu Shuangni with the bad news, panicked that their strongest fighters cannot stop the sect elders. Fu Shuangni's first question is not about retreat but whether the youngest and most talented children have already been sent away. Once she hears the seeds of the future are safe, Fu Shuangni says one fallen city means nothing if those children live long enough to build hundreds more. For Fu Shuangni, what matters most is passing down the idea behind Great Yen, so she orders everyone to defend the city to the death and never retreat. She could have escaped in the chaos and rebuilt later, but whether from attachment, pride, or her blood as Great Yen royalty, Fu Shuangni refuses to abandon her people. Her resolve spreads through Great Yen City, and even ordinary civilians grab weapons to protect the homes they rebuilt with her. These former Great Way refugees no longer fear their old dynasty as much as they hate it for trying to destroy the only home that took them in. But sheer courage cannot close the gap in power, and Qinghe City falls first with its cat demon city lord dying in battle. 3 days later, Great Yen City is finally smashed apart as the last battle closes around Fu Shuangni. Facing a sect Golden Core cultivator, Fu Shuangni uses Goose Wheel Eye to copy the enemy's technique and rebound to block the strongest attack. Her counterattack lands hard enough to wound a Golden Core elder, proving just how dangerous she has become even at the end. That threat makes the sect elders stop underestimating her, and several Golden Core cultivators immediately join forces to kill her. Fu Shuangni dies in battle at 107 years, 6 months, and 11 days, still choosing to stand with Great Yen City to the very end. Even in that last moment, not one of Great Yen City's 600,000 people thinks of surrendering or giving in to fear. Back in reality, Bai comes out of the simulation impressed, feeling that Fu Shuangni's life was more intense than the other simulated runs put together. What hits him most is that Fu Shuangni was never cornered by the simulator itself and still could have escaped, but she chose to live and die with her city anyway. Bai Yi can only sigh that Fu Shuangni really does carry the pride of Great Yen's royal line. Then the simulator pops out Fu Shuangni's results screen, showing her full lifespan and 5 bonus achievements tied to beasts, city building, half-demons, and defending the nation. The main rewards appear next, including Fu Shuangni's 4th level foundation establishment spiritual power, Goose Wheel Eye, and the Clear Sun Sutra. Bai Yi barely cares about the spiritual power or even the sect technique, because the moment he sees Goose Wheel Eye's copy effect, he knows that is the reward he wants. He also realizes Fu Shuangni's rewards look less flashy only because she never had strong backers or access to better treasures, despite living a far more dramatic life. Just as Bai Yi finishes that thought, the simulator starts revealing Fu Shuangni's extra rewards as the screen continues to unfold. Bai Yi opens Fu Shuangni's settlement screen and stares at 5 extra rewards appearing all at once. The first reward drops into his hand as a storage bag, and Bai Yi checks it with divine sense out of habit. He is caught off guard when the bag turns out to be packed with spirit herbs, spirit stones, and piles of preserved demonic beast meat from Fu Shuangni's early fortune. Bai Yi quickly realizes this rough-looking stash is still a serious haul for Foundation establishment cultivators because the quality is average, but the quantity is huge. The fire cloud fan appears next, and Bai Yi catches it before it can hit the floor. As soon as he holds the fan, Bai Yi understands its origin. Fu Shuangni's beasts robbed a Clear Sun sect deacon and took this spirit weapon with the rest of his resources. He feeds spirit energy into the fan, and flames burst around it in an instant. With one wave, a sheet of fire surges across the room, and Bai Yi has to stop it at the last second before he burns his own house down. He judges the fire cloud fan useful but too low grade for his current power, and immediately thinks of asking Shu Jihua to reforge it later. The third reward turns out to be an entire city compressed into a tiny floating model, and Bai can only stare at it in disbelief. Once he senses the miniature Qinghe city can return to full size, Bai dryly realizes this reward could double as a brutal city-dropping attack. Then he discovers the tiny city also works like a huge storage item when the fire cloud fan vanishes neatly into it. Bai braces for something absurd from the half-demon aptitude reward, but instead a warm current simply washes through his body. He feels his affinity with spiritual energy rise again, and realizes his already gifted cultivation talent has just been pushed even higher. The last reward shocks him most of all. Great Yen City's success has condensed into a real wisp of national fate. Bai pieces it together and understands what the simulator is saying. Fu Shuangni did not just build a city, she built something close to a miniature nation. As the wisp enters him, Bai feels his spiritual power change nature and gather into a spinning fate cyclone inside his dantian. That discovery leaves him rattled, because if all his spiritual power could become national fate one day, the result would be terrifying. After taking in all 5 rewards, Bai cannot help feeling that his 3 simulator tools have been earning him absurd profits lately. Back in Yuanian County, Fu Shuangni reviews the fall of Great Yen City and starts hunting for the real reason her long project was destroyed. She rejects the easy answer of being too high profile, because a city of hundreds of thousands could never stay hidden anyway. Then the real flaw clicks into place for her. She planted influence in Great Way's cities, but not deeply enough inside the actual bureaucracy. She realizes the war was triggered by local officials, so her next strategy is obvious. She needs her own people in county and prefecture offices, not just merchant and family circles. With that answer in hand, Fu Shuangni finally smiles and sets a more realistic goal for the next run: keep Great Yen City alive a few more decades, maybe even a century or 2. She gets to her feet and awkwardly stretches, because after living as a demonic beast for so long, being back in a human body feels strangely rusty. Once she settles back into herself, Fu Shuangni opens her own settlement rewards and sees an unusually rich payout waiting for her. The main reward hits first, and Fu Shuangni's cultivation jumps straight from 2nd layer foundation establishment to the 4th layer in one outrageous leap. Even Fu Shuangni is shaken by how absurd that breakthrough feels, because this is the first time the simulator has pushed her realm up so directly. Feeling that new strength flood her body, she bluntly admits the simulator is the biggest opportunity in her life. For a moment she even imagines a terrifying future where she reaches nascent soul before 30 if this pace keeps up. But practical problems snap her back down, because she still owes Li Feiyu a crushing debt under a heavenly Dao oath and wants to repay it as fast as possible. Checking the resource rewards, Fu Shuangni decides to hold on to the Golden Core Demon Core instead of using it to repay her debt right away. The next reward confuses her more than it pleases her, because she somehow receives the half-human king body tied to the Great Wei royal line. She cannot explain that reward at all, so she suppresses the doubt and tells herself the answer may come later. Then her mood lifts again when she sees the complete rebound talent, now with a full 50% chance to throw attacks back at an enemy. The final reward stuns her just like it stunned Bai Yi. Great Yen City really condensed half a wisp of national fate. She is thrilled enough to want another simulation immediately, but the 12-hour cooldown slams that impulse to a stop. Elsewhere, Bai Yi has no such waiting period, and his thoughts drift toward entering the simulator again right away. His only hesitation is Shu Jihua, because she was extracted from the simulator before, and he is not sure whether starting over will break something. Curiosity wins, and Bai Yi finally starts a brand new simulation anyway. The simulator accepts him, but the next line catches him off guard. He cannot continue that old life and must start from zero. Before Bai Yi can process that twist, the simulator rolls straight into a fresh 10-talent selection screen. Bai Yi opens a fresh simulation expecting to test more loopholes, but the simulator shuts that hope down with a full restart and a new set of 10 random talents. He quickly throws out the obviously useless picks, especially the ones that would make him bow for a tiny chance of mercy, or even reincarnate as a woman. What catches his eye instead is a practical trio, a landlord family start, a high chance at a special bloodline, and a gamble on a mysterious reward. Bai Yi locks in talents 1, 6, and 8, and the familiar pull of reincarnation wipes his cultivation back to 0. He is reborn in the Great Yu dynasty as the son of the richest landlord in Bai family town, and his father celebrates with a lavish banquet and even calls in a cultivator to test the baby. The verdict lands fast. The newborn boy is not suited for immortal cultivation, a bad sign that Bai Yi sees as trouble from the very start. By 6 months old, Bai Yi is already talking clearly enough to terrify his family into thinking he is possessed. They rush him to a local Taoist temple, where a 3rd-level Qi refinement priest calmly says the child is not haunted, just absurdly intelligent. That ruling turns Bai Yi into the town's famous child prodigy, even while everyone pities the boy for having poor cultivation roots. At age 2, stray cats and dogs begin turning up as dried corpses, and Bai family town starts whispering that something unclean is prowling the streets. By age 4, even a wanted criminal found in town is discovered as another shriveled corpse, pushing the haunting rumors into full panic. Court cultivators come to investigate, But they find nothing because the real culprit, little Bai, has been hiding his tracks the entire time. Bai already knows this life is a dead end for normal cultivation, so he decides he will force a way upward instead of living as a useless mortal. To repair his weak talent, he secretly uses the heaven-devouring demon technique, a forbidden method that steals origin energy from living things and feeds it back into his body. At first his tiny body can barely handle it, and he nearly strains himself red-faced just to drain a little life from flowers and grass. Once he manages to refine that stolen energy into spiritual power, he escalates from plants to stray animals, and those dried corpses in town suddenly make perfect sense. When ordinary animals stop helping much, Bai turns his attention to people, but only the worst kinds of targets. He quietly hunts wanted criminals and evildoers, even eliminating one of his father's business partners after discovering the man is really a local gang leader. That death costs the Bai family an important ally, and Bai's foolish landlord father visibly ages under the blow to his business. By age 6, Bai has become the unofficial king of the local children, gathering a little following the way a future force starts to take shape. At age 8, he finally crawls into the first level of chi refinement, and bitterly admits just how hard cultivation is with rotten roots. He realizes the only fast way to truly fix his talent would be to devour an entire town, and the fact that he refuses to do that is about the only moral line he still keeps. At age 10, disaster slams into town when a demon cultivator massacres the magistrate office, and Bai's father dies there while delivering gifts. With the family's pillar gone, greedy locals circle the Bai estate like vultures, ready to strip it apart. Bai kills a few of them and reveals that he is an immortal cultivator, instantly turning those predators into flatterers. But Bai knew this move would attract a bigger threat, because the demon cultivator behind the magistrate massacre would never ignore a 10-year-old cultivator in this town. That is exactly what Bai wants, because he has already decided to use the demon cultivator himself, both his life and everything he carries. A month later, the wanted demon cultivator sneaks into the Bai residence at night to wipe out the family, only to stumble straight into an illusion array. The hunchbacked man freezes in disbelief as he realizes a mere country courtyard has been turned into a prepared killing formation. Before he can recover, a flying sword punches through his chest, and the dying rogue can barely believe a 10-year-old at first level chi refinement could pull this off. He would rather believe righteous cultivators set him up than accept that he has been outplayed by a child. Then little Bai steps into view and coldly tells him not to die too fast, because a fresh body still has more origin energy to take. As the heaven-devouring demon technique tears into him, the demon cultivator dies staring at Bai in horror, finally realizing the child is a fellow monster with an even nastier method. The kill pays off twice, because Bai not only devours the man's origin energy but also discovers a storage bag full of useful loot. Inside are a demon cultivation technique, spirit stones, low-grade pills, and a mediocre flying sword, enough to slightly improve his roots and push his path forward again. He buries the whole incident in silence, because letting anyone know what really happened would only bring catastrophe onto his head. By age 12, Bai reaches the second level of chi refinement, and starts checking the children loyal to him for cultivation talent. To his surprise, 2 of those followers really do have immortal roots, giving his little power base its first real chance to grow. Instead of celebrating, Bai immediately starts shaping them into loyal subordinates by feeding them obedience before technique. At 14, he begins teaching them cultivation, turning his childhood gang into something far more dangerous. At 15, he heads into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts, and keeps using their lives as fuel to patch his own miserable talent. By 16, he finally climbs to the 3rd level of chi refinement, still advancing slowly but no longer helpless. Then everything collapses when a far stronger demon strikes the Bai family, and this time Bai cannot sidestep the disaster. The slaughter leaves thousands dead before Imperial cultivators finally force the demon back, but their rescue comes too late for Bai himself. Just when his run should be over, the mysterious box triggers and hands him a soul pearl that preserves his mind, soul, and even cultivation after death. Bai rises again as a rare ghost cultivator, looks down at his gloomy new form, and can only sigh at how absurd his life has become. After becoming a ghost cultivator, Bai can no longer appear in daylight, and has to hide inside the soul pearl until night falls. When he roams by family town at night, Bai finds the streets packed with wandering souls left behind by the demon cultivator's massacre. Some of those ghosts are the same local brats who used to follow him around, which makes the massacre feel even more personal. Bai knows these mindless ghosts will fade away in a few days, and almost none of them will ever become ghost cultivators. So he makes a brutal choice. If their souls are going to vanish anyway, he will devour all of them and use that power to avenge the town. After swallowing one wandering soul, Bai confirms that the heaven-devouring demon technique still works even in ghost form. With no one left to object, Bai grimly decides that the town's dead are giving silent consent. The heaven-devouring demon technique turns his ghost body into a huge vortex and starts dragging in thousands of wandering souls across Bai family town. As the souls pour into him, Bai's spiritual power rises and even his cultivation talent improves with every mouthful of origin energy. His realm is still low, so even with a vicious technique like this, it takes him 3 full nights to finish devouring the town's thousands of ghosts. By the end, not a single wandering ghost remains, and Bai has climbed to the 4th level of chi refinement with a much stronger ghost cultivator foundation. A year later, at age 17, he finally steps into the 5th level of chi refinement. Ghost cultivators are too rare to copy Fu Shuangni's path, so Bai has to carve out his own way instead. By 19, he starts feeding on demonic beasts and spirit herbs in the mountains, pushing his root bone higher again and reaching the 6th level of chi refinement. At 20, Bai suddenly runs into the demon cultivator whose aura matches the butcher from Bai Family Town. He realizes the man really is the butcher of Bai Family Town, but the demon cultivator is likely in Foundation establishment, so Bai forces himself not to strike. Instead of rushing in, Bai shadows the demon cultivator through the dark woods and waits for a better chance. At 21, Bai finally gets his opening when Imperial Court cultivators ambush the demon cultivator and beat him into a bloody retreat. The demon cultivator escapes, but the Imperial Court hunters are too injured to chase, so Bai quietly picks up the pursuit himself. Deep in a remote valley forest, the badly wounded demon cultivator collapses against a boulder and coughs up blood, nearly out of strength. His injuries are brutal, especially the sword slash across his chest that cuts so deep the bone shows. Nearby demonic beasts smell the blood and gather in the shadows, but none of the chi refinement creatures dare pounce on a Foundation establishment cultivator yet. He sneers at the lurking beasts, but inside he knows his injuries are bad enough that a swarm of weak monsters could still finish him. He bitterly curses the Imperial Court for ambushing him and blames them for driving him into this pathetic state. Then he pulls out a high-quality pill bottle to recover, showing that even now he still has valuable resources on him. Before he can swallow a pill, a black bolt of icy lightning suddenly crashes down from the sky at him. He barely dodges, instantly realizing this strange attack is nothing like ordinary lightning. Furious, he shouts for his hidden attacker to show themselves and sweeps out his senses to search the forest. His divine sense catches a cold inhuman presence, and he realizes with a jolt that a ghost cultivator is hunting him. He tries to talk his way out, demanding why a ghost cultivator would interfere when they had no quarrel. Bai Yi does not answer with words and sends a flying sword at him instead. The demon cultivator blocks the strike, but every forced movement tears at his wounds and leaves him even paler. From the attacks, he judges that Bai Yi is only in chi refinement, but in his current condition even that is enough to become a deadly problem. Bai Yi keeps pressing the sneak attack until the heavily injured demon cultivator is dragged to his last breath. Once he is sure the man has exhausted all his trump cards, Bai Yi finally appears in front of him without fear. He devours the origin energy of the Foundation establishment demon cultivator and surges all the way to the 8th level of chi refinement, nearly touching the 9th. Afterward, Bai Yi searches the corpse and finds a storage bag packed with far more wealth than he expected. Most of the pills are already gone, but Bai Yi still pulls out spirit stones, spirit medicines, damaged spirit tools, demon techniques, refining materials, and even an upper-grade spirit stone. The haul makes it obvious this demon cultivator got rich through a long trail of ugly crimes. Using the stolen resources over the next year, Bai Yi keeps refining himself until he finally reaches the 9th level of chi refinement at 23. Even now, Bai Yi still cannot trigger the dragon's descendant talent, and he starts to suspect becoming a ghost cut him off from that bloodline power completely. He can only compare losses and gains, wondering whether he traded away a much smoother immortal path when the mysterious box turned him into a ghost cultivator. He bitterly thinks that if the bloodline talent had awakened earlier, he might already have reached Foundation establishment several levels deep, or even be nearing Golden Core by 23. But that path died with him the day the demon cultivator killed him, and now he has no choice except to move forward as a ghost. By then Bai Yi has already left Bai Family Town, learned he lives in Great Yu, and realized this is the same dynasty tied to the Sky-Holding sect and the ancient demon. That connection matters because Bai Yi starts using memories from Qin Qianshue's past simulation to hunt for opportunities hidden across Great Yu. At 24, those memories lead him to Iron Eagle County and a ruined cultivator cave abode hidden there. Inside, he finds a stash of medicinal pills that boosts his cultivation sharply and leaves him one step from the 10th level of chi refinement. 2 years later, he finds a special spirit medicine somewhere else and devours it to finally break into the 10th level. At 27, trouble finds him when a Foundation establishment orthodox cultivator spots a ghost cultivator and decides to refine Bai Yi into a weapon spirit. The man underestimates him, and Bai Yi barely escapes by relying on the weird mix of techniques he has built as a ghost. Instead of fleeing far, Bai Yi turns around and prepares a huge killing formation, betting that greed will drag the elder right into it. The orthodox elder takes the bait, charges into the trap, and the two sides tear each other apart in a vicious battle. Bai Yi comes out of that fight with his soul nearly scattered, but the elder dies first. He devours another Foundation establishment cultivator's origin energy, and pushes himself even closer to his own Foundation establishment breakthrough. Bai Yi knows he only killed that elder because the man forced the fight, but he also knows the real problem is what comes after. The dead man was an elder of a medium-sized orthodox sect, which is still far beyond what Bai Yi can handle openly. He tries to avoid the storm, but the elder had already left a hidden aura mark on Bai Yi's ghost body before dying. That secret mark lets the sect track him down, and from their point of view Bai becomes the demon who murdered one of their elders. By 28, he is already being hunted across the region. At 29, the pressure forces Bai to break into Foundation establishment and launch an extreme counterattack against his pursuers. The breakthrough lets Bai survive, but his brutal counterattack brands his ghost form as a demon lord and turns the wider righteous path against him. By 31, he is still being cornered and has to slaughter more than 10 righteous path cultivators just to stay alive. At 33, the hunt escalates again when even a golden core cultivator joins the righteous campaign to eliminate him. After years of being chased with no end in sight, Bai is numb to it by then, but this time the pursuit finally kills him. When the familiar view of his real residence returns, Bai realizes this simulation life has ended at 33 after only lasting 3 years longer than the last one. He cannot even call this run impressive, and the whole life feels awkward and underwhelming when he looks back on it. In the end, Bai can only grumble to himself that if anyone asks, he was obviously being suppressed by the world's will. Bai's latest simulation ends after more than 33 years, and the settlement screen suddenly tells him he unlocked a ghost cultivator achievement. That bizarre reward makes Bai realize dying in the simulator actually paid off, because becoming a ghost was what triggered the extra achievement. He dismisses the first reward immediately, since a mere first-layer foundation establishment power boost means almost nothing to his current cultivation. The puppet line technique does not impress him either, because it is just a plain puppet-controlled demonic art and not worth learning. With the choices all pretty mediocre, Bai settles on the black snake sword because even a low-grade spirit weapon is still more useful than the rest. He even jokes to himself that the new spirit sword can replace the dull woodcutter at home. What really catches his attention is the bonus soul pearl, because that was the thing that let him continue on as a ghost after death inside the simulation. Bai quickly grasps the value of the pearl and treats it like a strange kind of resurrection armor that could let him start over after dying. By the next morning, Qinqianxue reaches Qinghe County and takes a room at a high position in where she can watch the courtyard she cares about. She still cannot let go of Bai, because from their earlier meeting she was convinced there was something special hidden about him. At the same time, she regrets being too direct before, since pushing him to reveal himself may only have exposed that she was unusual too. Even so, Qinqianxue knows regret is useless now, so she decides this has become a contest over who uncovers the other's secret first. That mindset reminds her of Qin Jiao, because in their partnership she has usually been the one taking the initiative ever since she discovered Qin Jiao's simulator secret first. Looking over Qinghe County, she quietly admits that this little place is far too abnormal, since big events and dangerous people keep gathering here. Normally she would avoid a place that attracts this much trouble, but her need to understand Bai keeps her here anyway. After settling her thoughts, Qinqianxue changes her face again and heads back toward Bai's residence in disguise. She tries once more to probe the house with spiritual sense, and once again some hidden formation blocks her completely. Then a strange woman speaks from behind Qinqianxue, calmly identifying her as the Spirit Sword Sect Holy Maiden and even noticing the imperial aura on her. The instant her identity is exposed so casually, Qinqianxue realizes her disguise was useless and that her curiosity has dragged her into real danger. Qinqianxue steadies herself and does not make a reckless move, because anyone who can slip beside her this easily is clearly much stronger than her. When Qinqianxue turns around and finally sees Xu Jihua clearly, she is struck by both the woman's beauty and her faintly drunken air. Keeping her tone respectful, Qinqianxue asks whether the senior knows her. Xu Jihua says they already crossed paths in Yuanying County, where she noticed Qinqianxue leap 2 small cultivation stages at once. That clue makes Qinqianxue instantly connect the dots and realize this senior was the one who fought the Sacred Heart Palace demon back there. Xu Jihua lightly praises her sharp mind, then stops playing around and asks what exactly she is doing here. Knowing she cannot dodge the question, Qinqianxue calmly admits she once met the man in that courtyard and has felt ever since that he is unusually special. Her explanation is honest but careful, revealing her motive without exposing any real secret of her own. Xu Jihua sees through that caution and silently rates Qinqianxue even higher, recognizing both terrifying talent and a very deep mind. Even so, Xu Jihua warns her to stop digging, saying Bai is not for her to pry into and that cultivators do not casually probe each other's secrets. Qinqianxue immediately understands she has no path forward here, especially after seeing that Bai has a powerful woman guarding his side. Since Xu Jihua has already left her a graceful way out, Qinqianxue apologizes and withdraws instead of pressing any further. Xu Jihua does not stop her, partly because Qinqianxue's status as the Spirit Sword Sect Holy Maiden might mean stronger experts are protecting her in secret. After Qinqianxue disappears, Xu Jihua heads back into the courtyard and finds Bai lazily sunning himself as if nothing happened. Xu Jihua immediately starts teasing him, saying she just chased off a beautiful girl and asking whether he feels disappointed. She adds that Qinqianxue's disguise was flimsy to him anyway, and then ramps the teasing up by treating the Holy Maiden like a possible marriage candidate. Bai cuts her off in exasperation, already used to how wildly she lets her imagination run. Xu Jihua takes a drink and says his talent is so monstrous that if the cultivation world learned about it, female cultivators would line up for dual cultivation with him. She even whispers that maybe Qin Qianxue already discovered his talent, and that is why she started watching him so closely. Bai inwardly rejects that idea on the spot, because of all people Qin Qianxue is the least likely to covet someone else's cultivation talent. Back at her inn, Qin Qianxue finally exhales in relief, still rattled that the encounter ended without turning into a disaster. All the way back, she kept expecting Xu Jihua to change her mind and follow, so the fact that nothing happened feels like a narrow escape. She concludes that being the holy maiden of the Spirit Sword sect can attract danger, but it can also keep stronger people from making reckless moves. She considers entering the simulator right away, but pauses because she still is not sure whether anyone might be watching her in secret. So Qin Qianxue decides to wait until night, even if that means missing her usual timing with Qin Jiao for a day. When night finally settles over the eerily quiet county, Qin Qianxue looks at the moon outside and prepares to connect to the simulator. She reaches out with her consciousness, and the immortal cultivation simulator answers her at once. Far away in Jingxing Palace, Qin Jiao also delays her own entry because she spends the whole day struggling to explain her absurd growth to her mother without revealing the simulator. Qin Jiao burns through nearly all the lies and clever excuses she has built up over 10 years before her mother finally accepts the story and leaves. By the time that crisis is over, it is already night, so Qin Jiao prepares to enter the simulator too. Neither woman knows it yet, but Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao have accidentally synced up again. And this time there is a surprise waiting for them, because a third human tool has entered the simulator at the exact same time. Qin Qianxue snaps awake inside the simulator again, opening her eyes to a rush of imperial physicians, worried palace maids, and Qin Fonin in full dragon robes. She steadies herself quickly, because even if only 12 real-world hours passed, she is already used to this strange feeling of meeting the same people in another life. As Princess Chan Ning, Qin Qianxue repeats her old strategy and uses a future-predicting dream to warn Qin Fonin that Great Wei is hiding dangerous traitors from the previous dynasty. Her warning pays off, and Qin Fonin quietly starts a secret purge, pulling hidden remnants of the previous dynasty out of the palace without exposing where the lead came from. By 16, Qin Qianxue already holds a full list of names, and the scale of the hidden enemy is big enough to make even Qin Fonin hesitate. Staring at the list, Qin Fonin is shaken to find old acquaintances, court officials, and military generals all mixed in with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Qin Qianxue answers without flinching, and that simple yes forces Qin Fonin to face how deeply Great Wei has been infiltrated. He realizes wiping out everyone at once could gut a third of Great Wei's power structure, so this cannot be a reckless public purge. Instead, Qin Fonin decides to investigate slowly and quietly, because one wrong move could scare the hidden network into disappearing again. At 17, Qin Qianxue notices something else is off, because this timeline does not match the usual moment when Qin Jiao should have entered the simulator. To test it, she sends someone to Maple City to find out whether the Qin family still has a girl named Qin Jiao. The reply comes back at 18, Qin Jiao is real, talented, and already well known in Maple City, which only makes the timeline mismatch even stranger. Still puzzled, Qin Qianxue decides not to wait and personally writes a secret letter to make contact with Qin Jiao herself. Far away in Maple City, Qin Jiao is stunned when that secret letter actually lands in her hands. Qin Jiao immediately starts spiraling, because Qin Qianxue entered at a different time and still somehow ended up on the exact same simulator timeline as her. The more she thinks about it, the creepier it feels, and Qin Jiao half jokes to herself that Qin Qianxue is like a ghost she just cannot shake off. But after the initial shock, Qin Jiao's mind turns practical, because working with Qin Qianxue last time brought huge achievement rewards and helped her break through fast. She quickly catches herself getting carried away and bristles at the idea of giving Qin Qianxue all the credit when she knows she pulled her own weight too. Before she can dwell on it, a commotion inside the Qin clan pulls her attention away. She follows the commotion and finds her third uncle dragged back from a trade run in terrible shape, with torn clothes and suspicious wounds all over him. Qin Jiao asks what happened, and her third uncle says their caravan was ambushed on the way to Jihai City by bandits with immortal cultivators backing them. He says the goods were stolen, their people barely escaped alive, and the whole disaster nearly got them killed in the Savage Mountains. That catches Qin Jiao off guard, because when she thinks of the Savage Mountains, she thinks of demonic beasts, not bandits waiting on hidden trade routes. Her third uncle explains that the Qin clan's route to Jihai City was supposed to be secret, so someone must have leaked it before the ambush. At first Qin Jiao writes it off as terrible luck, but one glance at the wounds on his arm makes her stop. She asks if those are scratches, and for one frozen instant her third uncle almost gives himself away. He recovers fast and claims the marks came from the bandit leader's demonic beast mount, trying to smooth the whole thing over. Qin Jiao outwardly accepts the answer, but her third uncle is already hurrying away to apologize to the clan head before she asks anything sharper. As he walks off, his private fear spills out. If his niece discovers he colluded with demonic beasts from the Savage Mountains, he is finished. The moment he leaves, Qin Jiao drops the act and narrows her eyes, because she knows something about this story does not add up. The old granny spirit confirms it at once. He lied, and those injuries were not left by a human at all. According to the old granny, A fairly strong demonic beast beat him so badly he had no chance to resist, which makes his survival feel even more suspicious. Qin Jiao starts piecing it together, and realizes this entire incident never happened in her last simulation, which means the future has already shifted. She is left wondering what change caused this new secret to appear inside her own clan. The story shifts to Savage Mountain, where a demonic beast respectfully reports to Fu Shuangni that the human was sent back as ordered. Fu Shuangni calmly confirms that man is her planted piece inside the Qin clan of Maple City, valuable not because of strength but because the right pawn can matter at the right moment. She also lays out a bigger rule for her organization. They cannot only recruit demonic beasts, they need useful humans too. Once the subordinate leaves, Fu Shuangni looks over the familiar mountain scenery and quietly reminds herself that this is all starting over again. She has already spent 18 years in the simulation and, unlike before, entered at the same time as Qin Jiao while Qin Qianxue came slightly later. She still has no idea Qin Jiao and Qin Qianxue are also in great way, so Fu Shuangni calmly believes she is the only special person in this simulation. What she does know is that she cannot repeat last time's mistake, so this run is built around preparing much earlier. By now she has already planted dozens of people across Maple City, Jihai City, and the nearby counties, but she is still not satisfied. Her real target is deeper infiltration, because she wants a spy close enough to touch the core of Maple City, or Jihai City itself. If she gets the chance, she even wants to push a human traitor all the way into ruling one of those cities for her. To make that possible, Fu Shuangni rebuilds her old model and commands a large demonic beast organization with hundreds of subordinates. At the same time, she has already trained more than 50 human traders from every kind of background, from cultivators and merchants to plain villagers. Any human who wanders into her territory can end up as a recruit, and the ones who refuse are kept alive as labor for the city she plans to build later. That future city already has a name in her plans, because Fu Shuangni is preparing Great Yan City well ahead of time this run. The early preparation is paying off, and after years of effort more than 500 demonic beasts under her can already speak human language. Then another strange plan moves from theory into reality, because Fu Shuangni's half-demon breeding project is already underway. One female demonic beast is already pregnant, turning that unsettling experiment into a real new development inside her organization. By 19, Fu Shuangni has expanded even further, recruiting more than 100 additional demonic beasts and over 20 more human pawns. And then the simulator drops its latest milestone. The world's first half-demon has finally been born, and Fu Shuangni needs to see it at once. In her new simulation, Fu Shuangni finally succeeds in creating the first half-demon child ahead of schedule, and the baby is born healthy with decent cultivation talent. Pleased that this new race really can inherit better roots, Fu Shuangni decides she will personally train the child once she turns 3. She gives the baby her father's surname, and calmly names the girl he Cloud Rabbit. Even while handling the newborn race, Fu Shuangni keeps pushing everything forward faster than last time and starts planning for the next big chance. Remembering that an earthquake will soon hit Kushan County, Fu Shuangni decides this time she will seize the coming refugee wave instead of letting it pass. The disaster arrives exactly as expected, and thousands in Kushan County lose their homes after the quake tears through fields and houses. The court's relief supplies are stripped away before they arrive, leaving only a miserable fraction for the actual victims. Then the county magistrate makes it worse by sending bailiffs to drive the homeless straight out of the county as refugees. Fu Shuangni's planted people slip into the refugee crowd, take the lead, and keep them alive with just enough food to move. Under that cover, Fu Shuangni guides the whole group into Savage Mountain to become her future population. Just as her plan is working, Fu Shuangni receives a startling report that a princess from the Great Wei capital has arrived in Maple City and gone straight to the Qin clan. That news throws her off immediately, because she clearly remembers no princess ever coming here in her last simulation. For a moment, Fu Shuangni seriously considers attacking the princess for treasure, leverage, and even a possible spy line into the imperial palace. But she quickly drops the idea, knowing a royal princess will not be easy to fool and will almost certainly be guarded by a golden core expert. The next report is even stranger. The princess intends to protect the Qin clan, and she seems personally close to the clan head's daughter. When the names Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao reach her ears, Fu Shuangni freezes because both names feel weirdly familiar even though she cannot place them. Soon after, Qin Qianxue uncovers the scandal in Kushan County and strips out the magistrate along with the corrupt local officials under him. Watching from afar, Fu Shuangni realizes this princess is the real thing, and that her purge has opened a perfect hole in the county government. Half a month later, she quietly moves her own people into those vacancies until almost the entire county bureaucracy answers to her without Qin Qianxue noticing. Fu Shuangni is thrilled by the irony that while imperial power crushes local corruption, she is the one quietly hollowing out Great Wei from the inside. Meanwhile, the refugee column finally reaches the depths of Savage Mountain, where the sight of so many demonic beasts almost sends the newcomers into panic. Fu Shuangni steps in herself and steadies them, easing the fear just enough for the refugees to stay and listen. She has already planned the whole place in advance, dividing the territory into homes, farms, livestock grounds, workshops, and business space. With humans and demonic beasts laboring side by side, the mountain settlement surges into full construction. Back in Quishan County, Qin Qianxue is surprised when the purged offices refill almost instantly with unusually capable new officials. After watching them for a while, she is genuinely impressed and accepts that even these unorthodox appointments are worth keeping if the county runs well. Even so, Qin Qianxue has not forgotten the people driven out earlier, so she summons a shadow guard and asks whether anyone has found the refugees. The reply points straight to Savage Mountain, and Qin Qianxue immediately realizes the refugees may have been driven into demonic beast territory. That answer makes Qin Qianxue furious, and she coldly says the magistrate got off too lightly for forcing civilians into a place like that. Refusing to assume the refugees are already dead, she gives the order to search Savage Mountain and rescue any survivors. 3 Foundation establishment secret guards search the mountain for a full week, but they find only broken trails, erased evidence, and fake traces planted to mislead them. The strange cover-up leaves Qin Qianxue puzzled, because a helpless refugee group should not have the skill or reason to hide itself so carefully. Time passes, and at age 20 Qin Qianxue finally leaves Maple City for the overseas desolate islands with Qin Jiao at her side for their 3rd operation together. Back in Savage Mountain, Fu Shuangyi learns that both Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao have finally left Maple City, and the pressure on her territory immediately eases. She admits the princess nearly found the refugees, and only her early cleanup of the trail kept her hidden from disaster. Even after the threat passes, Fu Shuangyi still cannot understand why Qin Qianxue appeared here this time when she never did before. In the end, she forces herself to stop overthinking it and falls back on her usual resolve: if she dies, she will simply start over tomorrow. By age 21, the mountain settlement has fully taken shape, and the refugees and demonic beasts have truly learned to live together. Thanks to Fu Shuangyi's careful planning, Great Yen City is built even earlier than in her last simulation, and she finally gets to see her long game paying off. Deep in Savage Mountain, Fu Shuangyi's Great Yen City is still tiny, more like a rough village than a real city, but humans and demonic beasts are already building it together. Among the new arrivals are many old people, and Fu Shuangyi quickly realizes they cannot keep up with the heavy labor her city needs. So she pulls out her secret weapon, the Great Yen Body Tempering Technique, a martial method she designed for ordinary people without spirit roots. The technique works even for the elderly, letting people in their 70s, 80s, or even older strengthen their bodies and recover the energy they lost with age. Fu Shuangyi's rule is blunt but clear: she gives these refugees shelter, safety, land, livestock, and techniques, and in return she expects loyalty and labor for Great Yen City. Anyone unwilling to belong or work has no place here, but to Fu Shuangyi's satisfaction, nobody rejects her terms. At 22, Fu Shuangyi's network strikes the Clear Sun sex trade route, and human traders plus demonic beasts steal a batch of spirit herbs without leaving a usable trail. She also keeps planting people inside Maple City and Jihai City, quietly pushing her traders into local official positions. At 23, one of her planted insiders in the Qin clan brings back a juicy clue. Qin Jiao sent several storage pouches home, and the clan head was stunned by what was inside. Those pouches are packed with spirit stones, spirit herbs, and even cultivation methods, enough to make Fu Shuangyi immediately suspect Qin Jiao found a major opportunity. Fu Shuangyi wonders whether the Great Wei Princess handed Qin Jiao those resources, or whether Qin Jiao stumbled onto something much bigger on her own. What really matters to her is simple: if Qin Jiao found treasure, then Fu Shuangyi wants a piece of it. She knows building Great Yen City burns through wealth, so in her eyes the fastest answer is robbing the rich cleanly enough that nobody can trace it back to her. But Maple City is too dangerous for a brute force raid, because the Qin clan has foundation establishment cultivators and her demonic beast subordinates would be exposed immediately. So she changes tactics and decides to hollow the Qin clan out from inside by planting even more human traitors in the family. She has Qin clan members and servants secretly captured, turned into her people, and sent back one by one until the family is riddled with hidden spies. Before long, more than 10 traitors are embedded in the Qin clan, including a few with enough status to reach the clan's core secrets. From those spies, Fu Shuangyi learns that Qin Jiao is not with the princess at court at all, but somewhere overseas on a deserted island. That makes her even more certain Qin Jiao found a huge opportunity, and she cannot understand why the Great Wei Princess would share it instead of killing her for it. Far overseas on that deserted island, inside the Bronze Gate, Qin Jiao suddenly receives a message from home. Qin Qianxue teases her, wondering whether someone with Qin Jiao's personality could really be sentimental about the Qin clan. Qin Jiao scans the message, hears only ordinary family news, destroys the talisman, and fires back that she still has some kinship after all these years. Her words hit Qin Qianxue for a moment, because they stir up memories of people she lost in the past. Qin Qianxue quickly steadies herself and warns Qin Jiao to tell her clan to stay away from Savage Mountain. Qin Jiao is caught off guard, because she does not see what Savage Mountain has to do with the Qin clan. Qin Qianxue reminds her of the Quishan County refugee incident, when thousands of displaced people vanished after being driven away. She reveals that her people traced those refugees into Savage Mountain, where even the tracks had been deliberately erased, convincing her something dangerous was hidden there. Qin Jiao finally understands the warning and agrees that thousands of people disappearing into the mountains without a trace is far too strange. After returning to Maple City, Qin Jiao sends a warning letter home telling the Qin clan to be careful around the desolate mountains. But Qin Jiao has no idea the Qin clan is already full of Fu Shuangni's infiltrators, so her warning is leaking straight back to Savage Mountain. Back inside the Bronze Gate, Qin Jiao and Qin Xianxue stop lingering at the edge and head straight for the deeper core with Great Wei's secret guards. After smashing through more machine-operated puppet beasts, they run into Taoist Blood Lotus's demon embryo again in the Bronze Gate core. The secret guard leader is shaken on sight, recognizing the thing ahead as a spirit embryo twisted into a demonic form. Before he can protest, Qin Xianxue cuts him off and calmly says she already has a spirit weapon that can kill it with complete certainty. That answer leaves the guard leader speechless and visibly shaken by how prepared Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao are. Using a pile of life-saving spirit tools and the mysterious mask Qin Xianxue provides, the secret guards finally destroy the demon embryo. Far away in the sky-holding sex demon ceiling tower, Taoist Blood Lotus senses the loss and erupts in fury. With the biggest danger inside the Bronze Gate gone, Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao can finally plunder the place much more safely. 2 years pass, and the gap between the three women stays brutal. Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao reach foundation establishment, while Fu Shuangni only reaches Qi refinement. Even so, their fates keep brushing against each other, because Fu Shuangni's spies in the Qin clan and the Great Wei bureaucracy have already tied her to both women without her realizing it. Back in Great Yen City, a demonic beast subordinate reports that Qin Jiao has sent another huge batch of cultivation resources to the Qin clan. The report says the Qin clan's reserves now rival a medium-sized cultivation sect, which makes even Fu Shuangni lift her brows. She sighs that Qin Jiao's opportunity must be extraordinary, but to Fu Shuangni that only means Qin Jiao is now carrying a share of loot that was never going to stay hers alone. Over the years, Fu Shuangni has quietly pushed one of her own people into the Qin clan's circle of decision-makers. Working through that insider and the others around him, Fu Shuangni feeds the Qin clan head practical suggestions until he starts trusting her agents with real authority. The richer the Qin clan gets, the easier this becomes, because the clan head casually hands out thousands of spirit stones and herbs to the very people Fu Shuangni controls. And the final joke lands hard. Around 70% of those resources are quietly swallowed by Fu Shuangni, turning Qin Jiao into her unseen money tool too. On a deserted island overseas, Qin Jiao reads a communication talisman from Maple City and immediately feels that something is off. The message says several usually useless Qin clan heirs suddenly started offering clever business ideas, and Qin Jiao finds that even harder to believe than the message itself. Because she knows the Qin clan inside and out from repeated lives, Qin Jiao is sure these people did not just become competent overnight. She mentally lists the names one by one and remembers each of them as arrogant, foolish, crooked, or incompetent, which only sharpens her suspicion. What really alarms her is the detail that her father put her third uncle in charge of watching them. That name reminds Qin Jiao of an old robbery case, when her third uncle insisted bandits attacked him even though the old granny sensed demonic beasts instead. Now Qin Jiao connects the dots and suspects the sudden reformers and her lying uncle may already be colluding with the same hidden force. Too far away to act in person, she sends a warning talisman back to her father with everything she knows and every doubt she has. Back in Maple City, the Qin clan head trusts his daughter's warning enough to quietly test one of the suddenly obedient clan disciples. The man folds quickly, and the Qin clan head learns that his own descendant was planted as a traitor by an outside force. He is furious, but instead of killing the traitors, he forces himself to stay quiet and use them to track the real mastermind. The deeper he digs, the colder it gets, because even the captured traitor does not know who the true mastermind really is. The story cuts to Savage Mountain, where Fu Shuangni calmly orders Wu Yan to remove the Qin clan spies before the family traces the problem back to her. She is not surprised the Qin clan reacted this fast, and she dryly notes that she already made plenty from them in the meantime. Wu Yan, now deeply embedded in Great Yen City's upper ranks and in charge of human traitor networks, accepts the order at once. When Wu Yan asks whether the Qin clan traitors should be smuggled all the way to Great Yen City, Fu Shuangni tells him yes, and tells him to do it quietly. That choice shows why Wu Yan is so loyal to her, because Fu Shuangni does not throw away useful followers once they are exposed. At age 25, Fu Shuangni's people successfully pull the 10 or so traitors out of the Qin clan, leaving the clan head furious and empty-handed. When Fu Shuangni meets the rescued traitors herself, she quickly sees that some of them are genuinely rotten people who were easy to turn in the first place. So she puts demonic beasts over them and has the troublemakers straightened out by both discipline and force before sending them to work on the city. A year later, a demon begins slaughtering people in a Great Wei County, leaving dead cultivators, dead civilians, and whole streets soaked in panic. Fu Shuangni quickly orders her people to mix in with the fleeing civilians, and quietly lead as many of them as possible toward Great Yen City. But the mad demon chases the refugees anyway, turning the escape into another mass killing before Great Yen City's forces can reach them. Fu Shuangni's forces send both demonic beasts and human cultivators to surround the mad demon, and they bring it down in a costly fight. After the battle, a human cultivator reports the painful count: over 3,000 people saved, over 2,000 dead, and 5 of Great Yan City's own lost in the rescue. For a brief moment even that sacrifice raises doubt, but Fu Shuangni crushes it herself, and decides those lives were worth spending to save more people. She orders a memorial stele engraved with the names and merits of every fallen fighter so Great Yan City will remember who paid for its future. That kind of treatment is exactly why more than 100 low-level wandering cultivators are willing to work for her instead of any human sect. By age 28, Great Yan City has become a real home, with nearly 10,000 humans, over 1,000 demonic beasts, and a population that finally accepts living side by side. The farmland and livestock both double, but instead of selling the surplus harvest, Fu Shuangni fills new granaries and keeps every grain in storage. She does it because she already knows a huge disaster is coming the following year. At age 29, a massive earthquake tears through more than 1,000 miles, flattening homes, ruining fields, breaking riverbanks, and unleashing floods. The disaster leaves countless people homeless and starving, while even the imperial relief sent from the capital gets skimmed away before it reaches them. Fu Shuangni also profits through the bureaucratic spies she planted, but unlike the local officials, she uses those same networks to funnel refugees into Savage Mountain. She remembers that this exact disaster was what let Great Yan City explode in size last time, so now she moves even faster and means to seize every opening it creates. Under her agent's guidance, the first batch of more than 10,000 refugees enters Savage Mountain anyway, even though they know the wilderness is full of danger. They go because the officials in their own homeland have already abandoned them, so risking the mountain feels like their only remaining choice. A month later, the first refugee wave finally reaches its destination and stops dead when a full city rises out of the Savage Mountains in front of them. The refugees burst into shocked excitement, because the impossible promise was real and there really is a place here where they might survive. But that hope turns uneasy just as fast, because if even their own county would not save them, they cannot yet believe this mountain city actually will. Outside Great Yan City, frightened refugees suddenly spot giant demonic beasts walking inside the low city walls and panic on the spot. The crowd's fear spreads fast, and some refugees even think the whole city has already been turned into a monster nest. But hidden among the refugees are Fu Shuangni's planted men, and the ordinary people instinctively turn to them as their leaders. One low-level cultivator raises his voice and assures everyone that Great Yan City is different. Humans and beasts live together here, and no one is being fed to monsters. He pushes harder by promising houses, food, and warm clothes already prepared by the city lord, then says he will enter first to prove it. When the planted men walk straight into the city, the crowd still hesitates and watches to see if they get eaten. Then a burly refugee loudly shames the doubters, reminding everyone that these benefactors fed them, treated their illnesses, and never pushed them toward death before. His outburst breaks the mood, and once he follows the others inside, the rest start moving too out of sheer herd courage. Fu Shuangni's simple trap works exactly as planned, and the refugee wave finally pours into Great Yan City. Inside the city, the newcomers stay on edge until they see ordinary civilians living beside demonic beasts without being harmed, and only then do they start to believe. Over the next 3 years, Great Yan City swallows more than 200,000 refugees, and the pressure on Fu Shuangni keeps rising even as order holds. By age 35, the city is spending spirit stones, gold, and silver like water to build fields, livestock operations, and a faster-growing economy. A year later, Great Yan City has become a strange but stable power of hundreds of half-demons, 230,000 humans, and more than 7,000 demonic beasts. Then Fu Shuangni gets troubling news that the Great Wei Princess has returned to Maple City, and Qin Jiao is with her again. Even though Fu Shuangni has spent decades planting people across cities and counties, she knows all of their influence means little against one direct order from the Great Wei Princess. To stay out of that woman's sight, Fu Shuangni decides Great Yan City has to keep its head down for now. In Maple City, Qin Jiao returns after more than 10 years and looks over the familiar streets with obvious relief. Qin Jiao immediately asks Qin Qianxue whether the previous dynasty's remnants have started causing trouble yet. Qin Qianxue calmly says they no longer have the chance, because her father has already been watching everyone on the list and is waiting to wipe them out in one sweep. With almost all the enemy names and plans already known from the last simulation, Qin Qianxue has no intention of letting those rebels stir up the dynasty again. Qin Jiao finds something else stranger instead and bluntly asks why Qin Qianxue came back with her instead of returning to the palace. Qin Qianxue reveals that a strange case near Maple City has been bothering her for years. Thousands of people entered Savage Mountain and vanished. Qin Jiao quickly connects it to the old disappearance case, and Qin Qianxue confirms that is exactly what she means. She adds another layer to the mystery. After a major earthquake 7 years ago, even more displaced civilians disappeared in the same mountains. Because Qin Jiao once passed on the disaster news, Qin Qianxue secretly sent a guard to investigate, and learned that the exact same disappearance had happened again without public notice. That makes Qin Qianxue suspect either a buried secret in Savage Mountain, or someone deliberately covering the whole thing up. When Qin Jiao realizes Qin Qianxue wants to uncover the mountain secret, she immediately insists on joining in, excited by the danger. Qin Qianxue sees that Qin Jiao calls it interesting because she still does not truly grasp how hard common people suffer, but she keeps that thought to herself. Dropping the thought, Qin Qianxue gives a firm order to prepare men because they are entering Savage Mountain tomorrow, and an unseen Wei Yi answers at once. The next day, Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao enter Savage Mountain and quickly notice a suspicious refugee group already moving through the wilderness. What catches their attention most is that the refugee line is being led by an immortal cultivator, which makes the whole scene feel wrong immediately. Qin Qianxue cannot understand why any cultivator would bring helpless civilians into a mountain range famous for demonic beasts unless he wants something from them. Instead of grabbing the cultivator right away, Qin Qianxue decides they will blend into the refugees first and find out the truth from inside. Qin Jiao grumbles that they could just capture and interrogate the man, but she still follows Qin Qianxue's plan. So Qin Qianxue, Qin Jiao, and the secret guards all change into road-worn commoner disguises until they no longer look like cultivators. Once inside the group, Qin Qianxue starts studying the refugees closely and is surprised to find that they look healthy, well-fed, and far too energetic for displaced victims. That mismatch rattles even Qin Jiao, who whispers that this looks less like desperate refugees and more like 1,000 people on some filthy mountain outing. Qin Qianxue quietly tells her to stay patient, convinced that a few more days will expose whatever clue they are missing. By evening, the whole caravan stops almost in unison, as if everyone already knows the routine for making camp. Then a loud refugee announces that the immortal cultivator is about to hand out travel rations, complete with water, food, and even meat for everyone. He gives strict rules about portion sizes and warns nobody to steal or fight over food, which makes it obvious this distribution has happened many times before. Right on cue, the refugees stand up and form a long, orderly line with practiced speed, eager for their share. Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao slip into the line too, moving close enough to finally see the cultivator leader from up close. Up close, Qin Qianxue is thrown off again because the man's bearing feels oddly righteous, not like the sort of person who would casually lead people into a trap. Even so, she keeps acting like an ordinary refugee and silently accepts a ration and a beast skin water bottle from his hands. The moment the food touches her hand, Qin Qianxue catches a demonic beast aura on it, and the mystery suddenly turns much darker. While eating with the refugee group, Qin Qianxue catches a faint demonic beast trace on the meat bun and realizes their guide to Savage Mountain is hiding something important. She quietly stops Qin Jiao from making a move, because she wants to use that immortal cultivator to uncover the Savage Mountain secret instead of scaring him off. Qin Jiao grumbles that hiding like spies is beneath two Foundation establishment cultivators, but Qin Qianxue dryly says that lack of patience is exactly why Qin Jiao always dies first. After 2 or 3 months of following the refugees deeper into Savage Mountain, the pair finally see the hidden truth they were chasing. What waits at the end is not a camp or a village, but a full city hidden in the wasteland, large enough to rival a county outside. Old Granny immediately warns that the city is wrong, because the demonic beast aura packed inside is far too dense for any normal human settlement. Qin Jiao spreads her spiritual sense and confirms it for herself. The city holds many demonic beasts, but it also holds a huge number of humans. Her shock deepens when she realizes most of those humans are not ordinary civilians at all, but martial artists with internal energy in their bodies. Then Qin Jiao looks up at the gate plaque and freezes, because the city has an impossible name, Great Yen City. Qin Qianxue quietly points out that those 2 words sound very familiar, and Qin Jiao suddenly understands the terrifying possibility she is hinting at. The two of them piece it together in shock. If this city really carries that name for a reason, then someone like them may have built it, while the people beside them still have no idea what they mean. Qin Jiao wants to go straight to the city lord, but Qin Qianxue decides to inspect Great Yen City first, because she wants to understand how humans and beasts are living together here. They enter with the refugees and immediately find an absurdly wide avenue, as if the city was designed for far more than just human traffic. The reason becomes obvious when 2 huge demonic beasts stroll down the road, and the newly arrived refugees nearly panic on the spot. A disguised guard quietly warns Qin Qianxue to be careful, but she notices the locals are completely calm and the 2 demonic beasts show no hostility at all. That quiet order impresses Qin Qianxue so much that she openly admits the city's creator handled this better than she could have. Qin Jiao is briefly speechless, then reluctantly admits Qin Qianxue has a point, because building and managing a city like this sounds worse than death to her. Then Old Granny points them towards several children in the west side of the street, saying those little brats are carrying spirit energy. When Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao look over, both of them stop cold, because the children are half human and half demonic beasts. Qin Jiao can barely process what she is seeing, especially after noticing that these strange children are already cultivating, even if they have not reached chi refinement yet. Before she can make sense of it, a female demonic beast walks over beside a middle-aged human man and scolds one of the half-demon children for staying out too late. The demonic beast's mother grabs the half-demon child by the collar to drag him home, and the human father gently speaks up for the kid, making their family bond impossible to miss. That ordinary scene stuns the entire group into silence, because a human and a demonic beast are clearly living as husband and wife and raising a child together. Qin Jiao blurts out the wrong question first, shocked that a mere chi refinement demonic beast can already speak, and old granny has to drag the focus back to the much bigger issue. Once the shock settles, Qin Qianxue calmly judges that these half-demon children are not evil at all, just pure new lives that no ancient record ever prepared anyone to understand. She realizes this city may have produced an entirely new race, and if the outside world learns the truth, Great Yen City will likely be branded heretical and attacked. After taking all that in, Qin Qianxue decides she has to meet Great Yen City's lord in person. Qin Jiao immediately asks if they are just going to charge into the city lord's mansion, and Qin Qianxue has to remind her they are here to request a meeting, not start trouble. She adds that as the princess of Great Wei, she doubts the city lord would reject a formal request to meet. At the same time, a crane demon rushes through Great Yen City to deliver news to the city lord's residence high above the city. That peak residence is where Fu Shuangni lives, cultivates, and governs Great Yen City from above the clouds. At the gate of the city lord manor, a crane demon rushes up with a jade token and insists it has urgent news for Fu Shuangni. The guards let the messenger through, and it hurries deep into the manor to report straight to Fu Shuangni. In front of Fu Shuangni, the crane demon reports that a group of extremely strong immortal cultivators has snuck into Great Yen City from Great Wei. The messenger adds the biggest reveal. One of them claims to be Princess Changning of Great Wei, and her name is Qin Qianxue. Fu Shuangni keeps her composure and asks one sharp question: did Qin Qianxue say what she wanted? When the crane demon says Qin Qianxue simply requested a meeting, Fu Shuangni realizes the visitors came to talk, not to attack. Fu Shuangni decides to welcome them and says that since Great Yen City will be discovered sooner or later, she is willing to talk. When asked whether only the princess should enter, Fu Shuangni tells the messenger to bring the whole group because truly hostile guards would have destroyed the city already. Soon after, a giant white crane escorts Qin Qianxue, Qin Jiao, and Great Wei guards toward the city lord manor. They land in front of the manor, and the first surprise is how plain the city lord's residence looks despite its lofty setting. Qin Jiao quietly notices that the manor seems to hold far more demonic beasts than immortal cultivators, which makes Great Yen City even stranger. Qin Qianxue only tells her she will understand once they go inside, keeping the tension tight. Before stepping in, Qin Qianxue orders the visible Great Wei guards to wait outside, showing she wants this meeting controlled and personal. Inside the manor, Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao are greeted by a moon crow whose eyes are far too intelligent to be an ordinary beast. Qin Jiao is hit by a wild suspicion that this moon crow might actually be the city lord who built Great Yen City. The moon crow speaks clearly, names both Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao, and confirms that she is indeed Great Yen City's founder and city lord. Qin Jiao can barely process that a moon crow created a city where humans and demonic beasts live together on this scale. Instead of treating Fu Shuangni like a rebel, Qin Qianxue calmly praises the city she built and asks if she may pose one question. Her question is simple but loaded. Why did Fu Shuangni name this place Great Yen City? Thrown off by the question but answering honestly, Fu Shuangni says she named the city after Great Yen, the place she came from, to commemorate it. Qin Qianxue quietly narrows it down to Great Yen Dynasty, and those three words hit Fu Shuangni like a thunderclap. Qin Jiao immediately complains that Qin Qianxue exposed the secret too fast this time, since she made Qin Jiao struggle much longer before confessing the truth. Now fully shaken, Fu Shuangni asks the question outright: are these two really the same kind of people as her? Qin Qianxue confirms it without hesitation, and Qin Jiao says she recognized Fu Shuangni the moment she saw the name Great Yen City. For a moment Fu Shuangni's thoughts spiral, because the simulator she thought was hers alone suddenly has two other chosen users standing in front of her. But after that initial shock, Fu Shuangni forces herself calm and accepts the new truth that the simulator was never exclusive to her. Fu Shuangni admits she is still stunned, then asks the real next question. Now that they have confirmed it, what do Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao want from her? Qin Qianxue is impressed that Fu Shuangni recovered so quickly, and she almost uses Qin Jiao's earlier panic as a comparison. Qin Jiao cuts her off with a fierce cough and glare, refusing to let that embarrassing story be aired again. Changing tone, Qin Qianxue says that since they are the same kind of people, there is no reason to oppose each other. She points to her current partnership with Qin Jiao as proof that cooperation between simulator users already works. Then Qin Qianxue openly offers Fu Shuangni a partnership, saying she and Qin Jiao already share information and opportunities and asking whether Fu Shuangni wants in. The offer genuinely moves Fu Shuangni, but she also understands the reality that among the three, her own foundation and voice would be the weakest. After measuring the pros and cons, Fu Shuangni accepts and agrees to cooperate with them. With that answer, the three simulator users settle into an alliance, and the immediate crisis around Great Yen City starts to ease. For Fu Shuangni, the biggest advantage is clear. With Princess Qin Qianxue's backing, Great Yen City has a path to Great Wei's recognition instead of being branded a heresy. Once Fu Shuangni agreed to work together, the problems choking Great Yen City suddenly started looking solvable. To prove her sincerity, Qin Qianxue tells Fu Shuangni about the bronze giant door and the blood lotus. Then Qin Qianxue hands over a storage bag, and Fu Shuangni immediately realizes this is no ordinary gift. When Fu Shuangni checks inside, the sheer amount of spirit stones leaves her stunned on the spot. The bag is packed with far more than stones too, with spirit herbs, manuals, pills, and spirit tools piled in enough quantity to rival a whole sex treasury. Faced with that haul, Fu Shuangni can only admit it, compared to Qinqianxue, Great Yan's city is painfully poor. With that sudden windfall, Fu Shuangni finally has the resources to push Great Yan's city into full expansion. Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao stay on as honorary heads of the Great Yan Immortal Cultivation Academy, and even start guiding the half-demon students. When they learn Fu Shuangni personally created the half-demons, even those two are caught off guard. Backed by Qinqianxue's investment, Fu Shuangni herself breaks through to the 10th level of qi refinement. A few more years of growth turn Great Yan City into a giant magnet for people, pulling in humans, beasts, and half-demons by the hundreds of thousands. After living there for 5 years, even Qinqianxue is still amazed by how fast Fu Shuangni can absorb refugees and turn them into loyal citizens. Watching from the sky, Qinqianxue finally understands Fu Shuangni's method. Common people do not ask for much, so steady food, clothes, land, and shelter are enough to win their hearts. That realization makes her shiver a little, because if she were truly a princess of Great Wei, she would see Great Yan City as a threat worth destroying. But Qinqianxue knows this princess identity is only part of the simulator, so instead of opposing Fu Shuangni, she openly admires her talent. She is even more shaken after learning Fu Shuangni's real identity, because the girl leading Great Yan City is actually Great Yan's true little princess. Fu Shuangni's success also sparks a dangerous new thought in Qinqianxue's mind. Maybe she should stop playing safe and go after Great Wei's throne herself. She reasons it through coldly. A higher rank brings more enemies, but it also brings more protection, and the simulator rewards lives that are big enough to matter. Once she commits to the idea, Qinqianxue realizes the only truly reliable allies for a crown prince struggle are Qin Jiao and Fu Shuangni. So Qinqianxue spends days negotiating with Fu Shuangni, and their loose cooperation hardens into a real alliance aimed at Great Wei's crown prince struggle. Qinqianxue goes all in and promises to hand half of Great Wei's secret guards over to Fu Shuangni while backing Great Yan City with everything she can. Fu Shuangni answers with an equally ruthless plan, backing Qinqianxue's bid for the crown prince position, while planting her own human traitors across Great Wei's bureaucracy. Qin Jiao does not care about becoming crown prince, but she is still itching to settle the score with the Great Wei crown prince who got her killed last time. With that, the three of them finally reach their first real consensus on the future. Not long after, Qinqianxue leaves Great Yan City and heads back to the Great Wei Imperial City, with Qin Jiao joining her. On the ship high above the world, Qin Jiao suddenly bares her teeth and says they need to get rid of Great Wei's crown prince this time. Qinqianxue answers calmly that saying something like that anywhere else would be enough to land Qin Jiao straight in the heavenly prison. Her real target is the secret guards hiding nearby, and the moment they hear her tone, they stop reacting and stay silent. That exchange quietly rattles the hidden secret guards, because it makes Princess Chan Ning and the crown prince sound dangerously out of step. Qin Jiao, oblivious to the panic she just caused, bluntly says they should just kill all the crown prince's lackeys and leave him isolated. Qinqianxue almost dismisses that idea, then reluctantly admits the logic would work if they actually had overwhelming strength. She quickly brings the talk back to reality, reminding Qin Jiao that the crown prince himself is powerful, old enough to have deep roots, and dangerous precisely because most of his power stays hidden. The warning carries extra weight because both of them already saw what happened last simulation, when the crown prince's hidden network suddenly surfaced and got them killed. So Qinqianxue lays out the real approach: do not rush, find the crown prince's weak points, and strip away his hidden power bit by bit until he cannot recover. Qin Jiao sums it up with a click of her tongue, so they still have to wait. Qinqianxue corrects her at once: yes, they have to wait, but they will not wait passively. Forced to hear every word, the hidden secret guards can only stew in silence, and wish this conversation had never reached their ears. At age 43, Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao finally returned to the Great Wei Imperial City. Their return delights the Great Wei Emperor, who personally sees Qin Jiao this time and is struck by how her beauty stands alongside Qinqianxue's. After Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao haul back a huge pile of treasures, Emperor Qin Fengyin rewards them in court and pointedly keeps the Bronze Gate secret. To repay Qin Jiao's service, Qin Fengyin gives her a high post and makes her the youngest third-rank official in Great Wei. The court is unhappy about Qin Jiao rising so fast, but the emperor crushes the complaints before they can grow. A year later, Qin Fengyin hands Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao the full campaign against the old dynasty's remnants, turning the purge into a real nationwide strike. Over the next 2 years, the hidden rebels try everything they have left, but Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao are already waiting for every trick. In the palace inner hall, Qin Fengyin reads Qinqianxue's memorial and explodes when he sees how far the rebels had gone. The report lays out one nightmare after another: collusion with demon cultivators, slaughter of Great Wei's people, plans to flood the land, and even contact with border barbarians. He knows Great Wei could have fallen into chaos if Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao had not moved first, and that realization only makes him angrier. For once, the emperor says it plainly to himself, among all his children, Qin Qianxue is the only one who truly proved useful. He even mocks the rest of his princes and princesses in his own mind, because empty shows of filial piety would never have uncovered enemies hidden this deep. Then his anger turns inward because even he, the emperor, had been kept blind until Qin Qianxue exposed the rot. Far away in Savage Mountain, a Great Way secret guard reports to Fu Shuangni that the rebel contacts and the demon cultivators tied to them have all been hunted down and killed. These are the elite guards Qin Qianxue had deliberately left behind in Great Yen City, and their strength alone is enough to outweigh most local forces. Most rulers would fear being overshadowed by a force this strong, but Fu Shuangni never cared about that kind of power game. She only cares about surviving longer and securing better rewards, so being ignored by others means almost nothing to her. The secret guard moves on to the bigger result. Great Yen City's people have already spread through Great Way's bureaucracy and sunk roots deep into the lower levels. Some of those planted people have already climbed surprisingly high, including one county magistrate who is about to use a staged achievement to rise even further. With Princess Chongning as backing and the secret guards smoothing the road, Great Yen City's people can now rise through Great Way's bureaucracy far more easily than before. That hidden network, plus Great Yen City's own reach, means almost nothing within 1,000 miles can move without eventually landing in Fu Shuangni's hands. Meanwhile, Great Yen City itself keeps swelling until it no longer needs walls, because every expansion is quickly outgrown by the next one. Its population has already passed 1 million, mostly refugees who had nowhere else left to go. On top of that, 90,000 demonic beasts and 30,000 half-demons now live here too, making the city feel unlike anything else in Great Way. Managing a city this huge naturally brings chaos, but Fu Shuangni's harsh laws keep order better than many normal Great Way cities can manage. Once the report on the officials is done, Fu Shuangni asks the next obvious question: how far have they penetrated the cultivation sects? The answer is impressive but not enough for her. More than 5,000 agents are inside sects, yet most are still stuck at outer disciple level. Only a few hundred reached inner disciple status, and barely a dozen became true disciples under sect elders. Fu Shuangni immediately raises the stakes and orders more agents placed into the sect world, especially the top righteous sects. Then she goes further and says the demon sects must be infiltrated too, catching even the secret guard off guard. Her logic is blunt. If both the righteous path and the demon path are full of her spies, then almost nothing in Great Way will stay hidden. The secret guard finally understands the scale of her ambition and realizes she wants to strip the whole dynasty of secrecy. Even so, he accepts the order and starts dividing his remaining 3,000 people between officials, sects, and the demon path. His only hesitation is practical. Demon sects are hard enough to find, and getting accepted by them is even worse. Fu Shuangni solves it in one sentence: turn their agents into infamous criminals, and the demon sects will recruit them on their own. The secret guard can only bow and obey, secretly thinking this so-called city lord thinks more like a human strategist than a beast. By age 48, her plan pays off and Great Yen City quietly plants hundreds of spies inside 3 different demon sects. By age 50, the last reckless remnants of the previous dynasty stop surfacing, because most of them have already been executed and the rest are too exposed to move. That ruthless cleanup drives Qin Qianxue's prestige to its peak, and Qin Jiao becomes famous alongside her. At 51, Fu Shuangni finally breaks into the foundation establishment stage and beats her own previous record. 2 years later, another natural disaster sends more refugees fleeing, and Great Yen City swells again until its population reaches 1.3 million. At 54, Fu Shuangni even establishes a cultivation sect of her own, and the righteous path comes to congratulate it without realizing a demonic beast is behind everything. At 55, Great Yen starts cultivating land for spirit herbs instead of ordinary crops, pushing the city's ambitions into full cultivation territory. That thriving city finally attracts the wrong kind of attention when a wandering golden core demonic beast discovers Great Yen and sees the whole place as food. The golden core beast attacks at once, but Great Yen City's protective formation barely manages to hold it outside. Its pressure is so terrifying that ordinary people across the city start trembling, even though many of them have trained Great Yen's body tempering method. But instead of fleeing, the people of Great Yen stare back in anger, because this strange city is the first real refuge many of them have ever had. They know the formation is buying time, but the same grim question hangs over everyone in the city: what happens if that monster breaks through? In Great Yen City, the people refuse to panic over a lone golden core demon and shout back with raw confidence. The city's demonic beasts bare their fangs too, because this place has become the safe home they never had in the wild mountains. Fu Shuangni watches the whole city unite against the threat and realizes this time feels very different from the last invasion. She lifts her eyes toward the golden core great demon and quietly notes that this battle is not like the one against Great Way before. Fu Shuangni orders the Great Way secret guards to stop the attacker before it can damage Great Yen City's costly 4-year protection formation. The secret guards know they would be helpless against a nascent soul monster, but a golden core demon is another matter entirely. The moment 3 golden core secret guards attack together, the demon realizes it charged straight into a wall. It tries to run, only to find 3 more secret guards already blocking its escape route. Cornered almost instantly, the Golden Cord demon surrenders in midair so shamelessly that even Fu Shuangni is caught off guard. Fu Shuangni seals the demon's cultivation, locks it in Great Yen City's prison, and coolly turns the failed attack into 300 years of imprisonment and labor. Far away in the Great Wei Imperial Palace, Qin Jiao reads about Great Yen City's rapid rise and is openly impressed by Fu Shuangni's progress. The old granny presses her on why a demonic beast would carry the surname Fu, and Qin Jiao nearly gets caught by the meaning behind it. Qin Jiao dodges with a flimsy excuse that she only repeated something Qin Qianxue once said, and the old granny lets the secret drop. As the years pass, Qin Qianxue's growing reputation in Great Wei starts to frighten the Crown Prince more than anyone else. The Crown Prince personally tests Qin Qianxue's ambitions, but her answer stays just ambiguous enough to leave him unhappy and unsettled. A year later, Qin Qianxue starts dealing with court officials directly, and every bit of praise for her only deepens the Crown Prince's sense of threat. Soon after, officials suddenly impeach both Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao in court, accusing them of abusing power and obstructing imperial policy. Qin Qianxue sees through it immediately, because this kind of hollow smear is the Crown Prince's old trick. Qin Jiao scoffs that a cheap tactic might work once, but not when the same enemy tries it again. Qin Qianxue answers with the dry truth. Only people like them ever get a second chance, and now it is their turn to strike back. Since the Crown Prince wants to smear her first, Qin Qianxue decides to answer with a frame-up of her own and says Fu Shuangni's side should already be prepared. Qin Jiao doubts the plan will fool anyone, because the setup looks too obvious to anyone with a brain. Qin Qianxue calmly explains that they do not need everyone to believe it, only enough people to leave a stain that never fully washes off. Qin Jiao can only grumble that every schemer around her loves speaking in half-hidden meanings. At age 59, Great Wei Court cultivators destroy a demon cultivator sect and find a jade slip on the dead sect leader with an order tied to the imperial city. The jade slip is worse than expected, because it carries an order in the Crown Prince's name telling the demon cultivators sect to assassinate a second-rank court official. No one dares keep that evidence, so the jade slip gets pushed from the court cultivators to the prefecture's county lord and then up again to imperial officials. When the accusation finally explodes in court, the whole Great Wei Imperial Court is thrown into uproar. Enraged, Qin Fengyin summons the Crown Prince to court to answer for himself, and the Crown Prince arrives dumbfounded by the accusation. The Crown Prince argues desperately until the Emperor tentatively accepts that he may have been framed, but the court still looks at him with suspicion. Even after the storm passes, the damage sticks, because once mud is thrown on a man, clearing it costs far more than spreading it. The Crown Prince spends his days rushing between ministers, frantically trying to preserve the image he used to wear so easily. Behind closed doors, he finally erupts and becomes convinced that Qin Qianxue launched the whole counterattack against him. His rant spills into ugly hypocrisy as he accuses Qin Qianxue of shamelessly reaching for the Crown Prince's seat he wants to keep for himself. One aide warns him that their earlier impeachment failed, and if he does nothing now, the court may decide he is afraid to fight Qin Qianxue head-on. That warning pushes him to strike again, this time by asking the Emperor to arrange a husband for Qin Qianxue in the name of royal propriety. Qin Fengyin finds the argument reasonable on the surface, because a princess of Great Wei marrying sooner does fit court custom. Qin Qianxue rejects the arrangement at once, recognizing the same old trap the moment it appears. The Crown Prince and his allies pile on with righteous pressure, and Qin Qianxue's own supporters answer back until the imperial court nearly turns into open war. Only the Emperor's intervention stops the court from exploding, and the Crown Prince is left fuming that Qin Qianxue's father shields her too well. Unable to break Qin Qianxue directly, the Crown Prince shifts targets and decides to pry Qin Jiao away from her instead. Qin Jiao agrees to meet him, setting the stage for a deal that both sides fully expect to be dirty. Qin Jiao starts by sounding offended, saying Qin Qianxue is a sister who survived life and death with her, so how could he ask for betrayal so lightly? Then her fingers make a tiny money-counting gesture, and the Crown Prince instantly understands what kind of integrity she is actually talking about. Once he asks what she wants, Qin Jiao drops the act and demands a price worthy of a future emperor buying out his enemy's closest ally. The Crown Prince takes the bait and promises 10 storage bags packed with spirit stones, spirit tools, pills, and cultivation methods if she becomes his eyes beside Qin Qianxue. He sweetens it even further by hinting that if she proves useful, he could one day raise her to a king with a different surname and hand her a fief. But he also makes clear that he wants her as a hidden insurance card and hopes he never actually has to use her. Qin Jiao bluntly answers that whether he uses her or not is irrelevant, because once he comes to her, he pays. She leaves the meeting looking perfectly satisfied, while the Crown Prince stays behind to think through the trap he may have just stepped into. After Qin Jiao leaves, an aide quietly warns that she agreed too easily, and the Crown Prince says he never meant to trust her after one meeting anyway. He then orders his aides to watch Qin Jiao closely, test whether she can be used, and secretly kill her if she dares toy with him. Qin Qianxue secretly meets Qin Jiao and asks her to stage a betrayal, slip into the Crown Prince's camp, and feed back his movements from the inside. Before Qin Jiao can even act, the plan reaches the Crown Prince of Great Wei first, and he turns grim at the thought that she took his money and still tried to scheme against him. When Qin Jiao finally comes to see him, she walks into the prince's hall knowing the crown prince is ready to kill her on the spot. Before the prince can act, Qin Jiao bluntly exposes Qin Xianxue's fake betrayal plan and seizes control of the meeting. She says it plainly, she took payment, so she will keep her word, and that blunt honesty dissolves the killing intent in the room. After Qin Jiao leaves, the crown prince watches her go and wonders if he was too paranoid, because she exposed the perfect trap instead of springing it on him. His advisor agrees Qin Jiao seems unusually trustworthy, but still warns that Princess Changning is too dangerous for the prince to relax. Then the advisor turns the whole game around, let Qin Jiao join openly, but make every message she sends back something the prince chose to leak. The crown prince eagerly accepts the idea and decides to turn Qin Jiao into a real double agent against Qin Xianxue. Soon the palace is buzzing with rumors that Qin Jiao and Qin Xianxue fell out over benefits, and Qin Xianxue even shuts herself away to make the split look real. Over the next few years, Qin Jiao keeps feeding Qin Xianxue a careful mix of real and fake intelligence. One move based on Qin Jiao's leak works perfectly, and Qin Xianxue scores a clean political win while the prince quietly accepts the loss as bait. Later, another leak truly helps Qin Xianxue, and her momentum grows so much that many court officials start drifting into her camp. By age 73, the crown prince is sure the board is finally set, because Qin Jiao has delivered the false information he wants Qin Xianxue to bet everything on. He is so confident that he starts celebrating early, convinced Qin Xianxue still has no idea Qin Jiao is working under him. The trap is vicious. To the emperor, the shipment is disaster relief hidden under a fake cargo cover, but through Qin Jiao the prince leaks that the flying ship carries valuables worth attacking. Because the emperor treats disaster relief as untouchable state business, the prince is sure Qin Xianxue will walk straight into imperial wrath as she hits the convoy. The final layer is simple and brutal. Once Changning's people strike, hidden forces will spring the ambush and spread the scandal everywhere. The prince is delighted by the plan's cruelty and goes into the ambush convinced the advantage is finally his. The convoy really is attacked on the route, and the escort cultivators are dragged into a bloody fight around the flying ship before the prince's hidden men move. The crown prince's hidden men wait coldly for the escort to be weakened first, planning to step in only after most of the defenders are dead or injured. Then the plan turns grotesque, because the hidden men recognize the so-called robbers as fellow operatives from the crown prince's own residence. Everyone freezes for a second, and the attackers dazedly explain that the advisor ordered them to rob the convoy in the crown prince's name. The emperor's escort cultivators instantly grasp the scandal. This makes it look like the crown prince's residence is robbing disaster relief supplies meant for the dynasty. When someone from the crown prince's side spots the escort trying to use a communication talisman, they panic and order him killed before word reaches the emperor. The emperor's remaining escorts are overwhelmed, and the last golden core cultivator can only roar that this is outright treason as his allies fall around him. He still desperately wants to report everything, but between enemy golden core experts and a swarm of Foundation establishment attackers, he cannot get a talisman out in time. Just as the battle is about to finish him, every fighter suddenly feels a stronger presence approaching from the distance. The sound of marching metal gives it away first, and everyone realizes an army of Great Wei has arrived. The crown prince's men instantly realize this was a prepared counter-trap against them and try to retreat before the army can see their faces. They are too late, because a nascent soul expert locks down the whole area and freezes every cultivator in place. Then Great Wei soldiers descend on flying swords and deploy a full military formation that seals the battlefield shut. With their cultivation pinned and no path left, the crown prince's people finally understand they have been completely caught and cannot even kill themselves to hide it. Both the robbers and the hidden operatives are captured, their cultivation sealed, and they are escorted straight back toward the imperial city. Back in the crown prince's residence, the crown prince still knows none of this and happily believes the advisor and Qin Jiao have secured his victory. In that good mood, he orders a guard to summon both his advisor and Qin Jiao so they can celebrate with spirit wine. But when the guard comes back, he reports that after searching the residence again and again, he cannot find either of them anywhere. That answer hits badly, and for the first time the crown prince feels a real ominous chill that something is about to go very wrong. He immediately trusts that bad feeling and orders even more people out to search for the missing pair. Even after sending more men, the crown prince still cannot find either the advisor or Qin Jiao. After both his advisor and Qin Jiao vanish at the same time, the Great Wei crown prince finally feels real danger closing in. A sickening guess hits him. Maybe he was never the one in control, and the people around him have been playing him all along. He forces himself to call it a coincidence, but the excuse does nothing to calm him. When he enters court later, the strange silence and every official's stare tell him the worst has already happened. Then he sees the two faces he least wants to see there together. Qin Jiao has returned, and Qin Xianxue is standing right beside her. His father's furious gaze lands on him next, and even a golden core prince almost buckles on the spot. Qin Fengyin explodes, reminding the court that he entrusted the crown prince with relief supplies for the disaster zone and expected those goods to reach the victims. Instead, the emperor says what came back was proof of something filthy, and he orders the captured men brought in. The Crown Prince goes cold when he recognizes half of the prisoners as his own men, and the rest as people tied to him that he never ordered out at all. He tries to speak, but the Emperor cuts him off and demands the image jade slips be shown. Qin Fengyin reveals he had secretly equipped every escort with image recording jade, so the Crown Prince cannot wriggle out with lies. The projected footage shows the relief caravan being ambushed by men from the Crown Prince's side, with cultivators dying one after another before the army arrives. The court is not shocked anymore, which makes it even worse, because everyone else has clearly seen this already. He is left staring at the evidence in genuine confusion, because the raiders are his people, but he never gave that order himself. At last he snaps and points at Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao, accusing them of setting him up from the very beginning. He even blurts out that the missing advisor must have been Qin Xianxue's man all along, finally realizing how completely he was played. The Emperor slams him down as a raving fool and says he is now trying to frame his own royal sister without evidence. Then Qin Fengyin lays bare the deeper rot. He finally understands why so much disaster relief has gone missing over the years. The Crown Prince wants to defend himself, but one truth would expose another, so he cannot even open his mouth properly. Qin Fengyin passes judgment on the spot, sending his son to the cold Phoenix Palace to face the wall for 100 years and ordering the Crown Prince's property used for disaster relief. He also orders the Crown Prince's estate seized and its wealth redirected into real disaster relief. As he stands there ruined, the Crown Prince catches Qin Xianxue giving him only a cool, disappointed look, like she was never touched by the mess. Then Qin Jiao twists the knife by flashing him a bright, satisfied smile. The humiliation nearly drives him into a mental demon, and he has to force a mouthful of blood back down just to stay standing. Even so, Qin Xianxue is not disappointed by the sentence, because leaving him alive but broken already gives her what she wanted. With the Crown Prince disgraced, the officials and royal clan members he spent years gathering begin drifting toward Qin Xianxue instead. By age 75, Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao even break through on the same day, tightening their momentum together. Far away in Great Yan City, Fu Shuangni hears the court result and immediately gives careful instructions to the hidden advisor standing before her. She warns him not to leave Great Yan City yet, because the Crown Prince's surviving people will still be hunting for him. The reveal lands cleanly. The advisor the Crown Prince could never find is standing under Fu Shuangni's command in Great Yan City. Alone afterward, Fu Shuangni coolly sizes up the result and decides Qin Xianxue has fully beaten Great Wei's Crown Prince at court. To her, that victory matters because her cooperation with Qin Xianxue means every gain in Great Wei can now feed directly into Great Yan City. She does not care who leads the alliance as long as her city keeps growing stronger, and for Fu Shuangni that is the only point that matters. By age 76, resources from the Great Wei dynasty begin pouring into Great Yan City under Qin Xianxue's influence, and the city enters another explosive expansion. 2 years later, another wave of refugees pushes the mixed population of humans, half-demons, and demonic beasts past 2 million. Most of the human population still lacks spirit roots, but Fu Shuangni's public body tempering method has already given a huge share of them real internal energy. When Great Yan City breaks past 2 million people at age 79, Fu Shuangni deliberately halts its growth and decides to build a second city from scratch 50 miles away. Her people move fast, and within only half a year the new settlement already takes shape. By age 82 the new city is complete, and Fu Shuangni names it Yanying City as the next place to settle later arrivals. At age 84, a cat demon refuses to join her directly and starts building a small independent tribe nearby, but Fu Shuangni unexpectedly chooses to support it instead of crushing it. When the cat demon asks her to name that settlement, Fu Shuangni gives it a future and calls it Qinghe City. By age 86, Great Yan City, Yanying City, and Qinghe City together hold more than 2.5 million people and even a few foundation establishment experts. By age 87, Fu Shuangni's spy network has spread so far that everything within 3,000 miles is under her watch. At age 88, Qin Xianxue and Qin Jiao finally return to Great Yan City by flying ship and find the old place almost unrecognizable. Qin Jiao is the first to say it out loud. Too many years have passed, and the city below has grown into something huge and unfamiliar. Qin Xianxue points beyond the main city and reminds her that Fu Shuangni's message was true. There are now 3 cities in the mountains, not 1. She calmly lists the scale of it all. Great Yan City, Qinghe City, and Yanying City now hold more than 4 million people combined. Looking at what Fu Shuangni built in less than a century, Qin Xianxue judges that given a few hundred more years, she could raise a true country inside the mountains. Seeing Great Yan City for herself, Qin Jiao finally understands why Fu Shuangni was once crushed by the dynasty for building a country inside a country. But this time Qin Jiao is not worried, because with Qin Xianxue backing Fu Shuangni, plenty of hostile people will be forced to swallow their anger. Qin Xianxue says there is no point staring from the sky and orders the ship to land outside the city so they can inspect it properly. They avoid landing inside Great Yan City, because Fu Shuangni's city-protecting formation is strong enough that even a golden core cultivator would struggle to force it open. So Qin Xianxue, Qin Jiao, and the others go in on foot after disguising themselves as ordinary people to avoid unnecessary trouble. The moment she enters, Qin Jiao sweeps the city with her divine sense and is startled to find more than a dozen cultivators inside Great Yen City. Qin Jiao is baffled that a city ruled by a demonic beast can have cultivators living openly beside demonic beasts without constant conflict. Qin Qianxue points out that most of those cultivators are weak itinerant cultivators, exactly the kind who would stay if Great Yen City offered rare resources they could never secure elsewhere. Then Qin Qianxue notices something more important: the cultivators here are all unusually young. Qin Jiao follows her gaze and realizes Qin Qianxue is right, because hardly any of Great Yen City's cultivators look old enough to be established sect figures. Qin Qianxue explains that Great Yen City has more than a dozen cultivation academies, so most of these young cultivators were ordinary people before Fu Shuangni trained them herself. That makes Qin Jiao suck in a breath, because it means most of Great Yen City's cultivators are effectively Fu Shuangni's own students. Qin Qianxue quietly admires the method. Because Fu Shuangni did not wait for strong people to join her side, she built a new power base from scratch. In Qin Qianxue's eyes, Great Yen City now feels less like one lord's territory and more like a sect. With Fu Shuangni at the head of a whole generation she raised herself. After touring Great Yen City, Qinghe City, and Yuanying City, the three women meet again not to catch up, but to prepare for the ancient demon Taoist Blood Lotus. Once Qin Qianxue tells her that the sealed ancient demon could break out at any time, even Fu Shuangni turns visibly grave. At age 89, Qin Qianxue starts moving openly, using her identity as a Great Wei princess to warn the sect masters across the dynasty about the coming threat. Because the warning comes from Princess Changning, the sect masters do not dismiss it and assume it carries the Great Wei Emperor's backing. Very quickly, the entire cultivation world of Great Wei is put on edge by the idea that an ancient demon may soon emerge. At age 91, Qin Qianxue pushes the fear in the air into action and proposes an immortal cultivation alliance to face the future disaster together. This time almost every sect in Great Wei answers her call, and the alliance takes shape on a scale no one expected. At age 92, Qin Qianxue invites her father Qin Fengnin to lead the new alliance, turning its surface unity into something the dynasty itself can anchor. Qin Fengnin is genuinely surprised that his daughter managed to gather the righteous sects, and he accepts the role with obvious satisfaction. He also trusts her warning, treating it as another hint from her strange dreams, and even sends envoys to warn Great Yu's emperor as well. By age 94, the alliance's movements are too big to hide, and the demon sects begin watching Great Wei's righteous world with suspicion. Qin Qianxue actually wants that attention, so she lets the news spread until the demon sects also hear about Taoist Blood Lotus. At the same time, Fu Shuangni's spies inside the demon sects start nudging the chaos, pushing the demons toward a grand alliance under the Blood Lotus Patriarch's banner. The spy reports that many demon sects have already responded, and next year they plan to gather in one place for an unprecedented alliance of major demons. The guard tells her the net is already spread, and if nothing goes wrong they can catch the whole gathering in one strike. By now Fu Shuangni has reached the second level of foundation establishment, and she answers with a cool warning that once Taoist Blood Lotus escapes, the hidden demons will riot across the dynasty. She makes the goal plain. Before that ancient demon appears, Great Yen City must hit the demon cultivators hard enough that they do not dare move for 100 years. Then Fu Shuangni lightly admits the plan was really Qin Qianxue's idea from years ago, and she is only repeating it now. The real logic behind it is brutal and simple. When Taoist Blood Lotus arrives, Qin Qianxue does not want surviving demon sects stabbing the righteous side in the back. Qin Qianxue knows they cannot wipe out every demon sect, but if they can force them all into hiding, that may be enough to survive the true disaster. At age 95, the bait works, and demon cultivators from all over Great Wei secretly gather in one hidden place to build their own demon sect alliance. They gather under a 4th-level nascent soul demon and think they are about to imitate the righteous sects with a united front of their own. What they do not know is that one of their own is Fu Shuangni's spy, and their supposedly secret location has already been delivered to Great Wei. Then the trap slams shut, and Great Wei's imperial cultivators and righteous sect experts erupt onto the scene from every side. Caught unprepared, the demons can barely organize a defense before the battle turns into a panicked retreat and slaughter. Qin Jiao watches the terrifying ambush from a distant ridge with an unnamed Great Wei official, and even there the battlefield's power leaves her unsettled. The official sighs that the righteous side seems to be winning, but Qin Jiao's expression only grows stranger. Qin Jiao says it is nothing, because what she has really noticed is a familiar demon sect master from one of her own past simulation paths. That old connection means nothing now, because the demon sect master is already being besieged by 2 nascent soul righteous experts, and is clearly about to fall. Qin Jiao knows no one can stop this once righteous and demonic factions are in open war, not even Qin Qianxue. Feeling the earth shake under the aftershocks, she judges that this is still far too close and decides to withdraw before a stray wave kills her outright. She is only at the 10th level of foundation establishment, and in a battle where even golden core fighters are insignificant, getting closer would just be suicide. The ambush drags on for 2 full months, and once the first nascent soul demon falls, the outcome is no longer in doubt. By the end, more than 60 golden core demons and 4 nascent soul demon powerhouses are dead, though a few survivors still manage to flee. The righteous side pays dearly too, losing one nascent soul and many golden core cultivators from both the sects and the imperial court. Still, the purge hits hard enough that demon sects across Great Way panic, hide themselves, and even scare off demons from neighboring dynasties. The battlefield itself is left as 2,000 miles of dead ground, a scar so severe that not a single blade of grass survives. Watching all this, Qin Jiao can only think how fragile cultivators really are, because even nascent soul figures die one after another in wars like this. She mutters that her own death would not matter much inside the simulator, but for the demons who fell here, this was the real end. That strange comment leaves Granny Qin's remnant soul inside the pendant baffled again, because she still cannot understand what Qin Jiao really means. Granny Qin quickly turns serious and warns that some demons escaped, and demons are exactly the type to seek revenge for even the smallest grudge. Her point is simple and dangerous. If the survivors learn Qin Jiao helped set this trap, they may not dare chase the emperor, but they will absolutely come for her. At age 96, Xing Qianxue tries to step into the Golden Core stage, but the breakthrough fails. She avoids the usual backlash only because the mysterious mask shields her at the critical moment. A year later, Fu Shuangni pushes her own cultivation to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Then at age 99, the next danger appears. Somehow the surviving demons learn who orchestrated the disaster that nearly wiped them out. The simulator reveals the leak outright. Princess Changning Qin Jiao was exposed as one of the people behind the anti-demon plot, and the Great Way Emperor erupted in fury when the secret got out. Qin Qianxue suspects the Crown Prince's punished loyalists sold them out to the demons, but she has no proof and can only hold on to the suspicion. At age 100, the surviving demons realize they were ruined by 2 children, and the humiliation pushes the angriest among them to strike back on the road. Several Golden Core demons ambush Qin Qianxue, but they pick the wrong target because a nascent soul's secret guard is hidden at her side. The demons die almost instantly with a casual strike, and Qin Qianxue escapes the revenge that was supposed to kill her. Qin Jiao is not so lucky, because her escort only has Golden Core cultivators and no nascent soul expert to shield her. After a desperate escape, Qin Jiao runs straight into a waiting nascent soul demon and instantly understands that this time she has no way out. She stops struggling, and the simulation marks it coldly. Qin Jiao dies at 100 years, 6 months, and 22 days old. A month later in Great Yen City, a secret guard reports to Fu Shuangni that Qin Jiao died to a demon, and even her bones were never found. The same guard adds that more Golden Core protectors have been sent for Fu Shuangni's safety, but she answers with flat calm instead of mourning. Fu Shuangni is not heartless, she is simply too familiar with the simulator to mistake this for real death, so all she can feel is a dry helpless sigh about Qin Jiao's terrible luck. She remembers Qin Qianxue's warning that simulator users always seem to attract trouble, and starts wondering if Qin Jiao was once again being targeted by fate itself. The secret guard misreads her composure as cold indifference, and silently wonders whether a demonic beast can really care so little about a friend's death. Back in reality at Jingxing Palace, Qin Jiao touches her neck in lingering shock and simmers with resentment over dying to demons that treated her like the easiest target. She pieces it together fast. Once the anti-demon scheme leaked and her name landed in demon hands, those cowards chose to vent everything on a foundation establishment cultivator like her. Even so, she forces herself not to spiral, because after so many simulator deaths, panic is no longer the real danger. Then a worse problem hits her. The reward settlement could arrive at any moment, and if it boosts her cultivation again, her mother will know she lied before. She immediately imagines the interrogation that would follow, and the thought of exposing the simulator under pressure scares her more than dying did. So Qin Jiao makes a snap decision to flee Jingxing Palace first and settle the reward only after she is far outside her mother's spiritual range. She bets on having at least a few minutes before the simulator pays out, and that narrow window becomes her whole plan. Remembering the concealment talisman she stole from her elder brother earlier, she uses every last one without hesitation. Her aura vanishes, her body turns invisible, and she draws her best flying sword to bolt from the sect in one smooth move. A Golden Core Guardian Elder feels that something is off and opens his eyes to search, but the sector ray shows nothing and he talks himself out of the suspicion. The Guardian Elder laughs off the idea that Qin Jiao could have snuck out again so soon, not knowing she is already long gone. After about 10 minutes of hard flying, Qin Jiao finally gets far enough from Jingxing Palace for the simulator prompt to appear in her mind. Relief hits first, then excitement, because this was her longest life yet, and she cannot help hoping the reward will finally be worth it. At the same time in Qinghe County, Bai also sees the settlement notice and immediately recognizes the familiar pattern. Qin Jiao died first again. He can only sum it up with one word: unlucky, because among all the simulator users, Qin Jiao somehow always draws the worst end first. The reward options appear: a century of cultivation experience, a pendant that can temporarily house the dead, and a sturdy airship. Bai Yu realizes he has become absurdly hard to impress, because rewards that once would have thrilled him now barely move him at all. In the end he still chooses the 100 years of cultivation experience, making an exception for raw cultivation insight this time. The experience pours into him not as memories but as instinctive understanding, leaving a young cultivator with the seasoned reactions of someone far older. That new depth matters, because in future fights even a little extra cultivation experience could be the edge that kills an enemy or saves his own life. Then the bonus rewards arrive on top: pure spiritual power at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, the soul-suppressing bell, and 500 extra years of life. The pure spiritual power sinks into Bai at once, and with his innate spirit body he naturally breaks through to the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. That breakthrough makes him think of Qin Jiao again, because if she had survived just a little longer in the simulator, she almost certainly would have reached Golden Core too. Setting the regret aside, Bai takes the soul-suppressing bell into his hand and finally sees the strange spirit tool for himself. He flicks the bell lightly, and its clear sound goes straight for the soul so sharply that even his own consciousness stutters for an instant. He recovers almost immediately, but the test proves the problem. This bell strikes its owner first and the enemy second, making it a dangerous double-edged weapon. His conclusion is both useful and annoying. To use the soul-suppressing bell safely, he will probably need another spirit tool just to stabilize his own soul first. Bai looks over his settlement reward and decides the extra 500 years of lifespan is useful, even if it no longer feels as exciting as earlier payouts. Even so, Bai quickly shrugs it off and accepts the reward with shameless boss energy, since the hard work was done by his human tools inside the simulation. Right after that, Qin Jiao gets her own settlement screen and tenses up with excitement the moment she sees the reward prompt appear. When the simulator offers her the full spiritual power of a Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivator, Qin Jiao instantly realizes she can jump straight from the 4th layer to the 6th. That means she has blasted through 4 minor stages in just 2 days, and even she is stunned by how absurd that speed is. She feels even more relieved that she slipped out of Jingxing Palace first, because another sudden breakthrough there would have brought her mother's interrogation down on her head. The spiritual power suddenly floods into her body, jolting Qin Jiao into immediate action. She drops from her flying sword to a streamside stone beach, lands on a huge rock, and hurriedly sets up a simple defensive formation before the breakthrough gets dangerous. Her caution is practical now. If some blind demonic beast charges in during the breakthrough, the formation will at least buy her a few breaths. Then the breakthrough hits hard, and 2 muffled booms erupt inside her body as a violent wave of spiritual force blasts sand and stones across the riverbank. This is exactly why Qin Jiao left the sect in the first place, because her Foundation Establishment breakthroughs make far too much noise to hide. Once the leap settles, the simulator reveals 3 bonus rewards: the Buddhist Kingdom in the Palm Technique, 250 years of lifespan, and a low-quality version of Rebound. She recognizes the Buddhist technique as the one she once brought out of the giant Bronze Gate cave abode, but she also knows she has little talent for it. Even if she cannot cultivate it well, Qin Jiao immediately reframes it as a treasure worth at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. That thought sends her even further, and she starts imagining the day she might be richer than all of Jingxing Palace, just to see her mother's face. The extra 250 years of lifespan feels awkward to her, because her breakthrough speed makes it seem unimpressive, but she still takes it as free profit. The third reward nags at her until she suddenly realizes the effect looks almost exactly like Fu Shuangni's innate talent. She remembers that the 3 of them shared their talents in the simulator, so she concludes this low-quality rebound really is a weakened copy of Fu Shuangni's gift. That also reminds Qin Jiao she once received one of Qin Qianshui's talents too, so she wonders if rewards between the 3 of them are somehow linked. She cannot make sense of the mechanism, but Qin Jiao happily gives up on the mystery because she has wanted Fu Shuangni's talent for a long time. Her excitement is personal too, because she once sparred with Fu Shuangni while holding the advantage, only for that absurd talent to trigger and turn the fight against her. The memory still stings, since Fu Shuangni's guaranteed hit left Qin Jiao injured despite the cultivation gap. With all the rewards finally accepted, Qin Jiao stands up feeling refreshed and very pleased with this haul. She briefly considers returning to Jingxing Palace, then immediately rejects the idea because she just escaped and has no intention of walking back into questioning. Instead, Qin Jiao makes herself a new rule: she will not go back until she reaches the Golden Core stage. She hopes that once she reaches Golden Core, the simulator's breakthroughs will slow down enough that her mother will stop suspecting something strange. That leaves one problem. Now that she has committed to staying away, she has to decide where to go next. After thinking it over, Qin Jiao decides to go find Qin Qianxue, remembering that Qin Qianxue said she had already left the Spirit Sword sect for Qinghe County. The plan appeals to her even more because anyone from Jingxing Palace looking for her would never expect her to circle back toward Qinghe County. She also wants to use the trip to check whether the strange egg she got from the simulator can finally be hatched. Time passes, and inside the simulator a Great Way secret guard reports to Qin Qianxue that they have found the nascent soul demon that attacked Qin Jiao. The guard asks whether they should organize a force to surround and kill the demon. Qin Qianxue calmly orders him to pass the demon's location to the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, and let the Orthodox sects handle the encirclement instead. After the guard leaves, Qin Qianxue is left with a quiet helplessness, because even knowing Qin Jiao is being targeted by fate in the simulator does not give her a way to stop it. In the end, Qin Qianxue can only console herself that Qin Jiao dies only inside the simulator, so at least the real danger is not reaching her true body. With only 12 hours left before the next simulator entry, Qin Qianxue coldly remembers the unfair part of this game. Dead candidates can always come back for revenge in another life. Her thoughts turn to the Great Wei Crown Prince, and she is certain he had a hand in leaking Qin Jiao's situation and pushing Qin Jiao toward death. Realizing the prince is still trying to move pieces from confinement, Qin Qianxue quietly decides to rip away every last claw and tooth he has left. Over the next year, Qin Qianxue's faction hunts down the Crown Prince's remaining followers until only a few desperate stragglers are left. By age 102, Qin Qianxue's side wipes out the last 2 or 3 followers, leaving the Crown Prince with no henchmen left at all. When word reaches the Crown Prince, his rage nearly tears apart the cold Phoenix Palace, but anger cannot restore his power. 2 quiet years pass, and for a moment the empire seems strangely calm. At age 106, Qin Qianxue tries once more to break into the Golden Core stage, but the attempt fails again. The second failure hits hard enough to trigger a mental demon, turning her breakthrough into a dangerous inner backlash. Before the mental demon can consume her, the mysterious bronze mask devours it by force and saves her again. Even after surviving that scare, Qin Qianxue knows her lack of an innate spirit body makes every step toward the next realm painfully difficult. At age 108, Great Yu sends envoys to Great Wei to negotiate an alliance because of Taoist Blood Lotus and the coming threat. After a full year of talks, Great Wei and Great Yu finally form a temporary alliance with Great Wei taking the lead. But when Qin Qianxue hears the alliance is complete, she feels no relief at all and only says that a storm is coming. Her dread comes from a bad premonition she cannot shake, even though the 2 dynasties have already strengthened the demon sealing towers sealed together. She remembers exactly how terrifying the ancient demon is, because it could fight an entire powerful dynasty right after breaking free before it had even recovered. So Qin Qianxue steels herself, and decides this time the demon must die before it can regain its peak strength. She also reminds herself that Taoist Blood Lotus's demon embryo has already been destroyed, which should keep the demon from restoring himself quickly in this lifetime. Even so, she knows making a new demon embryo would take centuries, and her final thought is whether Fu Shuangni is ready on her side. The story shifts to Savage Mountain, where Fu Shuangni's old mountain stronghold has grown far beyond a hidden refuge into a network of 9 cities. 6 of those cities are newly built, and after taking in more refugees and demonic beasts, the total population has already surged to 5 million and keeps climbing fast. From the sky above Great Yen City, 2 Great Wei experts stare down in shock as they sense not ordinary luck, but national fate gathering over a city built by a demonic beast. Their shock turns into grudging respect as they realize Princess Chan Ning spared this place because she had already seen how extraordinary Fu Shuangni's city could become. The white-haired elder is especially shaken when he judges the combined national fate of the 9 cities to be comparable to Great Wei itself. The middle-aged expert explains why they were sent here. The 9 cities can gather their national fate into a rare demon suppression formation strong enough to threaten a soul formation enemy. He points out that Great Wei's own cities are too far apart for this trick, making Fu Shuangni's mountain domain the perfect place for the array. Convinced this may have been Princess Chan Ning's long preparation, the 2 experts decide they must meet Fu Shuangni before setting anything in motion. When they finally meet, Fu Shuangni agrees to let Great Wei use the 9 cities' national fate for the demon suppression array. But Fu Shuangni sets a hard first condition: every human, demonic beast, and half-demon in the 9 cities must be protected. Her second condition is just as practical: if the 9 cities are damaged, Great Wei will pay to rebuild them. The Great Wei experts hesitate, then accept both terms and even swear a heavenly Tao oath at Fu Shuangni's insistence. Their surprise only grows, because this demonic beast city lord cares more about the people's safety than many rulers do, and that makes the mountain domain's national fate suddenly make sense. At age 109, Fu Shuangni has Great Wei fund a massive new refuge 1,000 miles away, built to shelter millions if disaster strikes. With Great Wei now recognizing the mountain domain, Great Yen City, Qinghe City, Yuanying City, and the other settlements finally stop hiding from the outside world. News that a demonic beast built and governs 9 cities in Savage Mountain hits Great Wei like a shockwave. 3 years later the refuge is finished, but Fu Shuangni still refuses to evacuate anyone early because no one knows when the ancient demon will truly move. Instead, Great Yen City and the other settlements start stockpiling grain and buying huge numbers of storage bags for an emergency relocation. Once Great Yen City is fully public, its strange success starts attracting curious immortal cultivators from all over. The visitors can only marvel, because a city where humans and demonic beasts live together this openly is unlike anything they expected to find. At age 117, Fu Shuangni quietly advances again and breaks through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. 2 years later, Great Yen City receives its most extraordinary guest yet. Great Wei's emperor, Qin Fengyin, arrives in person. Qin Fengyin had known about Great Yen City for a long time from Qin Qianxue, and at first he treated it as nothing more than a surprising city founded by his daughter's beast ally. Back then he even agreed not to target the city, partly out of trust in Princess Chan Ning and partly because an emperor could afford that much tolerance. But as the years passed and the city became 9 cities, even Qin Fengyin was shaken by how absurdly fast Fu Shuangni's mountain civilization expanded. What unsettles him even more is that the people in those cities genuinely belong there, which makes the whole place feel less like a threat and more like a judgment on his own rule. His reason tells him a force like this should be erased early, but the thought collapses when he remembers those millions were once Great Way's people with nowhere else to live. That bitter thought lands hardest when Qin Fengyin realizes the reason they fled into Fu Shuangni's cities may be his own failure as emperor. After that long silence, Qin Fengyin finally tells his ministers to enter Great Yan City with him, and see for themselves how Fu Shuangni built something this astonishing from nothing. Qin Fengyin decides to inspect Great Yan City himself, but he keeps the trip quiet and orders his officials to follow him in disguise. Once they slip inside, the group is surprised by how prosperous Great Yan City already looks. The absurdly wide roads make sense the moment a huge demonic beast strolls past them like any ordinary resident. Then they spot giant-sized doorways and buildings, and the whole city suddenly feels designed for humans and beasts to live together on purpose. One minister quietly points out that even the ordinary people here carry a kind of internal force, and some of them already feel as strong as low-level cultivators. After half a day of walking the city, Qin Fengyin gives Great Yan the kind of praise he cannot even give his own dynasty. Its people truly have food, clothing, shelter, and transport. He follows that with another blunt judgment. The local officials are capable, and Fu Shuangni herself is a first-rate city lord. What unsettles him most is not the city's wealth, but the fact that humans and demonic beasts here are actually coexisting without tearing each other apart. An old minister offers a careful guess that the peace is simple in principle. If beasts' basic needs are met just like humans, they no longer need to attack people to survive. Qin Fengyin narrows it down to Fu Shuangni's real achievement. She found a way to satisfy both sides at once. The old minister admits it is only a guess, and Qin Fengyin leaves the question unresolved as he keeps studying Great Yan more seriously. After several days of inspection, Qin Fengyin finally drops the disguise and meets Fu Shuangni face to face. The Great Way officials are left genuinely shaken when Fu Shuangni speaks, because the so-called mountain beast ruler shows insight and knowledge far beyond what they expected. A month later, Qin Fengyin leaves Great Yan City, but he does not leave empty-handed. Before departing, he writes an imperial decree that formally recognizes Fu Shuangni as a city lord of Great Way and acknowledges Great Yan City's existence. That decree also draws a hard line. Anyone who attacks Great Yan City from now on will be treated as a rebel against the dynasty itself. At age 122, Fu Shuangni warns all 9 cities about the ancient demon Taoist Blood Lotus and the demon suppression formation waiting for him. She expects fear or resistance, but instead the people of every city trust her enough to cooperate without complaint. By age 124, the 9-city network has stockpiled enough grain and supplies to feed millions of people, huge numbers of beasts, and tens of thousands of half-demons for 3 full years. Then at age 126, disaster finally stirs. The demon-sealing tower in the neighboring Great Yu dynasty shakes violently enough to nearly destroy the sky-holding sect. The news throws cultivators everywhere into nervous panic, while hidden demons start preparing to move again after lying low. At age 127, large numbers of Great Way cultivators rush to Great Yu to help reinforce the seal before it fully collapses. But by age 129, those desperate efforts still are not enough to stop what is coming. At age 130, cracks finally appear in the demon-sealing tower itself, proving the seal is about to fail. A year later, every seal breaks and the ancient demon Taoist Blood Lotus tears his way back into the world. The waiting cultivator elites hit him the instant he appears, and a world-shaking battle erupts around the newly freed demon. When news of the breakout reaches her through a communication talisman, Fu Shuangni stays calm and gives the order she has been preparing for: move everyone in the 9 cities to the refuge at once. Evacuating millions is brutally hard, but Fu Shuangni's earlier planning means a rough road to the distant shelter is already open and ready to use. So Great Yan City, Qinghe City, Yuaning City, Spirit Sword City, and the rest of the network begin pouring out in massive moving columns. Many residents look back with red eyes and clenched jaws, because they are leaving homes they built over decades even while trusting Fu Shuangni is saving them. The evacuation runs like a war operation. Large beasts haul supplies, flying beasts scout overhead, and cultivators guard the people on the ground. Even the ordinary citizens are tougher than outsiders would expect, because years of practicing the Great Yan body tempering technique have made them far stronger than common people in Great Way. Then a secret guard brings Fu Shuangni a grim update. Taoist Blood Lotus may have just broken free, but even weakened he is still a soul formation demon. The report gets worse when the guard explains that Blood Lotus is using bizarre techniques and hidden trump cards to endure a siege by many top cultivators. That means the encirclement may not hold much longer, and if Blood Lotus finds a gap, he is far more likely to flee than die fighting there. The cultivator coalition will never allow that escape, so they are deliberately dragging the battle toward Great Way and trying to lure the demon into Savage Mountain's suppression formation. The final warning lands hardest of all. The battle has already entered Great Way, so the disaster is much closer than anyone wants. Fu Shuangmi quickly calculates the distance, and realizes the clash of nascent soul and soul formation experts can close that gap terrifyingly fast. She knows exactly what that means for the refugees. Even a little battlefield fallout could wipe out tens of thousands, and a direct hit could kill entire cities' worth of people. So Fu Shuangmi hardens the order on the spot and tells her people to speed up safely by shedding unnecessary cargo and using beasts and cultivators to carry children and the elderly. She orders the larger beasts to dump unnecessary cargo and start carrying human children, beast cubs, and half-demon children instead. She also tells the cultivators to stop wasting effort on extra vigilance and use their strength to carry the elderly so the whole line can accelerate. No one argues with the harsher order, because humans, demonic beasts, and half-demons all trust Fu Shuangmi enough to answer her like a command from heaven. With millions of refugees moving under Fu Shuangmi's command, the trip to their mountain refuge that should have taken half a month was finished in just 15 days. As soon as they arrived, Fu Shuangmi ordered the refugees to settle in, and the crowd's discipline shocked even the transferred Great Way officials. At the same time, the Great Way court and righteous cultivators finally lured the ancient demon Taoist Blood Lotus deep into the desolate mountains. Their months-long war blasted the mountains into lifeless wasteland, and 10 days later Taoist Blood Lotus was forced into a demon-suppressing formation powered by national fate. Blood Lotus realized too late that the formation had been prepared just for him, and the trap could not be broken as easily as he expected. A month passed with no end in sight, and the 9 cities Fu Shuangmi had built were reduced to ruins by the fighting. 2 months later, terrified wild demonic beasts fled the war zone and blundered into human cities, causing chaos that Great Way had no choice but to endure. In the Great Way Palace, war reports about the demon siege kept pouring in so fast that Qin Qianxue received several communication talismans every single day. After reading the updates, Qin Qianxue judged that Blood Lotus was already running out of strength against a lineup that included soul formation experts and dozens of nascent soul cultivators. She was even more confident because Blood Lotus had been trapped inside the demon-suppressing formation, leaving him only one path left, a desperate fight to the death. Even so, Qin Qianxue expected heavy losses on her own side, and she knew the only real variable was whether the formation could hold. Because she had seen Blood Lotus at his peak in an earlier simulation, she knew this weakened version should be killable, especially after his demon embryo had already been destroyed. And if this attempt somehow still failed, Qin Qianxue did not panic, because she could always try again in another simulation. 2 more months passed, and a weakening Blood Lotus finally gambled everything on one last attack. That dying strike killed 2 nascent soul cultivators on the spot, and even blasted a crack into the demon-suppressing formation. A fragment of that terrifying aftershock escaped through the crack and shot toward the refuge, turning everything in its path into dead land. Fu Shuangmi and the cultivators guarding the refuge sensed the danger at once, and they knew that if no one stopped it, at least 1 million people would die. Several Golden Core secret guards, dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and more than 10 Foundation Establishment demonic beasts stepped forward to block it, even while fear made their bodies tremble. They were not obeying an order this time, they chose to stand there on their own. A crane demon, terrified for her, begged Fu Shuangmi not to stay on the front line because Great Yen City could not afford to lose its city lord. Fu Shuangmi answered without hesitation that Great Yen City could survive without her, but not without the common people who made it what it was. The crane demon froze at her words, still too simple to fully understand them before Fu Shuangmi suddenly shouted a warning. Then the aftershock arrived, a monstrous black fog racing toward them and ripping apart everything ahead of it. The Golden Core secret guards took the first hit, and some of them exploded into blood mist the instant they made contact. The remaining Golden Core guards held on for only 10 breaths before they too were exhausted and died one after another. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and demonic beasts threw out every trump card they had, but the aftershock still crushed through them. More than 10 of them died instantly, and the last defenders soon lost all signs of life. When the defense line was gone, Fu Shuangmi was left as the final person still standing, already grievously wounded. At 131 years old, Fu Shuangmi fell after shielding the refuge from the demon's aftershock with her own life. At almost the same moment, Taoist Blood Lotus was finally killed inside the demon-suppressing formation, ending the war at a terrible cost for Great Way and Great Q. Back in reality in Yuanying County, Fu Shuangmi returned from the simulation without regret and looked around with quiet relief. She admitted that once again she had chosen the same path as before, throwing herself away to protect ordinary people instead of living longer. She knew that if she had hardened her heart, she might have survived, because the final aftershock would only have killed tens of thousands, not most of the refugees. But that was exactly the problem. Fu Shuangmi found that even the thought of tens of thousands dying still felt unbearably heavy to her. She asked herself whether that made her a good person or simply someone with a crushing sense of responsibility. She stopped herself before that confusion could go too far, unwilling to brood until she gave birth to a mental demon in real life. Unlike Qin Qianxue, she had no mysterious mask to suppress that kind of danger, so she knew she might have to take extreme measures against herself if she ever lost control. So instead of dwelling on it, Fu Shuangmi switched to the question she cared about now, whether Blood Lotus had died before her, and whether that would improve her rewards. Elsewhere in Qinghe County, Bai watched the whole result through the simulator and let out a helpless sigh. Bai reflected that ever since her first simulation, Fu Shuangni's deaths had kept ending in the same heroic way, always for the sake of others. He remembered that last time she had died protecting Great Yen City like a ruler refusing to abandon the people at the gate. And this time, he realized, she had died trying to save not hundreds of thousands, but millions. Bai also noticed something that bothered him. The demon's aftershock seemed almost perfectly measured so that Fu Shuangni could stop it only by throwing in her own life. He had to admit that surviving to 130 was already proof of Fu Shuangni's strength, even with the world's will seemingly pressing against her. Then the simulator sounded again, cutting off his thoughts as Fu Shuangni's results screen began to appear. Bai watches Fu Shuangni's settlement screen appear and sees she cleared one more achievement than Qin Jiao. He quickly figures out that hometown people must have triggered when Fu Shuangni first met Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao in the simulator. The title Lord of the Nine Cities is even simpler, because Fu Shuangni truly ruled the 9 cities of Savage Mountain. When he reaches omniscient, Bai rejects the idea that it means Fu Shuangni knew the future and starts tracing it to her information network instead. He concludes that Fu Shuangni earned that title by planting so many spies in Great Wei that she could track the dynasty's major movements almost immediately. Then Bai gets stuck on the absurd achievement named beating up the elderly, and genuinely cannot remember Fu Shuangni ever doing anything like that. He runs through Fu Shuangni's life in his head and rules out her demon beast years and her city building years as impossible chances for that achievement. The answer finally clicks when he remembers the ancient demon Blood Lotus being trapped and ganged up on by everyone. Bai decides that Fu Shuangni counted as part of that beating because her cities supplied the national fate power that made the demon suppression array possible. Once he frames Blood Lotus as a vicious ancient demon, Bai stops feeling bad about the joke and openly decides the old monster deserved it. The first real rewards appear, and Bai barely glances at the Moon Crow bloodline because he sees it as an ordinary demonic beast lineage. He dismisses the Foundation Establishment 4th level spiritual energy too, since his current cultivation has already grown past the point where that amount matters much. What really hooks him is the third reward, 9 wisps of national fate power, and he chooses it immediately. The moment the reward enters his body, that mysterious force overwhelms his spiritual energy and starts swallowing it outright. Bai steadies himself and realizes he still has not reached Golden Core, but his strength just jumped several times over anyway. Counting the earlier reward too, he now holds 10 wisps of national fate and starts thinking that a few more rounds might replace all his spiritual energy with it. That idea leaves him staring at his own future in awe, because he may eventually wield power comparable to a small dynasty. Then the extra settlement rewards begin, starting with such a ridiculous pile of spirit stones that even the system describes it as enough to drown his house. More bonus rewards stack on top of that, an empty Yuanying city, a demon suppression formation diagram, and the aura of a king. Bai is happy to take the spirit stones even if he hardly cultivates with them, because a mountain of wealth is still satisfying to own. The Yuanying city reward reminds him of the earlier Qinghe city reward, and he realizes he can basically drop whole cities as crushing weapons if he needs to. He lingers much more seriously on the demon suppression formation, because he knows it was strong enough to trap even Blood Lotus. Still, Bai immediately spots the drawback. That formation is terrifying, but it demands too many conditions, preparations, and people to be used casually. When he reaches the aura of a king, he recognizes it as another layer on top of similar rewards he has already accumulated and accepts it without complaint. The story then shifts to Yuanying County, where Fu Shuangni receives her own settlement rewards inside the county office at night. Her main reward is 2 wisps of national fate, and that alone already feels like an excellent harvest to her. The next reward catches her attention even more, because she recognizes the half-innate spirit body as a weakened version of Qin Jiao's talent. After thinking it through, Fu Shuangni is satisfied because the weaker body is still enough to let her break through freely below Golden Core. A storage bag appears in her hand next, and she instantly recognizes it as the very bag Qin Qianxue once gave her in the simulator. That familiar gift hits harder when she realizes the spirit stones inside were preserved exactly as Qin Qianxue had prepared them for Great Yen City's growth. Then Fu Shuangni studies 3 escape talismans and quickly reframes them as real life-saving tools, even if 100 miles is not far to top experts. What reassures her is the stackability, because 3 uses in a row could push her 300 miles away from danger. After receiving the aura of a king, Fu Shuangni can feel her own presence subtly change, even if she cannot measure it yet. Since it is still the middle of the night, she decides to leave that test for tomorrow instead of disturbing anyone now. Back inside the simulator timeline, 3 days after Fu Shuangni's death, news of it finally reaches Qin Qianxue in the Imperial City. After hearing that Fu Shuangni died, Qin Qianxue steadied herself fast and quietly accepted that she might be the last one still fighting alone. She reflects that Qin Jiao is gone, Fu Shuangni is gone, and she has no idea when her own turn will come, but in the simulator even death no longer scares her much. The report confirms that Fu Shuangni and Taoist Blood Lotus died at the same time, leaving Qin Qianxue wondering whether Fu Shuangni managed to claim any final achievement before dying. Before she can dwell on it longer, a disturbance rises outside and the Great Wei Emperor personally comes to see her. Qin Qianxue is surprised by the visit, but she still bows politely and greets her father in her usual formal way. Qin Fengmin admits he came because he heard about Fu Shuangni's death and worried Qin Qianxue would be crushed by losing a friend from another race. When he sees how composed she is, he tells her she has truly grown up, and that quiet concern catches Qin Qianxue off guard. For a rare moment, Qin Qianxue feels genuine warmth from the imperial family and realizes her father really came to comfort her. She answers calmly that death comes for humans and demonic beasts alike, so all she can do now is accept it and move forward. Qin Fengmin agrees, then says Fu Shuangni's service was so great that she deserves a posthumous title, and he asks Qin Qianxue what it should be. Qin Qianxue argues that Fu Shuangni founded 9 cities, saved millions, borrowed national fate to fight the demon, and died for her people, so anything less than king would insult her achievements. The idea shocks Qin Fengmin, because making a demonic beast a king is something no human emperor of Great Wei has ever done. In the end he accepts her advice, announces that Fu Shuangni helped kill the ancient demon, and grants her a king's title anyway. That decree explodes across Great Wei, because Fu Shuangni becomes the first different surname king in its history and the first one who is not even human. Most people never realize they just escaped a disaster tied to the ancient demon, so many of them only fixate on the scandal of honoring a dead demonic beast. Qin Fengmin ignores the noise outside the palace, but inside the court he cannot avoid a storm of objections. Stubborn officials keep filing memorials to strip Fu Shuangni's title, turning the court into a long-running battlefield of words. Qin Qianxue's faction fights back just as hard, and the arguments become so fierce the court nearly descends into a brawl. After years of fighting, Qin Qianxue's side wins and Fu Shuangni's royal title is finally locked in for good. Much later, Qin Qianxue gathers precious pills, high-grade spirit stones, and strong outside protection before attempting another golden core breakthrough with extreme caution. 1 full year later, her 4th attempt finally succeeds and Qin Qianxue steps into the golden core realm. At just 139, she becomes the youngest golden core cultivator in Great Wei and shocks even her own father speechless. Qin Fengmin can hardly believe his sickly daughter broke through more than a century earlier than he did, and his shock quickly turns into pure pride. He bursts into bragging laughter, declaring that all the famed geniuses of the cultivation world look ordinary next to Chan Ning. News of her breakthrough races through the cultivation world, and cultivators everywhere are left stunned by someone reaching golden core this young. They keep asking how she could break through so fast without ruining her foundation, state of mind, or body, but none of them know the truth behind it. The hidden truth is brutal. Qin Qianxue had already failed 3 golden core attempts before this one and only survived because she had advantages no normal cultivator could copy. The first failure was survivable, the second nearly birthed a mental demon, and the third did create one. But the mysterious mask let her endure what should have killed her. What looks like effortless genius from the outside is actually Qin Qianxue surviving one deadly failure after another until the 4th attempt finally works. After reaching golden core, Qin Qianxue helps rebuild Great Yan City in Savage Mountain almost exactly as it was before, refusing to let Fu Shuangni's city vanish with her. She also raises a statue of Fu Shuangni there, and leaves a jade tablet recording Fu Shuangni's life and achievements in full. The next year, humans, demonic beasts, and half-demons all move into the new city together, and its schools reopen as life begins again. Rebuilding spreads to the other 8 cities too, turning Fu Shuangni's old territory from ruin back into a living network. At 143, Qin Qianxue represents Great Wei at the Great Yu Emperor's 800th birthday banquet, and her youth alone leaves that entire dynasty staring. When she returns a few years later, the other 8 cities have also been rebuilt, and the displaced people have finally been settled properly. Living side by side gradually changes both races, and the fear between humans and demonic beasts around Great Yan City starts to ease. That new order produces another breakthrough for the region when Great Yan City gives rise to its first half-demon foundation establishment cultivator. Back in Great Wei, Qin Fengmin decides the Crown Prince has reflected long enough in Cold Phoenix Palace and orders his early release. The Emperor finds that his eldest son did not waste those years at all, because the Crown Prince has quietly cultivated up to the 6th layer of golden core. That strength softens Qin Fengmin's old anger, and he simply warns the Crown Prince not to make the same mistake again before restoring his freedom. When Qin Qianxue hears about it, the old Granny Remnant Soul immediately warns her that sparing a snake only means it will come back to bite. Granny bluntly tells her that the released Crown Prince is no longer an obvious tiger but a hidden poisonous snake who may want not just revenge, but her life. That warning lands harder because this is the same Granny Remnant Soul Qin Qianxue recovered from an ancient pendant after Qin Jiao's death, just like in an earlier simulation. Qin Qianxue admits she wanted the Crown Prince dead before, but with his status as the Emperor's first chosen heir, forcing him into decades of confinement was already the limit of what she could do. She knows her father dotes on her, but he still dotes on the Crown Prince too, so even another crime would likely only bring more punishment or loss of title, not execution. So for all her strength, Qin Qianxue reaches the same bitter conclusion: killing the Crown Prince inside Great Wei's rules is still far too difficult. Meanwhile, The newly freed crown prince returns to his old residence and finds it nearly empty, with only a few maids and guards left behind. He does not vent his anger there at all, and that eerie calm makes him even more dangerous. Instead, he quietly starts using his title as crown prince to gather a fresh group of supporters back in the imperial court. Even after losing to Qinqianxue, the Great Wei crown prince still kept enough prestige to hold many officials on his side. Years later, the court is still a nest of arguing factions, and Qinqianxue can only fight political tricks with political tricks. Watching the endless infighting, Qinqianxue inwardly curses the court as a swarm of useless insects dragging Great Wei toward decline. By age 154, Qinqianxue keeps clashing with the crown prince in court, and this time she usually has the upper hand. The emperor sees the sibling struggle clearly but refuses to interfere, and the hostility around Qinqianxue's side keeps growing. At 158, Qinqianxue stockpiles cultivation resources and successfully pushes herself to the second level of Golden Core. Then bad news spreads overseas. Foreign states learn Great Wei and Great Yu were badly weakened by the ancient demon war decades ago. Greedy foreign cultivators slip into Great Wei's coast in the thousands and leave burning towns, dead civilians, and chaos behind them. The emperor erupts in fury over the invasion, and the crown prince publicly volunteers to lead the resistance himself. An old supporter warns Qinqianxue that if the crown prince takes all the war merit, the advantage he built over the years could disappear overnight. The old official presses the point. Once the crown prince wins glory, the fence-sitters in court will rush back to his side. Qinqianxue immediately sees the danger on the other side too. If she leaves the imperial city, the crown prince may be baiting her into a trap beyond her father's reach. Lord Hu admits it may be a scheme, but he argues that if she refuses to move, she will only hand the crown prince unstoppable momentum. That lands hard, because Qinqianxue remembers it already took everything to drag the crown prince down once, and this time Qin Jiao and Fu Shuangni are not here to help her. After weighing caution against future disaster, Qinqianxue makes her choice and decides to join the campaign. She tells Lord Hu that at tomorrow's court session, she will also ask the emperor for permission to deal with the foreign invaders. But she refuses to walk into the trap unprepared and orders Lord Hu to quietly contact sects with nascent soul experts. Her price is enormous. She is willing to trade Taoist Blood Lotus's soul formation breakthrough manual for 5 years of hidden protection. The old official is stunned, and Qinqianxue's extreme caution suddenly feels much bigger than he imagined. The next day in court, Qinqianxue publicly asks to join the southern campaign, and the emperor agrees after a brief pause. The hesitant officials can only watch as father, son, and daughter all step onto the same political battlefield. At 162, Qinqianxue and the crown prince each march south with tens of thousands of elite troops to suppress the invaders. A year later, Qinqianxue reaches a city the foreigners already plundered and finds nothing but wreckage and misery. She does not just chase glory there, she immediately helps the surviving civilians while ordering a search for the foreign cultivators. By age 164, her side gets solid intelligence, and Qinqianxue launches a clean encirclement that captures hundreds of invading cultivators in one sweep. At the same time, the crown prince also scores a public win by stopping another foreign raid before it can hit a city. Both victories are sent back to the capital, and the emperor is pleased with his son and daughter alike. In open court, the emperor praises and rewards Qinqianxue and the crown prince together, turning the anti-invasion war into another round of sibling competition. The fighting drags on for years, but Qinqianxue keeps hunting down hidden foreigners until they are captured or killed in batches. By age 168, the thousands of foreign cultivators who invaded Great Wei have finally been wiped out. In the same year, Qinqianxue's strength rises again as she breaks through to the third level of Golden Core. She opens her eyes feeling it as a double blessing, because the war is won and her cultivation has advanced at the same time. Still, she notes with some annoyance that the cleanup took 6 years instead of the 5 she expected. The extra danger mattered because the nascent soul cultivators she hired with Taoist Blood Lotus's manual have already completed their 5-year deal and left. Now only her secret guards remain around her, strong but nowhere near the same level of insurance. Then the calm breaks as a secret guard rushes in with an anxious report that more foreign cultivators have appeared out of nowhere and started raiding again. His report gets worse fast. Weak sects have been massacred, their spirit herbs stripped clean, and a Golden Core invader slaughtered a county after looting its office. Hearing that tens of thousands were killed or injured and the enemy vanished again, Qinqianxue realizes the situation is not stabilizing at all, it is escalating. She admits she underestimated the greed of those foreign powers and that driving out the first wave was nowhere near enough. So she steps out at once and orders the secret guards to trace how the enemy slipped in unseen and report back the moment they find anything. At 169, the crown prince moves first again and discovers the new foreign group before Qinqianxue does. Then he corners her politically by inviting her to join the extermination in the name of righteousness, making refusal look selfish and cowardly. Qinqianxue sees through the move immediately, but she still has to accept and prepare to attack the foreigners from the other side. Even while agreeing, she hides extra cards in her sleeve and keeps several precautions ready in case the crown prince is planning something worse. A month into the joint campaign, The pincer attack goes wrong when the Crown Prince's side holds for only a few days before seeming to collapse under foreign pressure. With his camp beaten back in one hard burst, the foreign cultivators suddenly turn all their strength towards smashing through Qin Qianshue's position instead. Qin Qianshue sees through the Crown Prince's act at once. He lost on purpose so the foreign cultivators would look down on him and throw their full force at her instead. As she thinks it through, Qin Qianshue calmly names the real danger. Her eldest brother finally means to ruin her standing at court or kill her outright. Granny warns her not to meet the foreign cultivators head-on, because if both sides bleed each other dry, the Crown Prince will step in and take everything. Qin Qianshue answers just as coolly that she knows, and she is not the kind of person who waits quietly for death. She changes the battle plan and drives her elite army toward the Crown Prince's side, forcing him to stop pretending to be weak unless he wants the enemy to tear through his own camp. Under that pressure, the Crown Prince has no choice but to show more of his strength, and the war grinds back into a brutal stalemate. Half a month later, another wave of foreign cultivators slips into Great Way and slams into Qin Qianshue from the rear, costing her more than 1,000 soldiers before the line stabilizes. The Crown Prince's side is hit too, and word spreads that an 8th-level Golden Core enemy nearly chopped off his arm in the chaos. Instead of ending fast, the war swells wider and uglier, with more and more people dragged into it. Another half-month passes, and Qin Qianshue finally crushes one foreign force, killing 1,000 and taking 3,000 prisoners. But the enemy answers like cornered beasts, throwing their main force straight at Qin Qianshue's camp to smash a way out. Right in the middle of that defense, a new force suddenly appears on her flanks. One blood-soaked general is horrified, because those flank attackers should have run straight into the Crown Prince's army first. He hurriedly orders the news sent to the princess, fearing the Crown Prince may already have fallen. But when Qin Qianshue hears the report, she does not believe her eldest brother was defeated that easily. She immediately guesses the simpler answer. The Crown Prince intentionally let the enemy through again to use them against her. Granny pushes back at once, warning that after failing once, the Crown Prince would not be foolish enough to rely on the exact same trick again. That warning makes Qin Qianshue pause, because she realizes she may have underestimated just how vicious her brother is. She starts asking the real question: if he is not repeating the old trap, what is he actually planning this time? Then her expression changes sharply as she remembers the last simulated life where a neighboring army was lured into Great Way to kill her, and she realizes this trap feels terrifyingly familiar. In that earlier life, she had already died to a neighboring country's invasion that she suspected her eldest brother secretly arranged. The pattern is suddenly too familiar, and Qin Qianshue realizes she is already standing inside the same script again. Granny is confused by her cryptic comment, but Qin Qianshue finally says the true threat is not the foreign cultivators outside, but her brother's 40,000 elite soldiers. She goes even further and says she now suspects the overseas invaders came to Great Way because the Crown Prince invited them in. And with the battlefield in chaos, Qin Qianshue concludes that this is the perfect moment for him to make his move. Granny still doubts it, arguing that if the Crown Prince attacks his own sister here, 40,000 soldiers would know the truth. Before she can finish, a sweating secret guard bursts into the tent with worse news. A foreign nascent soul cultivator has captured the Crown Prince. Qin Qianshue only goes silent for a breath before saying her brother has started the plan she was expecting. The news of the Crown Prince's capture tears through the army, smashing morale and pushing Qin Qianshue's forces toward collapse under fiercer enemy attacks. At the same time, the Crown Prince's 40,000 elite troops lose heart after his capture and collapse into death, injury, and desertion. On the enemy side, the supposedly captured Crown Prince sits in their camp looking more like an honored guest than a prisoner. He admits the punishment later will be worth it if this trap kills Changning, the sister he sees as his biggest threat. Then he lays out the trap. The battlefield is sealed so Qin Qianshue cannot call for help, and the foreign army entered Great Way smoothly because he let them in. He has even planned the ending. After Qin Qianshue dies, the enemy will ransom him back, and no one will suspect the captured Crown Prince was behind her death. Back on the battlefield, Qin Qianshue confirms the seal herself when every communication talisman she sends out dies without any reply. With the Crown Prince no longer sharing the pressure, wave after wave of foreign cultivators forces her army backward, and the casualties keep climbing. Even while retreating, Qin Qianshue forces a captive enemy officer to reveal that some enemy high-ranking generals are actually the Crown Prince's hidden men. That confirms it for her. To kill one sister, the Crown Prince has emptied every last secret card he was hiding. Then the final trap closes when a nascent soul demon dives onto the battlefield and locks down Qin Qianshue's hidden nascent soul protector, leaving her side exposed. With the Crown Prince's collusion reaching even the demon sect, Qin Qianshue finally understands the whole trap, and at age 170 she dies on the battlefield. Qin Qianshue's simulation ends after 170 years, and Bai Yi sees 4 new achievement rewards tied to the life she just finished. He barely reacts to Qin Qianshue's absurd death, because by now he has accepted that everyone in the simulator seems doomed by ridiculous fate. Bai Yi judges that Qin Qianshue earned the core of the trio achievement because her princess status let her become the center of Qin Qianshue, Qin Jiao, and Fu Shuangni's whole operation. He quickly makes sense of power over the court too, since the three of them trapped Great Way's crown prince in the Cold Phoenix Palace and let Qinqianxue spend decades building influence in court. The beating up the elderly achievement feels almost funny to him, because Taoist Blood Lotus has once again become someone else's reward target. For staying in the finals, Bai decides the meaning is simple. Out of the trio, Qinqianxue has survived the longest. The first three main rewards appear, and Bai immediately notices how much more high-level Qinqianxue's rewards feel compared to the others. The Great Destruction Spirit Imprisoning Finger catches his eye at once, especially after he realizes it is one of Great Way's top offensive techniques and valuable even at soul formation level. He rejects the Cautious Heart reward, uneasy that it would rewrite his personality so deeply he might stop being himself. The Royal Bloodline reward sounds even worse to him, because changing his blood from the inside feels just as ridiculous. With the bad options ruled out, Bai decisively chooses the Great Destruction Spirit Imprisoning Finger. The technique floods into his mind in one rush, and Bai instantly understands it with the ease of someone who has practiced it for centuries. Then the 4 additional rewards appear, and this second wave looks generous enough to surprise even Bai. What stuns him most is the reward containing all the spiritual power of first-level Golden Core, even if he wonders why it stops at that level when Qinqianxue reached second-level Golden Core in the simulation. He settles on a simple explanation: the higher a simulator cultivator climbs, the harder it is to inherit their full realm as a reward. Even so, Bai is satisfied, because first-level Golden Core spiritual power is already more than enough for him right now. As soon as that spiritual power is granted, the breakthrough pressure surges so hard that Xu Jihua jolts awake elsewhere in the courtyard. She instantly locks onto Bai Yi's direction and realizes with disbelief that her disciple is trying to break through to Golden Core. That shocks her far more than his earlier foundation establishment progress, because Golden Core at his age sounds less like genius and more like something impossible. For a split second, Xu Jihua even wonders if Bai Yi might really be some immortal god reincarnated. She immediately snaps herself out of the weird thought and hurries outside, now more worried than amazed because an unprepared Golden Core breakthrough can destroy a cultivator. As someone who has seen failed breakthroughs end in demons, madness, or instant death, Xu Jihua is convinced Bai Yi is taking a terrifying risk. But once she reaches his room, Xu Jihua realizes she cannot interrupt now, so all she can do is stand guard and hope he survives. Before she can do anything else, a brilliant mystic light blasts straight through the roof and shoots into the night sky. Xu Jihua is left staring in shock, because the breakthrough finishes almost the moment she notices it has begun. She cannot process it at all, since her own Golden Core breakthrough took more than 3 days, and Bai Yi seems to have done it in barely a few breaths. Inside the ruined room, Bai Yi senses Xu Jihua outside and calmly admits to himself that this breakthrough was impossible to hide. He figures the breakthrough glow was bright enough for all of Qinghe County to notice, and maybe even people in nearby Yuanying County if their eyesight was good. In the end, he shrugs it off, deciding that if anyone asks, he will simply say he is gifted. The rest of Qinqianxue's extra rewards appear, and Bai Yi quickly guesses the credibility boost came from how good she was at persuading people in the simulation. Taoist Blood Lotus personal notes are not especially useful to Bai Yi himself, but he immediately sees that the book could spark deadly fighting across the cultivation world. The last reward is a luxurious Great Way flying ship, and it is so enormous that Bai Yi is relieved it appears inside his storage bag instead of crashing into the courtyard. With every reward collected, Bai Yi looks at the hole in his roof and dryly concludes that he will have to repair and reinforce the house again. Then he opens the door and steps out to face the still frozen Xu Jihua in the courtyard. Bai Yi greets her like nothing unusual happened, which only makes the scene feel even stranger. Still trying to sort out what she just witnessed, Xu Jihua asks him again if he is actually an immortal reincarnating into the human world. At the same time elsewhere in Qinghe County, Qinqianxue returns to reality and instantly senses a shocking aura shooting up from Bai Yi's direction. With her own simulator experience, Qinqianxue recognizes the sign immediately and suspects Bai Yi may have just broken through to Golden Core. As Qinqianxue starts wondering about her previous doubts, the simulator settlement window pops up and yanks her attention to the reward list. The main reward is the pure Scarlet Sun painting, and Qinqianxue immediately recognizes it as a famous top-tier Great Way technique she once saw in the Imperial Library. Back in the simulator she had ignored this technique because better ones were within reach, but in the real world she knows this kind of method is already precious enough to fight over. Then the cultivation method floods straight into her mind, and the pure Scarlet Sun painting's full contents imprint so deeply that she knows she will never forget it. When she opens her eyes again, Qinqianxue judges that this art can carry someone to nascent soul and even brush the edge of soul formation, enough to become a sect-defining inheritance anywhere weaker than Great Way's core library. The additional rewards appear next, and the first one makes even Qinqianxue's usually calm face show a flash of real delight, enough spiritual power to jump from Foundation Establishment 5th level to 7th in one shot. She is pleased, but not surprised, because before entering the simulator she already expected a breakthrough reward and carefully sealed her residence with defensive and illusion arrays. With those formations hiding the disturbance, she accepts the reward and quietly surges up 2 small realms to Foundation Establishment 7th level without letting outsiders track the source. Feeling the leap in strength, 19-year-old Qianqianxue dares to think she might even reach Golden Core before 20, a bold idea that no ordinary cultivator would believe. After testing the difference, she realizes the gap between Foundation Establishment 5th and 7th level is much larger than 2 small stages sounds on paper. Her attention shifts to the second reward, Spirit Sword City, and she remembers Fu Shuangni naming that city as a playful nod to the Spirit Sword sect. She is still wondering how a whole city could be paid out as loot when a miniature city the size of a seal suddenly appears and floats right in front of her. The absurd little object leaves her briefly speechless, because this tiny floating model is apparently the simulator's version of an entire city reward. The moment she takes it in hand, understanding clicks into place. Spirit Sword City has been refined into a special spirit tool that can expand into the same full size it had in the simulator. That realization makes the reward instantly terrifying, because if she released it at full scale here, Spirit Sword City would flatten Qinghe County on the spot. Qianqianxue quickly judges that this bizarre city tool may be the most dangerous prize of all, a crushing one-use weapon comparable to a nascent soul strike. The third reward is much more straightforward, a storage bag packed with high-quality spirit herbs, stacked in jade boxes until the contents look like little mountains. She carefully stores the bag away, already treating those herbs as a huge reserve for pill refining and future cultivation. The last reward is Taoist Blood Lotus's incomplete notes, and Qianqianxue barely cares because she sees the simulator, not another cultivator's path, as her real road forward. Even so, she admits the notes are not worthless at all, because other cultivators would probably pay a fortune for guidance that reaches as far as nascent soul. After putting everything away, one omission finally nags at her. This settlement gave no follow-up reward for the heaven-devouring demon technique at all. She guesses that even the demons sealed in the mysterious mask were still not enough to unlock the next part, which only makes the technique feel more frightening. That thought leads her back to the strange dreams from the simulator, where terrifying figures seem to suppress entire eras beneath the eternal stars. Her brief pride collapses on the spot, because compared with beings like that, even Taoist Blood Lotus would be nothing, and she herself would not even count as an ant. In the end she laughs at herself, reins in her ambition, and decides she was getting ahead of her own steps. By the next morning, the story shifts to Fu Shuangni, who finally receives the communication talisman reply she has been waiting for from the Imperial City. She remembers how several earlier messages to the provincial capital vanished into silence, leaving the promised support feeling more and more like an empty excuse. That silence was what pushed her to send her last available talisman straight to the Imperial City, because if that failed too, she would have no clear way left to ask the court for reinforcements. The message itself is infuriatingly short. The Imperial City says it understands her request and will ask the prefecture governor to send more troops to Qinghe County. Instead of feeling reassured, Fu Shuangni frowns, because as the crown prince's daughter and a future princess of Great Yen, she should not be getting such distant, roundabout help. The more she thinks about it, the stranger it gets, because her plea should have reached her father directly, and no normal father in this world would calmly leave his daughter exposed in a demon investigation. She first considers whether someone inside the crown prince's residence intercepted her message, but that idea immediately feels dangerous and hard to believe. Then a worse possibility lands on her. Maybe the crown prince's residence never received any of her communication talismans in the first place. And if that is true, Fu Shuangni realizes the real trouble may be centered on the provincial capital, far beyond a simple reinforcement delay in Qinghe County. Fu Shuangni suddenly realizes the worst possibility. The communication talisman she sent never reached its destination because someone intercepted it. She steadies herself fast and judges that only a golden core cultivator could intercept a talisman so precisely. Her first suspicion lands on Li Feiyu and Xu Jihua, the 2 golden core experts she already knows. A moment later, she rejects that idea, because if either of them wanted her dead, they would not need such roundabout tricks. Then she remembers the terrifying great demon that blocked her on the road before, and her suspicion turns toward an unseen force working from the shadows. She pieces it together grimly. If someone can intercept her messages, then her movements may already be under constant watch. That thought chills her, because the hidden enemy may only be holding back out of fear of Li Feiyu protecting her. For the first time, the crushing debt she swore to pay for Li Feiyu's protection no longer feels like a burden but like the reason she is still alive. Still, she refuses to just wait for death and turns her thoughts to the only hidden trump card she truly controls, the simulator. She reminds herself that while Li Feiyu protects her on the surface, the simulator can let her raise her own strength at an absurd speed in secret. She recalls Qianqianxue's shocking progress, and realizes the simulator can push cultivators through multiple small realms in less than half a month. That gives Fu Shuangni a flash of hope that she might reach Golden Core in under half a year, but even the thought already feels fragile. She immediately asks the real question: if someone is already plotting against her, will they really give her half a year to grow stronger? The more carefully she thinks it through, the worse it gets. Li Feiyu can stop one Golden Core enemy, but a second attacker would likely kill her on the spot. By the end of her analysis, her crisis feels like a sword already pressed against her back, ready to pierce her heart at any mistake. That finally pushes her to a new plan, If she can hire Xu Jihua too, she might survive even if another golden core appears. She remembers Xu Jihua crushing a Sacred Heart Palace demon in Yangqing County, and judges that woman to be at least 5th or 6th level golden core. But once the idea settles in, a new problem hits her just as hard. What can she possibly offer to make Xu Jihua agree? She runs through her options and realizes, a little bitterly, that spirit stones are almost the only thing she can still offer. The spirit herbs are gone already, because she used them to repay Li Feiyu and nearly clear the heavenly Tao oath debt she owed him. That leaves her staring at the same old truth again. In real life, she is always being strangled by money. Even so, she forces herself to accept the trade, because compared to her life, losing spirit stones is nothing. She counts up what she got the night before and realizes the total wealth from Great Yen City is large enough that it might actually tempt a golden core expert. With that, she makes up her mind and decides to leave Yanian County for Qinghe County, where the hidden experts there make her feel safer. As she walks, she links one thought to another and starts suspecting that Bai, Xu Jihua, and maybe even Li Feiyu all belong to the same terrifying little circle of experts in Qinghe County. Bai Su once called by a foundation establishment cultivator, but Fu Shuangni now suspects that was just a disguise and that Bai may also be golden core. The idea leaves her genuinely shaken, because one tiny Qinghe County may be hiding 2 or even 3 golden core cultivators. Before she can leave, a prefecture official hurries over, bows, and nervously asks if he can raise a question. He asks whether reinforcements from the prefecture are ever coming, because Yuanian County cannot keep depending on Li Feiyu if another strong demon appears. The official's courage almost collapses when he remembers he also owes Li Feiyu a crushing debt for protection. Even so, he pushes through and warns that one golden core bodyguard is not enough if a double crisis hits. Fu Shuangni asks him bluntly if he is afraid of demon cultivators, and the man instantly denies it far too quickly. She sees right through him, but instead of pressing the point, she drops a colder answer. The prefecture will not send anyone. The official goes pale in disbelief, because if the prefecture will abandon even a princess in danger, then those officials are worse than unreliable. Just before despair fully takes over, Fu Shuangni tells him there is still one chance. When he begs to know more, she only tells him to follow her back to Qinghe County and keeps the rest hidden. She stays silent about the failed contact with the imperial capital, because experience has taught her that subordinates grow dangerous when they smell weakness. When she finally leaves Yuanian County, Fu Shuangni insists on bringing the golden core puppet in Li Feiyu form rather than risk the road with only a few officials. Bai quietly allows it, because in his eyes Fu Shuangni is still far too useful to let die. The group rides flying swords back toward Qinghe County, with the golden core puppet in Li Feiyu form leading at golden core speed. About an hour later, Qinghe County comes into view, and just returning there makes Fu Shuangni feel safer. Even then, she does not rush to Xu Jihua first and instead heads straight for the county office. At the county office, she hears bailiffs whispering excitedly about a strange light from the night before and rumors of a secret treasure in Qinghe County. The gossip gets more specific when one of them says the strange light seemed to come from Cultivator Bai's house. Another bailiff quickly warns the others not to get greedy, because Bai Su already said Bai is a foundation establishment cultivator who helped the county. Fu Shuangni catches the key pieces at once: a secret treasure, a mysterious light, and Bai's name all tied together in one rumor. A nearby state official notices Fu Shuangni's look and gives a heavy cough, warning the gossiping bailiffs that the princess is standing right behind them. The bailiffs turn around in annoyance, then instantly go white when they realize the princess has been hearing every word. At the Qinghe County office, a few bailiffs go rigid with fear when they realize the princess has caught them gossiping on the job. Instead of punishing them on the spot, a provincial official tells the bailiffs to repeat exactly what they were saying to Fu Shuangni. The bailiffs scramble to explain that a brilliant mystic light shot into the sky from Baiyi's house last night, and they swear the whole county saw it. One official starts to dismiss the story as nonsense, but Fu Shuangni cuts in and says there are only 2 real explanations. She says the light either came from a secret treasure or from an immortal cultivator making a breakthrough. When an immortal cultivator from the provincial side asks what kind of breakthrough could shake all of Qinghe County, Fu Shuangni answers with one shocking guess: golden core. The room goes cold because even the weakest bailiffs know a golden core cultivator is far beyond anything a small county should hold. Fu Shuangni coolly adds that it might have been a foundation establishment cultivator entering golden core, or even a golden core expert advancing higher. She names the 2 most likely people behind it, Bai Yi or Xu Jihua, and the officials are left reeling at the thought that tiny Qinghe County may be hiding 2 golden core figures. With that, Fu Shuangni decides to go meet Xu Jihua in person. She heads toward Bai Yi's residence because she assumes Xu Jihua should be there, since the 2 of them clearly live closely together. Fu Shuangni even suspects Bai Yi and Xu Jihua may both be hidden experts choosing to cultivate quietly inside an ordinary county town. Before she even reaches the house, Fu Shuangni unexpectedly runs straight into Xu Jihua on the road. Xu Jihua looks almost like an ordinary beautiful woman out shopping, except for the wine gourd at her waist and the easy confidence in her eyes. She briefly notices the golden core puppet behind Fu Shuangni, then ignores it and teases the princess for obviously coming to find her. Fu Shuangni keeps her composure, admits she came for Xu Jihua, and speaks respectfully without trying to flatter her. Xu Jihua asks why, and Fu Shuangni immediately brings out a storage bag with a serious request. She wants this golden core senior to protect her for a while. Xu Jihua starts to brush the idea off, but the moment her divine sense checks the storage bag, her expression changes. Whatever Fu Shuangni offered is good enough to instantly wipe away Xu Jihua's refusal. Now all smiles, Xu Jihua takes a sip from her wine gourd and agrees to give the great Yen princess some face. Fu Shuangni quietly realizes the senior may be a little unreliable, but she has already committed and can only trust Xu Jihua's honesty now. Xu Jihua proves at least one thing right away by not taking the bag and disappearing. Then Xu Jihua slaps Fu Shuangni's shoulder 3 times and loudly declares that anyone who touches her in Qinghe County is making an enemy of her. Fu Shuangni forces a smile through the burning pain in her shoulder and thanks her anyway. At the same time, Fu Shuangni catches the limit hidden inside that promise. Xu Jihua will protect her only as long as she stays inside Qinghe County. That still suits Fu Shuangni well enough, because if Qinghe County is safe, she can simply remain here for the next half year. Before they part, Xu Jihua tosses Fu Shuangni a jade pendant and tells her to break it if danger finds her inside Qinghe County. Xu Jihua explains that the pendant will let her pinpoint Fu Shuangni's location the instant it breaks, and Fu Shuangni accepts it with another formal thanks before leaving. Knowing they would be surrounded if they stayed any longer, Fu Shuangni immediately turned and withdrew with her group. The princess's people quietly relaxed, because having another golden core protector around the princess also meant their own lives were a little safer. Behind them, Xu Jihua watched the golden core puppet for a beat and started wondering why Fu Shuangni valued this little princess so much. When she weighed the princess's spirit stones in her sleeve, Xu Jihua half-joked that money might be the princess's most special trait after all. She admitted that much wealth could tempt even a golden core cultivator, and she found the princess daring for trusting her character. After that brief detour, Xu Jihua simply remembered her original errand and went back to the market like an oddly casual immortal carrying groceries. Back at Qinghe County office, Fu Shuangni found every bailiff and official acting absurdly diligent the moment news of her return spread. But after several simulator lives, Fu Shuangni saw straight through the act and knew exactly who was truly working and who was only putting on a show. Then a constable hurried over and respectfully reported that an immortal cultivator outside the county office wanted to see her. Fu Shuangni first assumed it might be Xu Jihua, but when she reached out with divine sense, the familiar aura told her it was someone else. She pressed for details, and the constable nervously said the visitor was a female cultivator whose presence felt strangely like standing before royalty. That odd clue was enough for Fu Shuangni to identify the guest, and she abruptly decided she would go out to greet her in person. Her reaction left the entire county office shaken, and the provincial officials hurried after her, guessing some major figure must be waiting outside. At the gate, they found a young-looking female cultivator standing there in perfect calm, and none of them could see through her cultivation. Fu Shuangni confirmed it was really her, and praised how hard the disguise was to see through unless someone already knew her aura. The woman answered with the same icy calm as ever, and Fu Shuangni invited her inside. As soon as she stepped into the county office, the visitor wiped away her disguise and revealed herself as Qingqianxue, the holy maiden of Spirit Sword sect. The county magistrate nearly cried out on the spot, and everyone else was left reeling that the Spirit Sword sect's holy maiden had come all the way to tiny Qinghe County. To avoid prying ears, Fu Shuangni brought Qingqianxue to a quiet rear courtyard where only the two of them remained. Once they were alone, Fu Shuangni casually set up a sound isolation array and asked why Qingqianxue had suddenly come back to Qinghe County. Qingqianxue said an accident brought her back, and since Qinghe County was her birthplace, and where her family lived, she came to look around. But the real reason she came to find Fu Shuangni was because she had seen her speaking with that mysterious woman earlier, and wanted to know who Xu Jihua was. When Fu Shuangni named Xu Jihua, she immediately tested whether Qingqianxue had some grudge with her. Qingqianxue said it was not exactly a grudge, then abruptly turned the conversation toward Bai. She asked whether Fu Shuangni knew the cultivator Bai who lived on the east side of Qinghe County. Fu Shuangni admitted she knew Bai a little, because he had helped Qinghe County by killing demon cultivators hidden inside the county office. She added that Bai also had an indescribable connection with Xu Jihua, which only made him more suspicious. Fu Shuangni even said she suspected the strange phenomenon in Qinghe County the night before had been caused by Bai. After laying out everything she knew, Fu Shuangni finally asked why Qingqianxue was investigating Bai at all. Qingqianxue said Bai felt strange to her, which immediately struck Fu Shuangni as too serious a concern to be just idle curiosity. Then Qingqianxue revealed the real suspicion. She thought Bai might be exactly the same kind of person as them. That possibility stunned Fu Shuangni, because if Qingqianxue was right, Bai would be another simulator candidate hidden in Qinghe County. Qingqianxue explained that the first time she met Bai long ago, he only felt a little odd and she found nothing concrete. But the second time she met him, she could no longer see through his cultivation at all, which meant something about Bai had changed fast. Qingqianxue concluded that if Bai had really reached a level even she could not read in such a short time, then the suspicion around him was far too serious to ignore. Qin Qianxue warns that if Bai Yi is really another simulator candidate, he may have entered earlier than all of them and already know who they are. Fu Shuangni stays calm and points out the obvious problem with that fear. Even if Bai Yi is one of them, he has no reason to be their enemy. That question breaks Qin Qianxue's spiral, and she realizes her simulator deaths have made her far too suspicious in real life. With a helpless laugh, Qin Qianxue admits Fu Shuangni woke her up before this mindset turned into real mental demons. Fu Shuangni instantly turns the moment into an invitation, asking Qin Qianxue to stay with her in Qinghe County. Qin Qianxue immediately guesses the real reason. Fu Shuangni wants help investigating the Sacred Heart Palace's demon cultivators. Fu Shuangni admits it openly and says they can work together in reality just like they do inside the simulator. After a brief pause, Qin Qianxue agrees and confirms she was already planning to remain in Qinghe County for a while. Outside Qinghe County, 3 men with suppressed auras appear by the city wall, and the crowd strangely passes them without noticing they exist. The white-haired leader coldly asks whether the great Yen princess is really inside the county. The subordinate confirms he has been secretly tracking the princess and knows she is in Qinghe County. The old man rebukes him for failing this long, especially since Elder He is already dead and only a few Foundation establishment guards should be left around the princess. The spy bitterly explains that his best chance vanished when a golden core loose cultivator suddenly appeared and started protecting the princess. He says a second perfect opening also collapsed when an absurdly strong female loose cultivator showed up, leaving him too afraid to even keep following. Even the old man is forced to accept the strange truth that this remote county somehow has not one but 2 golden core loose cultivators. He coldly remarks that the princess is lucky, but her father's special status means that luck was never going to save her from this trouble. Then he lays out the kill plan. The Big Palm spy will stall the male loose cultivator, the old man will deal with the female one, and the princess herself is his target. The silent man beside him is revealed to be a golden core puppet, making the trio even more dangerous than they first appeared. With nobody around them able to hear or even notice a thing, the old assassin, his golden core puppet, and the Big Palm spy walk straight into Qinghe County. Back in the county office, Fu Shuangni suddenly feels a killing premonition so intense it is like standing helpless on an execution platform. When Qin Qianxue asks what is wrong, Fu Shuangni can only admit that something terrible is about to happen. Qin Qianxue takes her seriously at once and says a Foundation establishment cultivator should trust that kind of instinct because real danger is coming. Almost on cue, a terrifying aura locks onto Fu Shuangni, and the pressure of a golden core cultivator freezes her where she stands. High above the office, surging spiritual power gathers into a massive flaming palm and slams down with golden core force. Just as Fu Shuangni feels death closing in, a blinding white sword light tears upward and slices the giant palm cleanly in half. The shattered flames burst across the nearby streets, but a familiar flying sword now hovers in front of Fu Shuangni, and the crushing pressure suddenly eases. Fu Shuangni recognizes the weapon at once and blurts out that it belongs to Sir Li Feiyu. Qin Qianxue is hit by a second shock, because she recognizes the same blade as the Baiping sword from the simulator and realizes another simulator candidate may be hiding in Qinghe County. Before either woman can make sense of it, a voice from the air warns the hidden protector to back off or die in Qinghe County. Then a figure appears in the sky at last, and the aura pouring from him confirms a true golden core cultivator has come to kill. A giant flaming palm suddenly hangs over Qinghe County, and everyone from officials to commoners freezes under the crushing pressure of a golden core cultivator. A state capital official realizes the truth first. Li Feiyu must have blocked that strike, or the county office would already be gone, and the real target can only be the princess. That guess terrifies the group, because if anything happens to Fu Shuangni, they know they will all be dragged down with her. When they reach the courtyard, they find Fu Shuangni and Qin Qianxue still alive and talking, as if they had already expected this attack to come. Fu Shuangni looks up at the blurred figure in the sky and admits her bad feeling was right, because she had long sensed someone watching her from the shadows. She says that fear is exactly why she rushed back to Qinghe County and paid a huge price to secure Xu Jihua's protection. Fu Shuangni quietly realizes how close she just came to dying, and that Qin Qianxue would have been dragged into it too if Li Feiyu had reacted a beat later. Qin Qianxue immediately spots the bigger danger. If someone has stalked Fu Shuangni for this long, there is almost certainly another golden core expert hiding nearby. Fu Shuangni agrees at once and without wasting a second, pulls out 2 talismans from her sleeve. She hands one talisman to Qin Qianxue, and Qin Qianxue instantly recognizes it as an escape talisman meant for a desperate retreat. Fu Shuangni tells her plainly to use it to save her life if things get worse. Above them, Li Feiyu rises into the air step by step as if walking an invisible stairway, and the flying sword before Fu Shuangni follows him upward. Seeing that sword jolts Qin Qianxue, because Li Feiyu is somehow carrying the Baiping sword that should never have ended up here by coincidence. Her mind races through impossible possibilities, including whether Li Feiyu could be another simulator candidate, but the situation is moving too fast for her to sort it out. An anxious provincial official begs Fu Shuangni and the Holy Maiden to flee at once, because the county office is no longer safe. Fu Shuangni refuses to run first and orders them to evacuate the people around the county office instead, putting the civilians ahead of herself. The officials can only obey, even as they know that if the princess dies here, their own punishment will be ruinous. Once they are gone, Qinqianxue points out the hard truth. In reality, Li Feiyu can only hold off one golden core enemy. She presses further and asks the real question. If a second golden core appears right now, can an escape talisman truly save Fu Shuangni from that kind of pursuit? Fu Shuangni answers with a faint smile and finally shows Qinqianxue the real backup plan, an ordinary-looking jade pendant that is actually her hidden trump card. She takes out a plain jade pendant, and at first glance it looks so ordinary that only the faint formation traces give it away. Qinqianxue recognizes it immediately as a positioning jade token, and Fu Shuangni admits she never expected to burn this backup so soon. Fu Shuangni crushes the jade token on the spot, and a white beam shoots upward as a distress signal before vanishing into the sky. That flash catches the attacker's eye in midair, and for the first time his confidence wavers as he realizes the princess may still have reinforcements coming. The thought only makes him more agitated, because he thought every communication route had already been cut. He glares at Li Feiyu and demands to know why this stranger insists on stepping into deadly trouble he does not understand. The puppet answers in its rough metallic voice with pure contempt, calling it a load of nonsense, and refusing to retreat. Enraged, the attacker declares that Li Feiyu will die in Qinghe County today and finally stops talking. His two flaming palms erupt into a towering fire dharma idol more than 100 feet tall, turning the sky above Qinghe County into a furnace. The heat is so extreme that even the grass, trees, and wooden buildings below begin to catch fire before the strike even lands. Li Feiyu does not flinch, and with one hand on the sword he releases a blinding white blade of light to meet the flames head-on. When fire and sword collide, the impact explodes like the sky itself breaking apart. The shockwave tears through Qinghe County, ripping up tiles and collapsing houses as the fleeing crowd realizes this fight could erase the whole area. Away from the panic, a white-haired old man watches calmly from a rooftop, studying both the battle overhead and the princess still inside the county office. He all but mocks Fu Shuangni for trusting one golden core protector, convinced that youth and inexperience have made her underestimate the real danger. He prepares to strike while Li Feiyu is tied down, but just before he moves, another powerful golden core aura locks onto him. The old assassin immediately realizes the aura belongs to a golden core cultivator at least as strong as he is, and he stops cold. After a brief silent standoff, he calls out and tells the hidden expert there is no point in staying concealed anymore. A lazy female voice answers with a yawn, telling the old man to stop bullying the juniors and give her side some face by backing off. The old assassin turns and finds Xu Jihua standing alarmingly close, and the real shock is that a golden core expert stronger than him reached that spot without him noticing. One breath later, his calm is gone, because he can tell this beautiful, wine-scented woman may actually be stronger than he is. Outside the county office, Xu Jihua swayed with a wine gourd in hand and sized up the white-haired golden core old man like he was already half in the grave. Xu Jihua kept the pressure on, mocking the old assassin and bluntly warning him to stop targeting the princess and her little friend. The old assassin realized she was not from the court, but when she admitted she was fighting only because Fu Shuangni paid well, his patience ran out. Knowing he could not beat her head-on, the old man decided to stall Xu Jihua and let his side finish Fu Shuangni instead. He threw out a house-sized bronze cauldron spirit tool, and its mouth blasted a glaring green beam straight at Xu Jihua. Xu Jihua answered with a massive sword of spiritual power, but in that split second the old man and his dull golden core companion slipped past her toward the county office. Xu Jihua wanted to stop them, but the old assassin kept pressing her, and she grimly realized he only needed to delay her for their plan to work. As the enemy slipped through, Xu Jihua grew irritated that Bai Yi still had not stepped in, especially since she knew he cared about Fu Shuangni. But Bai Yi was watching on purpose, because he trusted Qinqianshua's hidden trump card more than any hurried rescue of his own. Inside the county office, Fu Shuangni felt the pressure of two golden cores already surrounding her and guessed that someone powerful from the great Yan imperial capital wanted her dead. Qinqianshua coolly warned that the attackers were not just two golden cores, and Fu Shuangni's alarm spiked a beat before the third enemy appeared overhead. A wooden-faced middle-aged man dropped into the air above the courtyard, and Fu Shuangni immediately understood the enemy had sent 3 golden core fighters to kill her. Fu Shuangni quietly primed an escape talisman, but even with several of them in hand, she had no real confidence that a few dozen miles would save her from a golden core pursuer. When the dull golden core finally raised his hand to strike, Fu Shuangni was a heartbeat away from fleeing. Just as the dull golden core moved to strike, Qinqianshua's hidden golden core human puppet flashed in and chopped off his outstretched hand before Fu Shuangni could use her talisman. A sword hum flashed through the courtyard, and Fu Shuangni froze when a new golden core level fighter appeared to save them. Qinqianshua calmly revealed the rescuer was not a sect elder at all, but her own golden core human puppet from the simulator. She also judged the enemy was only first level golden core, otherwise her puppet would never have landed that ambush so easily. Qinqianshua warned that her puppet could only fight for 1 incense stick before turning into scrap, so she immediately used her escape talisman and fled. Fu Shuangni barely had time to process that ruthless exit before she also clenched her teeth, trusted the opening, and escaped in the same direction. The wooden-faced golden core moved to chase the two escaping women, but Qinqianshua's golden core human puppet cut him off and forced him into a puppet duel. Their golden core battle tore straight through the county office's weak defenses and smashed the entire place into ruins. Still trading blows outside, Xu Jihua caught sight of Qinqianshua arriving at the ruined county office and was startled that the golden core puppet she brought looked almost exactly like Bai Yi's. Even so, Xu Jihua relaxed a little, because the sudden save meant she had not ruined her very first job after all. Seeing Fu Shuangni escape safely, Xu Jihua finally relaxes and even starts mocking the white-haired assassin for failing so badly. Xu Jihua sees the old assassin's face turn ugly, and he realizes his simple hit on Great Yan's little princess has turned into a mess full of unexpected golden core opponents. Realizing he cannot beat Xu Jihua in a drawn-out fight, the old man abruptly changes tactics and goes all in on escape. His bronze cauldron spirit weapon swells from house size to enormous, blotting out the sky as it rises over Xu Jihua. The massive cauldron suddenly drops like a meteor, wrapped in green flames as it crashes toward her. Xu Jihua simply raises one palm and stops the falling cauldron cold, as if the crushing attack means nothing to her. The old man does not press the attack at all and instead turns into a streak of light, abandoning the fight and fleeing for his life. Xu Jihua is almost disappointed that the would-be killer of a princess is this shameless, but she already knows he is too late to get away. A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly crashes down on the fleeing assassin, forcing him to halt mid-escape or be struck head-on. The assassin is horrified, realizing another golden core expert has entered the fight, and that Qinghe County is packed with monsters in hiding. Before he can recover, a flying sword shoots in from behind and pierces straight through his heart. Now truly panicked, the badly wounded white-haired assassin feels death closing in and can barely think of resisting. Xu Jihua catches up and smashes his own bronze cauldron into his face so hard that the bones cave in on impact. The old man is blasted down into the street, gouging a huge crater when his body slams into the ground. Xu Jihua lifts the assassin's cauldron as if it weighs nothing, showing sheer brute force by overpowering its spiritual link to its owner. Then she drops the cauldron onto him again, burying him even deeper. Xu Jihua keeps smashing the old man with his own bronze cauldron until the ruined street caves into a crater, and he stops making any sound. When the cauldron suddenly feels lighter, Xu Jihua knows the spiritual connection is gone, and the white-haired assassin is dead for real. She casually stores the giant cauldron away and jokes that she warned the old man not to meddle in young people's business. The whole battlefield falls quiet as every remaining fighter and puppet stares at her after that savage finish. Xu Jihua turns her smile on the last golden core attacker and asks what exactly he is staring at. With his ally dead and their puppet useless, the last attacker realizes he is alone and immediately switches from killing intent to begging to talk. Far away, Qingqianxue controls her golden core puppet from a distance and privately marvels that Xu Jihua's strength is absurd even across small cultivation stages. She even starts wondering if Xu Jihua might be another immortal cultivation simulator candidate, because Qinghe County is starting to look full of hidden monsters. After the battle, the attack on Fu Shuangni is finally under control, the Big Palm cultivator is captured alive, the enemy puppet is frozen, and the white-haired assassin is dead beyond doubt. After crushing the white-haired assassin, Xu Jihua still does not trust the corpse and tells Fu Shuangni to dig him up and leave him under the sun, just in case he has one last trick left. Qinqianxue proves even more thorough by pulling out soul-killing talismans to make sure the dead attacker cannot come back as a ghost. She pastes the talismans onto the corpse's head and limbs, then activates them to shred any lingering remnant soul. When green smoke leaks off the body, Qinqianxue calmly takes out a scripture and starts reciting over the corpse too. Xu Jihua, honestly rattled, asks if Qinqianxue really carries this kind of corpse-handling gear around with her. Qinqianxue answers with a straight face that this is just standard travel equipment for cultivators. Fu Shuangni dryly sums up what Qinqianxue just did and says this is not just cutting the grass at the root, but digging up the soil beneath it too. Qinqianxue calmly says it still is not enough and starts listing even harsher steps to make sure the dead assassin can never come back as a ghost. First, she says the body should be burned to ash with strong yang fire, not normal flames. Then she says the ashes should be split between a temple and a Taoist shrine so monks and priests can keep reciting scriptures over them for 7 days. Finally, she says the last ashes should be scattered and a peach tree planted there to suppress any ghost or evil return. Qinqianxue even regrets that if the dead man's relatives build him a memorial tomb later, there could still be a tiny chance of trouble. When she notices the silence and asks why no one is talking, the other two are still busy processing how terrifyingly cautious she is. Xu Jihua drinks to settle her nerves after helping Fu Shuangni escape, and just thinking about making an enemy of Qinqianxue gives her a chill. Fu Shuangni also realizes that Qinqianxue is even more cautious in real life than she was in the simulator, to the point it almost feels like madness. Still, Fu Shuangni accepts the help, steps forward, and bows in gratitude to Xu Jihua, Qinqianxue, and Li Feiyu after surviving the assassination attempt. After the crisis, Qinqianxue sincerely thanks Xu Jihua and Li Feiyu for stepping in to save them. Xu Jihua laughs it off and says she already took their spirit stones, so keeping them safe is simply part of the deal. Li Feiyu only gives a curt reply, and then Qin Qianxue turns to Fu Shuangni with a warm line that lands with a slightly awkward intimacy. Before leaving, Xu Jihua hands over the captured golden core cultivator and warns that her seal will keep him powerless for a month. Xu Jihua bluntly tells Fu Shuangni to kill him if she still cannot pry out anything useful within that month. Fu Shuangni respectfully thanks her senior, and Xu Jihua heads off without another word. The Li Feiyu form puppet takes one look at the smashed county office, suggests finding somewhere else, and also leaves for the moment. Once the others are gone and Qin Qianshue's temporary puppet has vanished, only Fu Shuangni, Qin Qianxue, and the bound prisoner remain in the wreckage. Fu Shuangni steadies herself and begins the interrogation by asking the captive for his name. The prisoner answers Wudongxing, and the fear in his face makes it clear he has already decided that talking is his best chance to live. The surname Hu makes Fu Shuangni's eyes narrow, and she immediately presses him on whether he belongs to the Ma Shihua family. Wudongxing can only sigh and admit it, confirming that this attack came from one of Great Yan's top cultivation families. When Qin Qianxue admits the name only sounds vaguely familiar, Fu Shuangni explains that Great Yan's ancient aristocratic cultivation families can even defy the imperial court. She adds that the Hu family has lasted more than 4,000 years, and even its terrifying ancestor may still be alive. Now understanding the scale of it, Qin Qianxue realizes this family may be even stronger than the Spirit Sword sect. Fu Shuangni turns back to Wudongxing and fires off a string of sharp questions about who sent him, why she was targeted, and what backup plans are still in play. Knowing silence will only get him killed sooner, Wudongxing grits his teeth and starts confessing everything he actually knows. His answers reveal that the current Hu family had sent them, but even he does not know the true purpose behind the mission. Fu Shuangni frowns at the gaps in his story, and Wudongxing can only admit that dead Hu Longheng knew more than he did. Then Fu Shuangni asks the question that changes the direction of the whole matter: is her imperial uncle, King Fu of Mashi, involved? Wudongxing freezes as he remembers King Fu's ties to the Hu family, and his shocked face says more than a direct answer ever could. Qin Qianxue calmly reads that reaction at once and tells Fu Shuangni to trust the instinct written all over his face. Fu Shuangni grimly realizes that if King Fu is part of this, the scheme may reach all the way up to her father, the emperor himself. Even in the middle of that pressure, Fu Shuangni suddenly smiles and points out that this kind of mess feels strangely familiar to both of them. Qin Qianxue answers with a rare eye roll, clearly not impressed that Fu Shuangni can still joke right now. Qin Qianxue follows the logic through and says that if the real target is the emperor, then King Fu is almost certainly trying to seize the succession. She adds that King Fu must be acting under unusual pressure, because making a move this risky means he is running out of patience. Time moves on, and once the evacuated people of Qinghe County return home, many are stunned to find their houses gone and reduced to debris. The bailiffs and county officials are just as lost when they see the county office destroyed and realize even the old prison cells are probably buried with the condemned inmates. But Fu Shuangni is already ready for the aftermath, and she tosses a storage bag full of money to a prefecture cultivator with immediate orders to rebuild everything. The cultivator checks the bag, sees a shocking amount of gold, silver, and jewelry inside, and hurriedly accepts the order. Fu Shuangni adds another practical order: rent every inn, tea stall, and restaurant needed to shelter the homeless, then turn the biggest inn into a temporary county office. After that, Fu Shuangni quietly thanks Qin Qianxue for lending her the money that just saved the county's recovery effort. Qin Qianxue brushes it off with a smile, because to her, gold and silver are only worldly things. By evening, word of the daytime assassination attempt has spread through Qinghe County, leaving the commoners rattled by how dangerous their small county has become. As night settles in, Fu Shuangni works from the county's largest inn, now requisitioned as a temporary office, while officials and bailiffs crowd inside. The inn's owner and workers leave smiling after being paid generously enough to stop working for months. Watching the setting sun from the requisitioned inn, Fu Shuangni admits that only after leaving the imperial city and facing repeated danger did she understand how precious life is. Qin Qianxue, seated beside her, lightly asks the blunt question underneath that confession: "Are you afraid?" Fu Shuangni gives a self-mocking laugh and answers honestly that when death keeps brushing past you, of course you are afraid. Then she quietly sums up her belief: people cultivate because they fear death and want the strength to survive it. While the simulator cooldown runs out, Fu Shuangni and Qin Qianxue talk plainly about why they cultivate at all: not to act attached, but to live and live well. Qin Qianxue notes that she will start at age 12 as Princess Changning again, and offers to delay her entry so Fu Shuangni can join her. Fu Shuangni refuses the delay and decides they should enter together, and Qin Qianxue agrees with a smile. The simulator opens for both of them, and they begin another brand new life at the same moment. Fu Shuangni is born back in Savage Mountain as a moon crow, already clear-headed and determined to use her past experience to cultivate faster this time. She quickly weighs the gap between herself, Qin Qianxue, and Qin Jiao, then pushes herself harder because she knows her natural cultivation talent is the weakest of the three. 3 years later, Fu Shuangni claws her way to the third level of qi refinement by devouring demon beast remains and using spirit herbs gathered by her subordinates. By age 6, she has turned into a small mountain tyrant, commanding over 100 demonic beasts that already treat her like a demon king. At age 7, a Great Way secret guard cuts through her beast defenses and reaches her directly, but instead of hostility, he arrives with respect. The guard silently hands Fu Shuangni a letter and several storage bags before leaving without explanation. When Fu Shuangni checks the bags, she is stunned by Qin Qianshue's generosity: spirit stones, pills, spirit herbs, wealth, and even a golden core puppet. With that huge boost, Fu Shuangni realizes this run can go much farther than last time, because her starting resources are now completely different. She pours those resources into cultivation while also expanding her power, recruiting more demonic beasts, and quietly reaching into the human world for refugees and future traders. By age 10, Fu Shuangni has hundreds of beasts under her and uses a natural disaster to pull thousands of refugees into the desolate mountains to start building a new Great Yan city. Meanwhile, in the Great Way Palace, 22-year-old Qin Qianxue reads a message with a faint smile when she sees that everything is accelerating this time. She decides it is time to visit Maple City, but already guesses that Qin Jiao entered earlier and may now be stronger than her in this simulation. Remembering Qin Jiao's stubborn streak, Qin Qianxue half-amusedly prepares herself for the spark Qin Jiao will definitely demand. When Qin Qianxue meets Qin Jiao in Maple City, Qin Jiao does exactly that and challenges her on the spot. Qin Jiao narrowly wins the spar by a single move, and the victory makes her absurdly happy for days. Afterward, Qin Jiao stays visibly thrilled, wearing the smug glow of someone who finally got her revenge. Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao travel to Savage Mountain and invite Fu Shuangni to explore the Bronze Gate Cave with them. Fu Shuangni hesitates because Great Yan City is still under construction, and without her there, she does not trust her rough new force to keep everything under control. Qin Qianxue answers that problem immediately. She already brought trustworthy people from the Imperial City, including capable officials who can help run the place in Fu Shuangni's name. Fu Shuangni understands the risk to her control of Great Yan City, but she also knows the three of them are tied together, so the cave's benefits matter more than guarding pride. What finally tips her over is the cave's absurdly dense spiritual energy, the one advantage that can help make up for her weaker natural talent. Fu Shuangni agrees to go, and Qin Jiao instantly puffs up with confidence and promises to protect her inside the cave. Under Great Way's secret guard protection, the three of them make the long trip overseas and dive into the deep sea to find the huge Bronze Gate again. Seeing the Bronze Gate for the first time, Fu Shuangni feels a pressure so heavy it seems to press straight against her soul. Because Qin Qianxue warned her in advance, Fu Shuangni holds back and watches carefully instead of rushing the dangerous entrance. Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao break the arrays on the gate, and the ancient door finally opens with a thunderous boom. The world beyond the gate stuns Fu Shuangni so badly that she can only compare it to the power of a near-divine being controlling a small world. Once inside, Qin Qianxue explains that Blood Lotus did not create this place at all. He merely found it, repaired it, and took it over. That explanation clicks for Fu Shuangni at once, and she dryly sums it up as an ancient demon stealing someone else's cave. As they move deeper, Fu Shuangni is floored by the cave's riches: spirit herbs everywhere, spirit stones on the ground, and spiritual energy denser than even an imperial palace. Now Fu Shuangni fully understands why Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao were so lavish in past runs. After looting an ancient demon's cave, ordinary spirit wealth means almost nothing to them. 2 years of cultivation inside the cave push Fu Shuangni to the 5th level of Qi refinement, an absurd pace made possible by this place alone. At the cave's core, Fu Shuangni finally sees Blood Lotus's soul formation demon embryo with her own eyes. Then Fu Shuangni watches Qin Qianshue's mysterious mask devour and destroy the demon embryo, leaving her impressed by how terrifying that spirit tool really is. For years after entering, the cave has been plundered nearly clean, and even the 1,000+ storage pouches Qin Qianxue brought are packed full. When Qin Qianxue sets aside more than 200 of those storage pouches for Fu Shuangni is openly stunned by the size of the gift. Qin Qianxue tells her to use them on Great Yan City, because if any one of the three grows stronger, the others may benefit from that success later too. Fu Shuangni accepts that logic and the resources without more hesitation, ready to turn them into real power back home. Qin Qianxue adds that she will also send people back with Fu Shuangni again, placing those capable subordinates under Fu Shuangni's command just like last time. Fu Shuangni answers with one cold warning: this time Qin Qianxue must strike the enemy's weak point and finish him completely, because leaving him alive will only hurt all three of them. At the start, Fu Shuangni makes it clear that the man she once dealt with is the Crown Prince of Great Way, and Qin Qianxue calmly agrees to help. Qin Jiao finally cuts in, still irritated by the Crown Prince, and vows that this time he will end up in her hands instead of escaping by luck. When Fu Shuangni returns to the desolate mountains at 15, she finds Great Yan City already standing after 5 years of growth. She sees that Qin Qianshue's people have been steadily pulling in refugees and demonic beasts, swelling Great Yan City to 200,000 residents. What really catches Fu Shuangni off guard is a public statue of herself, complete with an inscription naming her the master of Great Yan City. Looking at that statue, Fu Shuangni realizes Qin Qianxue had already thought through everything needed to secure her rule even while she was away. For maybe the first time, Fu Shuangni openly admits to herself that she truly admires Qing Qianxue, even though Qing Qianxue is younger than she is in the real world. By 16, chaos inside Great Wei creates a fresh opening for her when a demon sect massacres a county and leaves tens of thousands of survivors homeless. Fu Shuangni immediately treats that tragedy as a chance to strengthen Great Yan City and starts absorbing those refugees. A year later, the city has taken in even more people and beasts, and its total population surges past 500,000. At 20, Fu Shuangni reaches the 8th level of qi refinement, slower than Qing Qianxue and Qin Jiao but still far faster than in her last run. Then a communication talisman brings good news from the capital. The Great Wei Crown Prince has finally angered the Emperor enough to be punished. The original punishment was confinement in the Cold Phoenix Palace, a clear sign that the Emperor was fed up with his son's repeated trouble. But Qin Qianxue steps in and persuades the Emperor to send the Crown Prince to a plague-stricken region instead, so he can learn what the people are suffering through. The Emperor accepts her plan and orders that the Crown Prince cannot return until the plague there is solved. Reading all this, Fu Shuangni quickly sees what happened. Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao have forced the Crown Prince out of the safety of the Imperial Palace. She immediately realizes that once the Crown Prince is on the road, there is suddenly a lot more room to make a move against him. Fu Shuangni summons a loyal subordinate and coldly orders him to spread word that the Crown Prince will travel outside the capital, especially to demon sects and even other dynasties if possible. The subordinate is visibly shaken by her target, but he still bows and accepts the order without arguing. Fu Shuangni is copying the Crown Prince's old method, because she knows a future emperor on the move will be guarded by powerful hidden escorts. She judges that the prince is almost certainly protected by a hidden nascent soul expert and several golden core guards, far beyond what Great Yan City can kill by force. So instead of striking directly, she decides to use outside enemies and let demon sects and rival countries do the attacking for her. Her gamble works fast, and once the rumor spreads through Great Wei, the Crown Prince is indeed attacked by a demon sect. The prince survives, but the hidden protector is forced into the open and turns out to be a terrifying 5th-level nascent soul expert. That reveal confirms Fu Shuangni's fear. Killing the Crown Prince through ordinary means is going to be extremely hard. At 22, another communication talisman reaches Fu Shuangni, and this time the contents leave even her looking strangely unsettled. After reading the plan, she mutters that it is a huge gamble, dangerous enough to affect the entire Great Wei dynasty if anything goes wrong. She can already tell this reckless idea probably came from Qin Jiao, because it is exactly the kind of crude but bold move Qin Qianxue would not normally propose first. Still, Fu Shuangni admits that if the scheme really works, even a 10th-level nascent soul bodyguard would not be able to save the Crown Prince. To survive the pressure this plan will bring, she decides Great Yan must grow even faster and start pulling in still more people. Then she thinks past Great Wei and fixes on the other side of Savage Mountain, where a route to Great Yu could unlock a whole new flood of refugees. She remembers that the border path existed before, and since Great Yu is even more chaotic and disaster-ridden than Great Wei, opening that road could rapidly expand her territory. Fu Shuangni does not hesitate and starts the project at once, pouring in money, manpower, and beast labor because the payoff could be enormous. Once the order goes out, Great Yan's humans and demonic beasts throw themselves into road building because Fu Shuangni promises pay and even spirit stone rewards. The promise of spirit stones pushes their enthusiasm even higher, turning the road through Savage Mountain into a massive joint effort. By 23, over 50,000 humans and demonic beasts are digging through Savage Mountain, and the project is so expensive that Fu Shuangni can only sustain it with the bronze doors rewards. At 24, Fu Shuangni is already preparing another new city because Great Yan's population is climbing toward 1 million. By 25, Great Yan breaks 1 million residents, and Qinghe City's construction reaches its final stage. At 26, Fu Shuangni pushes her cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement. By 27, 5 years of labor finally pay off as the dirt road through Savage Mountain opens all the way to Great Yu. Reports from the new Great Yu route bring word of an Earth Dragon disaster, and Fu Shuangni immediately orders her cultivators to bring the homeless victims back to Great Yan City. A year later, wave after wave of Great Yu disaster victims is still arriving, and their misery is even worse than Fu Shuangni and the beast expected. At 29, Yuanying City is completed, making 3 cities in Savage Mountain while a 4th is already being built. By 30, Fu Shuangni's territory explodes in size. Great Yan reaches 1.6 million, Qinghe 600,000, Yuanying 300,000, and even half-built Yangqing already holds 30,000. In that same year, Fu Shuangni finally steps into foundation establishment, giving her booming mountain domain an even stronger ruler. Word of Fu Shuangni's explosive growth quietly reaches the imperial capital, but only Qin Qianshue's tiny trusted circle knows what is really happening in Savage Mountain. Qin Jiao reads the report, and is openly impressed that Fu Shuangni has built 4 cities and gathered nearly 2 million people in just 30 years. She passes the talisman to Qin Qianxue and says that once Fu Shuangni builds 9 cities, they can set up the demon ceiling formation ahead of time. Then Qin Jiao bluntly reveals her goal: use the ancient demon from the demon ceiling tower to kill the crown prince, because even a 5th-level nascent soul protector cannot beat a soul formation monster. Qin Qianxue immediately points out the real problem. They have no way to command Taoist Blood Lotus to attack her eldest brother on cue. Qin Jiao answers with a sly grin and reminds her of the soul formation demon embryo they destroyed inside the giant bronze gate. When Qin Qianxue follows the logic, she realizes Qin Jiao wants to frame the crown prince as the one who ruined that demon embryo. Qin Jiao cheerfully admits the plan is simple and crude, but she believes it is workable enough that Fu Shuangni should already be preparing to handle Taoist Blood Lotus. The first safeguard, she says, is to prepare the demon sealing formation in advance, and she reminds Qin Qianxue that the formation map should be in the palace library. To Qin Jiao, that formation is their only insurance, because if Taoist Blood Lotus kills the crown prince, and they cannot stop him, they will die too. Her next step is even riskier. They need Taoist Blood Lotus to break out of the demon sealing tower ahead of schedule. Qin Jiao's method is to leak Taoist Blood Lotus's existence to Great Yu's demon sects, trusting that eager demon cultivators will try to free him themselves. She ends by revealing that she had Fu Shuangni plant many spies in Great Yu long ago, and some of them have already infiltrated those demon sects. Qin Jiao calmly lays out the trap. Spread word that Great Wei's crown prince destroyed Taoist Blood Lotus's demon embryo, and the demon cultivators will carry that insult straight to the sealed ancient demon. Her logic is brutal and simple. Whether the rumor is true or not, Blood Lotus values that soul formation demon embryo too much to stay calm once he hears it. Qin Jiao expects Blood Lotus to charge at the crown prince in a rage, and she treats that death as the first step of the plan. After that, Qin Jiao wants Qin Qianxue to warn the Great Wei Emperor so the dynasty and the righteous sects will unite to kill the ancient demon. Qin Qianxue cuts in before Qin Jiao can go further and says the real endgame out loud: lure Blood Lotus all the way to Great Yan City and wipe him out with the demon sealing formation. Qin Jiao proudly confirms it, pleased with herself because in her eyes this one gamble kills both the crown prince and the ancient demon. That confidence only makes Qin Qianxue more frustrated, because this turns out to be the mysterious plan Qin Jiao hid from her for more than 10 years. She bluntly tears into the scheme, calling it full of loopholes and far too idealistic for something that could fail at any step. Her biggest problem is immediate and practical. If they already prepared a demon sealing formation, how are they supposed to explain that without exposing everything? Qin Jiao awkwardly admits she hid the details on purpose, because she knew Qin Qianxue would have rejected this reckless idea if she heard it too early. Then Qin Jiao presses her advantage and reminds Qin Qianxue that the plan is already moving, so backing out now would waste all their effort. That leaves Qin Qianxue with a pounding headache, because she really did trust Qin Jiao this time and now she is stuck holding together a dangerously flimsy plot. She thinks about her father, Qin Fengning, and realizes that if she cannot explain things cleanly, his suspicion could unravel the whole setup. In the end she can only glare at Qin Jiao and sum it up perfectly. Qin Jiao dug the holes, and now she has to fill them one by one. Even so, Qin Qianxue admits the idea could become a real breakthrough if it works, but in her eyes the odds are miserable and nowhere near safe. Qin Jiao, however, stays cheerful and shrugs that if the plan fails, they can just try again next time. That moment makes their difference painfully clear. Qin Qianxue treats the simulator like a real life she must survive, while Qin Jiao treats it like a vivid dream she can risk freely. Fu Shuangni stands in Great Yan City months later and sends out a communication talisman carrying everything that has happened, keeping the long gamble in motion. After watching it vanish, Fu Shuangni quietly confirms what she expected all along. Qin Qianxue was never the mastermind here, and this reckless setup has Qin Jiao written all over it. Instead of backing away, Fu Shuangni finds the huge gamble interesting and keeps supporting Qin Jiao's plan. She turns back to her own work and decides Savage Mountain has to keep expanding, because this scheme will need far more than one city to survive the aftermath. Years roll by, and Savage Mountain spreads into 5 cities under Fu Shuangni, with Great Yan City still the largest and Qinghe City next behind it. By age 35, Fu Shuangni has pushed her cultivation to the brink of foundation establishment level 2. At age 36, Great Yan City's population surges past 2 million, proving her mountain domain is no longer a hidden fringe settlement. At age 38, the hidden tunnel to the Great Yu dynasty is finally exposed, threatening one of Fu Shuangni's most important secret routes. Fu Shuangni's spies move first, capturing the Great Yu people before they can report it, and the prisoners realize too late that Great Wei has already infiltrated their dynasty. That same year, Fu Shuangni steps into Foundation Establishment Level 2 and keeps building without slowing down. By age 40, Savage Mountain already has 6 cities, and a 7th is rising behind them. Meanwhile, the Great Wei Crown Prince is still bogged down in the disaster zone, trapped between rotten local officials and sabotage from Fu Shuangni's side. From outside the simulation, Bai watches more than 10 in simulator years flash by while he barely has time to brew a pot of spirit tea. He can tell the 3 women have been quietly preparing something big, and what he sees is a crude high-risk plan with almost no safety net. What surprises Bai most is not Qin Jiao being reckless, but Qin Qianxue actually going along with it. Because if anyone understands Qin Jiao's habits, Bai does, and his verdict is simple: she is not reliable at all. Even so, Bai still hopes their rough gamble works, because the better they survive in the simulator, the more he stands to gain. Back in the simulation, Fu Shuangni reaches Foundation Establishment Level 3 at age 54, but the speed leaves her realm unstable enough to risk backlash. Rather than force her luck, she deliberately slows down and spends the time consolidating her cultivation foundation. At age 55, Savage Mountain completes its 9th city just as another Great Way disaster drives fresh waves of refugees from their homes. Because the local officials fail again and Qin Qianxue is covering her, Fu Shuangni seizes the chance and absorbs as many victims as she can. By age 58, the 9 cities are thriving. Great Yen City alone has over 3 million people, and the whole mountain domain is racing toward 10 million within the next decade. At age 59, the hidden final preparation begins at last as Fu Shuangni starts building the Demon Ceiling Formation. Qin Qianxue secretly supplies the formation blueprint from the Great Way Imperial Library, proving she has fully committed despite all her earlier objections. She also sends Fu Shuangni a hand-picked group of array-skilled cultivators, including many Golden Core experts, because this formation cannot be built with materials alone. Fu Shuangni wastes no time and immediately puts them to work, turning Great Yan's long-hidden defense into a real large-scale construction project. Even the materials carry a vicious irony, because many of them come straight from Taoist Blood Lotus's own cave abode and are now being used to prepare his trap. At age 60, Fu Shuangni starts another enormous project far from Great Yen City, a rough refuge city built to shelter nearly 10 million people for several years if disaster hits. While that shelter city goes up, the rumor campaign finally spreads through Great Yu's demon sects, and the name Taoist Blood Lotus tears through the underworld like a spark in dry grass. The effect is exactly what they wanted. The words Ancient Demon and Soul Formation are enough to put the entire Great Yu demon path on edge. By age 62, Fu Shuangni even has a deep cover spy inside those demon sects, a former Golden Core secret guard from Great Way who has climbed high enough to become a core elder there. Fu Shuangni's planted spy kept feeding the demon side dangerous secrets, including the lie that Great Way's crown prince had destroyed Taoist Blood Lotus's soul formation demon embryo. At age 63, demon cultivators across Great Yu answered the call and gathered to break the seal on the ancient demon in the Sky-Holding sect. When the first wave hit, the Sky-Holding sect's master still tried to hold the line and ordered the whole sect to defend the mountain. But when the enemy numbers swelled into the thousands, the sect master lost his nerve and urgently called for the hidden patriarch to come out and save them. Then tens of thousands of demons blotted out the sky, and the sect master cracked first, choosing the demonic path over dying with his sect. A year later, the seal finally gave way, and Taoist Blood Lotus burst out of the shattered demon ceiling tower with a soul formation aura that turned the whole sky blood red. Cities and sects near the Sky-Holding sect could only stare upward in horror, with no idea what kind of monster had just appeared. Only the demon cultivators at the scene understood that their brutal effort had paid off and that the ancient demon had truly seen daylight again. Among the demon cultivators was a hidden Golden Core secret guard from Great Way, planted under Princess Chan Ning and later taking orders through Fu Shuangni. He had already realized Fu Shuangni's orders were aimed at the crown prince, but after reading Princess Chan Ning's secret letter, he stopped questioning it and kept obeying. Then Taoist Blood Lotus stepped into the sky above the ruins and demanded to know who had touched his soul formation demon embryo. Even across dynasties, he could still sense that his backup demon embryo had been destroyed, and the thought of rebuilding it for centuries only made his rage worse. The demon cultivators told him the culprit was the crown prince of Great Way, and that single name gave his revenge a target. Taoist Blood Lotus did not care whether the charge was proven, because he was ready to butcher every suspect if that was what it took to find the one who ruined his plan. Still burning with hate, he ignored everyone else and rushed straight toward Great Way to kill the crown prince himself. That route was no accident, because Fu Shuangni's planted infiltrator had already spread the crown prince's location among the demon cultivators before the ancient demon moved. Once Fu Shuangni learned the ancient demon had entered Great Way, she immediately sent an urgent message to Qin Qianxue. Qin Qianxue took the warning straight to Emperor Qin Fengnian, and even he was jolted by the news that a soul formation demon from ancient times had crossed into his dynasty. Qin Fengnian pressed her for more, asking if this also came from her future-seeing dream and whether she had seen anything else. Qin Qianxue answered with the worst possible line. In her dream, the crown prince died at the hands of that ancient demon. Because her strange dreams had already proven true before, Qin Fengnian believed her at once and his mood turned brutally cold. He immediately summoned an imperial court cultivator and ordered the fastest possible warning sent to the crown prince. Leave at once and return to the palace. Then Qin Fengnian turned back to Qin Qianxue and asked her to enter the dream again, hoping for any clue about the ancient demon's future. Qin Qianxue agreed to try, and for once the emperor softened enough to tell her not to force it if the dream would not come. The next day, Qin Qianxue returned with new dream fragments, and this time they brought a real chance to fight back. Her dreams showed that Great Way already had hidden experts who foresaw the demon's arrival and had even enlightened a demonic beast in the wilderness to prepare a demon ceiling formation. That news finally made Qin Fengnian slam the table in relief and declared that even the heavens were helping Great Way. But he did not waste the opening, and he ordered Qin Qianxue to use the Imperial Heaven-reaching mirror to summon every righteous nascent soul expert in the dynasty. His command was clear and final: gather the righteous path and kill the ancient demon together. In the Great Way Palace, Qin Qianxue quickly uses the heaven-reaching mirror to warn every nascent soul expert she can reach about the ancient demon breaking free. The warning only works because the old heaven-reaching mirror can contact people who still carry the rare jade pendants Great Way handed out centuries ago. As the news spreads, shocked nascent soul cultivators across Great Way break out of seclusion and head for the same meeting point to discuss how to stop a soul formation demon. The Imperial Court also mobilizes its own forces in full, dragging even Golden Core cultivators into the response because numbers and formations are the only chance they have. Great Way's foundation shows its strength when more than 20 nascent soul experts answer the call almost immediately, even before the dynasty can gather everyone. Qin Fengnian keeps the alarm tightly controlled, refusing to involve itinerant cultivators or demon sects because the first group would not help and the second might defect to the ancient demon. The whole Imperial Court throws itself into the crisis, and even the Imperial family's soul formation patriarch finally comes out. After sending the last message, Qin Qianxue watches the mirror's spiritual light fade and lets out a quiet breath, knowing her rushed lie worked because the situation was too urgent for her father to question it. She thinks Qin Jiao's rough plan has actually started moving, and now everything depends on whether Taoist Blood Lotus really takes the bait and kills the Crown Prince. When Qin Qianxue returns to their compound, Qin Jiao rushes to ask if the Emperor suspected anything. Qin Qianxue gives a calm nod and tells her the Emperor did not suspect a thing. That answer lights Qin Jiao up, and she slaps her fist into her palm like the Crown Prince is already as good as dead. Qin Jiao gets even bolder, insisting the Crown Prince should be dead for sure now unless he is absurdly favored by fate. Granny Qin abruptly cuts in and warns Qin Jiao not to get arrogant, because one mistake in a plan like this could waste everything. Qin Qianxue agrees, reminding her that once the scheme starts rolling, all they can do is hope it crushes the Crown Prince before anything goes wrong. A day later, far from the capital, the Crown Prince of Great Way receives a communication talisman from his father and instantly perks up. He thinks the Emperor may have finally noticed his work in the disaster area and is ready to forgive him. But that hope curdles fast as he remembers his punishment, and furiously blames Changning for framing him and trapping him in this place for decades. He forces himself to calm down, and finally sends his divine sense into the talisman to read the Emperor's message. As he reads his father's warning about Changning's prophecy, his face shifts from anticipation to shock, then disbelief, and finally real panic. The message says Changning can predict the future, and in one of her visions he will be killed by an ancient soul formation demon within the month. He wants to call it nonsense, but the warning came from his father, so he can only believe that his death might be days away. Then his fear tangles with confusion, because Changning could have hidden this and let him die, yet instead she warned their father and may have just saved him. That confusion lasts only a moment before a strong sense of danger takes over, and he immediately starts barking orders. He orders his subordinates to prepare the best flying ship at once because he is returning to the Imperial City immediately. The summoned Imperial cultivator freezes, baffled by the Crown Prince's frantic expression as the sudden escape order lands. The Crown Prince's court cultivator swallows his doubts and rushes to carry out the order, but both he and the Crown Prince suddenly freeze at the same instant. Before they can even react, a terrifying aura presses down from above, so heavy that just sensing it makes their bodies go rigid. A green-robed elder appears out of nowhere, and, despite his deep cultivation, he looks openly shaken for the first time. The elder blurts out the worst possibility: a soul formation great demon is approaching, and even his own fifth-layer nascent soul cultivation feels crushed by it. Realizing he cannot fight that monster head-on, the elder grabs the Crown Prince's collar and tries to drag him out before it's too late. The instant he touches the prince, the elder feels his heart drop because the demon's spiritual sense is already locked onto the Crown Prince. That single lock tells the elder something even worse: this ancient demon may have come for the Crown Prince from the very beginning. He burns through every option in his head and finds none of them survivable, because escaping alone means failing the Emperor, and staying means facing certain death. Then the aura surges closer again, and the elder knows the last window to flee has just slammed shut. Outside, Taoist Blood Lotus's demonic pressure floods more than 1,000 miles, and the whole region shudders under his arrival. Across the area, cultivators, beasts, and ordinary people all look up in horror as the blue sky is swallowed by blood-colored light. Even veteran cultivators panic, because this much demonic chi can only belong to a terrifying monster far beyond normal enemies. The weakest people do not even dare raise their heads, crushed by a pressure so heavy it feels like the world itself is pressing down on them. At the center of it all, the pressure becomes almost tangible, shaking the ground and killing small animals outright. Buildings begin to fail next, and the Crown Prince's residence caves in under the weight of the demon's arrival. Buried in dust and falling rubble, the Crown Prince still cannot move a single muscle, because the demon's lock has frozen him in place. He panics inside his own head, insisting there has to be some mistake because he cannot imagine why a soul formation demon would come straight for him. Then another possibility hits him. His father's warning came just 15 minutes ago, almost like someone was baiting him with hope before pushing him into despair. That suspicion turns into fury when one name rises in his mind again, Chang Ning. When he finally looks up, he sees a faint figure standing in the sky, and without needing an introduction, he knows that is the ancient demon here to kill him. The moment their gazes meet, the Crown Prince's mind feels like it explodes, and he nearly loses himself on the spot. The green-clothed elder forces himself to step in, raising a spiritual shield around the Crown Prince, and desperately calling out that this must be a misunderstanding. Taoist Blood Lotus turns his red eyes toward the elder, and that one glance is enough to make the old man feel death closing in. Instead of accepting the plea, Blood Lotus answers with cold rage, saying he can clearly sense the aura of his stolen treasure on them. His fury only grows as he remembers his ruined soul formation demon embryo and the enormous cost of creating a new one. The elder hurriedly argues that all their treasures were self-made or taken from the palace vault, because neither he nor the Crown Prince can believe they somehow touched an ancient demon's property. Blood Lotus sneers at their hypocrisy and decides to prove it on the spot. With a casual wave, he rips more than a dozen ancient pill bottles out of the Crown Prince's storage bag, exposing old crude containers that absolutely do not belong to a normal palace collection. He tears spirit stones and more old pills out of the elder's storage bag too, leaving both men with no answer as the stolen-looking relics hang in plain sight. When Taoist Blood Lotus sensed his own aura on the pills and top-grade spirit stones, the green-clothed elder went cold, because those items had supposedly come from Great Wei's emperor. The elder could not make sense of it, because he had no idea those treasures had passed from Qingxianxue through Qinfengning before reaching the emperor and carrying Blood Lotus's lingering mark the whole time. With a mocking sneer, Taoist Blood Lotus raised one hand and started gathering heaven and earth's spiritual energy into a giant black fog palm. The black palm swelled until it seemed to blanket half the world, and the green-clothed elder instantly knew they were in deadly danger. He grabbed the Crown Prince and fled as a streak of light, but Blood Lotus's attack was even faster. Before they could escape its range, the huge palms slammed into the ground with world-shaking force. The elder's spiritual barrier shattered almost instantly, so he frantically threw out one precious spirit tool after another just to survive one more breath. Every trump card broke like glass, and the elder finally understood that a nascent soul cultivator simply could not bridge the gap to a soul formation monster like Blood Lotus. At the breaking point, the elder apologized to the Crown Prince and admitted he could not protect him anymore, even if the emperor later imprisoned him for it. Then he dropped the burden and ran for his life alone, leaving the Crown Prince behind in utter disbelief. The Crown Prince never even got a chance to curse him, because his body, golden core, and soul all cracked apart and turned to ash under Taoist Blood Lotus's attack. The fleeing elder only bought himself a little distance before Blood Lotus caught him too and killed him after a brief chase and clash. At that same moment, Qin Qianxue, Fu Shuangni, and Qin Jiao all received simulator notices confirming that both the Crown Prince and his protector had died to Taoist Blood Lotus. A second notice warned them that Blood Lotus was about to begin a massacre, but the imperial court and orthodox sect nascent soul cultivators had finally arrived and were already fighting him. In Great Yen City, Fu Shuangni let out a breath and admitted that Qin Jiao had actually been dependable when it mattered most. Even so, Fu Shuangni stayed serious, because the real crisis was not the prince anymore but the fully freed Taoist Blood Lotus. She knew the three of them had deliberately drawn Blood Lotus out early, but if they had done nothing, he would still have broken the demon sealing tower in a few decades anyway. After reaching the city lord's offices, Fu Shuangni gave her officials a blunt order that changed everything: prepare to relocate. The officials understood at once how serious that order was, and they answered in unison without hesitation. Soon all 9 cities in the desolate mountains began evacuating, and even the confused residents cooperated immediately because the command had come from Fu Shuangni. Fu Shuangni made the refuge even farther away than last time, because she expected the court and sect experts to drag Blood Lotus into the desolate mountains and activate the Great Sealing Formation there. Watching the migration crawl forward like ants below, she quietly hoped that this lesson learned the hard way would be enough to avoid another disaster. This time the evacuation went smoothly, but the sanctuary was so far away that the whole migration dragged on for around 20 hard days. Fu Shuangni personally followed the march and stepped in whenever small problems appeared, which kept the huge relocation from slowing down. By the time they arrived, everyone was exhausted, because many stretches of the journey had forced them to keep moving almost day and night with barely any rest. They had endured that brutal pace only because nearly everyone had trained in Fu Shuangni's Great Yen body tempering technique, and could still force their bodies onward. The very old and the very young could not keep up on their own, so giant demonic beasts carried them for the long journey. Those powerful beasts bore crushing loads without complaint, because everyone in the desolate mountains knew Fu Shuangni was the true master of all 9 cities. Once families were settled into simple sanctuary housing, one child finally asked why they had to leave Great Yen City when life there had seemed fine. His father answered gently that the city lord must have had her reasons, and his mother cut off further questions by reminding him that Fu Shuangni had saved their whole family from starvation and ruin. For families like theirs, Fu Shuangni was not just a ruler but the benefactor who had given them food, land, a house, and the chance to keep living. Fu Shuangni's officials worked through the settlement carefully, assigning each family a place to stay and handing out enough food and clothing to keep them alive. That hard-won safety mattered because, just as Fu Shuangni predicted, the Great Way experts had already lured Taoist Blood Lotus into Savage Mountain for a decisive battle. Now Blood Lotus was clashing with dozens of nascent soul cultivators and a soul formation royal patriarch, in a fight so huge the sanctuary could still hear it from far away. A loose cultivator with sharp eyesight stared toward the horizon and realized the terrifying disturbance was coming from the direction of Great Yen's city itself. What he saw was a nightmare of colliding powers, with blood-red light, swallowing darkness, and bursts of multicolored radiance tearing across the sky. Far from the battlefield, the people gathered near Great Yen's city stare at a beautiful but terrifying disturbance in the distance, and realize just how dangerous that clash really is. Some of them quickly connect the dots and decide Fu Shuangni must have moved everyone early because she already knew a top-level fight was coming. When the onlookers guess the battle might be at the nascent soul level, their gratitude turns uneasy, because that kind of power could have wiped out the cities they helped build. Back in the Great Way Imperial Palace, urgent reports confirm that the Crown Prince died at Taoist Blood Lotus's hands and that the ancient demon has been driven into the demon ceiling formation. Qin Jiao immediately brightens and proudly declares that her gamble worked exactly as planned. Qin Qianxue quietly undercuts that confidence by reminding her how unsure she sounded before things started going smoothly. Caught out, Qin Jiao coughs awkwardly and tries to save face by insisting she was only being cautious. Even so, Qin Qianxue admits the gamble has paid off so far, with only the final outcome left unsettled. Then Qin Qianxue turns serious and warns that if Taoist Blood Lotus escapes the formation, everything could still go very wrong. That reminder immediately shakes Qin Jiao, because she knows one small change is enough to ruin a carefully built plan. Qin Jiao mutters that if the demon survives after all this, their whole effort may have been for nothing. Qin Qianxue answers with dark humor, saying their choices would be either waiting to die or running away to survive uselessly. Seeing Qin Jiao genuinely rattled, Qin Qianxue finally laughs and tells her the plan really is solid unless the world itself is determined to target them. To make that confidence real, Qin Qianxue reveals she already had her family's patriarch bring over the mysterious bronze mask. Qin Jiao is startled, and Qin Qianxue bluntly explains that to the mask, an ancient demon like Taoist Blood Lotus would be nothing but excellent food. Elsewhere in the palace, that calm is nowhere to be found, because the court is still reeling from the Crown Prince's death and the threat Blood Lotus poses to the dynasty. The Crown Prince's sudden death hits especially hard because everyone had already treated him as the future Emperor of Great Way. In a back hall, the grief turns personal as Emperor Chen Fengyin faces the fact that the son he raised as his successor is gone. That grief hardens into murderous resolve when Chen Fengyin swears Taoist Blood Lotus will be buried with his eldest son. He even vows to purge every demon sect in Great Way after Blood Lotus dies, his hatred boiling over onto all demonic paths. Even restrained, the killing intent of a 10th-level nascent soul emperor leaks out of the hall and leaves guards and palace maids trembling. At the same time in Savage Mountain, Taoist Blood Lotus finally realizes he has been lured straight into a trap. He tries every method he can, but the demon ceiling formation refuses to break. Even a soul formation level strike only sends ripples across the barrier, proving just how absurdly sturdy the formation is. Then Blood Lotus discovers why the seal is so hard to crack. The formation is backed by the nation's fate itself. He judges that with enough time he could still destroy it. But the orthodox nascent soul cultivators outside are giving him no chance to work. Worse, the demon ceiling formation is not just trapping him anymore, it is steadily wearing down his demonic power from the inside. Realizing he is being sealed, delayed, and drained all at once, Taoist Blood Lotus erupts in rage and demands to know who set this scheme against him. Taoist Blood Lotus finally realized his own arrogance had trapped him, because he woke from his seal too weak and lost the soul formation demon embryo that should have been his greatest trump card. In a burst of rage, Taoist Blood Lotus smashed out with a palm strike and blasted Great Way's soul formation patriarch straight into the formation wall. The soul formation expert survived, but the golden core cultivators surrounding the demon paid in blood whenever Blood Lotus got impatient and tore through their formation. Even so, those golden core fighters kept opening tiny windows, and every time they did, the nascent soul experts rushed in with their strongest trump cards. No one mistook Blood Lotus's bad position for weakness, because he had already killed Great Way's crown prince and the green-clothed elder before forcing an entire dynasty to pin him down. A white-haired nascent soul elder roared that he would drag the demon to hell with him and charged in with another ally at his side. Blood Lotus turned on them instantly, and one sweep of blood-colored power sent both nascent soul cultivators flying and coughing blood. The two elders swallowed pills before crashing into the barrier, and the shock in their eyes said the same thing. The gap between nascent soul and soul formation was almost hopeless. The siege dragged on from one sunrise to the next until 10 full days and nights had passed, and the 9 cities of Savage Mountain were reduced to ash and a giant broken pit. Watching from far away, Fu Shuangni admitted that even expecting this battle had not prepared her for the sheer terror of seeing it with her own eyes. She bitterly realized how small ordinary cultivators looked beside monsters like this, and only the simulator had ever brought her close enough to witness such a level. For a moment she wanted to study the fight and seize an epiphany from it, then immediately shut that idea down because getting any closer would be suicide. A bird-type demonic beast flew in with urgent news that Great Way's demon cultivators were stirring and might rush into the desolate mountains to interfere with the sealing battle. The messenger added that the warning came from Princess Chang Ning, confirming this was not a rumor but a threat they had to plan around. Fu Shuangni understood the problem at once, because this time they had rushed to face Blood Lotus first and never got the chance to suppress Great Way's demon cultivators in advance. She ordered everyone to speed up the refuge city's city protection formation so they could at least stall any demon cultivators until Blood Lotus was dead. Another 10 days passed, and while the world-shaking battle still raged, demon cultivators really did begin sneaking into the desolate mountains to search for it. Fu Shuangni's forces killed the first intruders quickly, but they could not be sure the secret battle had stayed secret for long. Their fear came true when the news spread back to the demon sects, and even after hunting down more than 100 intruders, the number of enemies only kept growing. Then the threat jumped again when a golden core demon tried to approach the demon sealing formation, only to be killed by Great Way's secret guards. That report only made the real danger clearer to Fu Shuangni. If golden core demons were already showing up, nascent soul demons might be next, and her side had no true top-tier expert to stop them. She also knew Qin Qianxue could not rescue them, because Great Wei had already emptied its strongest forces into the war against Blood Lotus. 3 days later, the fear Fu Shuangni had been carrying came true when a nascent soul demon appeared in the desolate mountains. Fu Shuangni immediately ordered everyone to stop him at any cost, because even a crack from outside could ruin the demon sealing formation and free Blood Lotus. Every demonic beast and every cultivator above Foundation establishment rushed out together, throwing everything they had at the intruding nascent soul demon. The demon was enraged that ants dared attack him, and when he noticed the refuge had a city protection formation, he smashed it head-on in fury. His first strike shook the whole sanctuary so badly that houses collapsed and terrified civilians stumbled through the chaos as cracks spread across the barrier. Fu Shuangni saw at once that their hard-won formation could never hold long against a nascent soul enemy, and she calmly accepted that this might be another death she could not avoid. She never even considered fleeing, because she knew exactly what a nascent soul demon would do to the refuge if she let him in. The demon's second attack spread the cracks through the entire barrier like a spiderweb. His third strike punched shockwaves through the broken barrier, and only the desperate effort of the beasts and cultivators kept that blast from killing thousands inside. Then a brilliant light suddenly flashed across the distant sky, and everyone turned toward the demon sealing formation. The pressure on Fu Shuangni finally loosened, and she let out a relieved breath as she realized she had guessed wrong about this being the end. The long battle was over, the demon sealing formation released itself, and Taoist Blood Lotus had finally fallen. With the demon sealing battle finally over and Taoist Blood Lotus dead, terrifying auras from the released experts spread across the whole desolate mountain range. A nascent soul demon attacking the refuge's defensive barrier freezes in shock when he senses one nascent soul after another approaching from afar. The demon came to investigate the legendary ancient demon, but instead he realizes he has wandered into a nest of top experts, and cannot understand why so many are here. When he senses even a soul formation level presence, and dozens of divine senses locking onto him, the demon knows his escape route is gone. The aftermath is brutal. The ancient demon is destroyed, but Great Wei pays with dead nascent souls, hundreds of fallen golden cores, and even its soul formation patriarch gravely wounded. When the news reaches the imperial capital, Emperor Chen Fengyin can only sigh because killing an enemy this dangerous still feels like a devastating victory. He knows Taoist Blood Lotus deserved to die for all the bloodshed, but the dynasty's losses are so severe that any joy is smothered before it can surface. At the princess residence, Qin Jiao reads the message and lights up in pure relief because 2 huge enemies have been removed in one stroke. Qin Jiao gets so excited she nearly cries, because after failing again and again in past simulations, this is the first time they have really pushed past both deadly hurdles. The old granny quickly warns her to keep her voice down, because celebrating something this suspiciously in Great Way's capital could get her dragged to prison and executed. Qin Qianxue dryly joins in and says she will at least arrange Qin Jiao a grand funeral if things go that badly. Qin Jiao grumbles back, but even she lowers her voice because she knows they are still standing inside a very dangerous imperial city. Qin Qianxue turns serious and reminds them that the victory is not the end, because Fu Shuangni sacrificed enormously to build the demon sealing formation and millions in the mountains still need stable homes. She also sees the political danger clearly. Now that Blood Lotus is gone, the emperor may start noticing the holes in their plan, so the 3 of them must clear their names before suspicion lands on them. Under Qin Qianxue's persuasion, the emperor formally accepts Fu Shuangni's mountain cities and recognizes her as the lord leading the other 8 city lords. To repay that contribution, Great Wei opens the treasury and sends manpower to help rebuild all 9 cities instead of treating them as a threat. The people of Great Wei only now learn that 9 unusual cities have existed deep in the savage mountains all along. Fu Shuangni accepts the dynasty's money and labor without hesitation, because rebuilding faster matters more than pride. 2 months later, Even demon cultivators in Great Yu fall silent when they hear Taoist Blood Lotus died so suddenly in Great Way. Some of them can only bitterly regret that if they had reached the desolate mountain sooner, that ancient senior might not have died. But Blood Lotus's death does not bring peace to Great Way, because weakened imperial forces can no longer suppress the demon cultivators hiding inside the dynasty. As secret demons seize the chance to kill and stir panic, the dynasty grows more chaotic instead of safer. Deep in the savage mountains, though, that outside turmoil barely reaches Fu Shuangni's territory because even demon cultivators do not want to enter those mountains. At 66, after 2 more years of rebuilding, Great Yen City and the other cities finally start looking like real settlements again. At 67, Fu Shuangni feels close to Foundation Establishment 3rd level, but she deliberately holds back because her previous breakthrough still feels a little unstable. By 69, 5 full years of work restore all 9 cities into smaller but livable homes with clean streets and farmland. The refugees finally move out of the shelter and back into the new cities, ending the long emergency phase. Fu Shuangni does not abandon the old refuge either, because she already plans to turn that foundation into a tent city. With Great Way still in chaos, she is sure new refugees will keep coming, so population will not be the problem. What she wants most is people, because more population means more chances to discover future cultivators and build real long-term strength for the mountains. She throws herself into city building and cultivation at the same time, staying busy without letting either one slip. At 72, once her foundation finally feels steady enough, Fu Shuangni pushes forward and successfully reaches Foundation Establishment 3rd level. That same year, Qin Qianxue also advances to Foundation Establishment 9th level, keeping the 3-way momentum going. By 73, the mountain cities are about to pass 10 million people, and Great Yen City alone holds more than 4 million residents from humans, beasts, and half-demons alike. Qin Jiao also steps up again and reaches Foundation Establishment 10th level. By 76, Qin Qianxue has crushed the late Crown Prince's remaining faction so completely that the leftovers are politically useless. Even the dead Crown Prince's descendants no longer dare touch court politics, because without his protection, joining the struggle would only get them crushed too. At 77, Fu Shuangni hears the dynasty is choosing a new Crown Prince, and she immediately realizes this should be Qin Qianxue's moment. She thinks through the court situation and concludes that, with the old Crown Prince already dead, almost nobody in Great Way can still compete with Qin Qianxue. Fu Shuangni even starts wondering what kind of simulator rewards might come if Qin Qianxue really takes the Crown Prince's seat. Back in Great Way's imperial city, the emperor's decision to appoint a new Crown Prince spreads so widely that everyone is talking about it. People are stunned that so many once-in-a-century events have happened in just a few short years, and the Crown Prince question becomes the next obsession. One opinion says the second prince should inherit by order of succession, but even that argument sounds weak because his talent and cultivation are too poor to inspire confidence. Another camp pushes the fifth prince as a talented disciple backed by a nascent soul expert, but that only raises a different worry about sect influence swallowing the throne. Then one quiet itinerant cultivator dares to say the name everyone else hesitates over. Princess Chan Ning may be the most likely choice. The moment he says it, the whole conversation drops into sudden silence. Across Great Way, Princess Chan Ning's years of achievements had already made her the obvious favorite to replace the dead Crown Prince. But the same public praise immediately ran into one stubborn question. Could a woman really become the Crown Prince of Great Way? One loose cultivator awkwardly voiced a doubt out loud, and the whole conversation froze for a few breaths. A nearby clan cultivator answered bluntly that the real problem was not Qin Qianxue's talent, but what would happen to the dynasty's line if she one day took the throne and had children. That argument hit hard, because if the next heirs came from a princess's future husband, then outsiders could one day inherit the Qin dynasty itself, and if future successors were instead chosen from another prince's descendants, then no one believed in Emperor Qin Qianxue would quietly accept that arrangement either. While the whole dynasty argued itself in circles, Qin Qianxue stayed calm, as if the coming selection had nothing to do with her at all. The other princes were the exact opposite, rushing back to the capital and clinging to the desperate hope that they might become the next lucky heir. For days, many of them barely slept, obsessing over how to impress the emperor and seize the seat that could eventually lead to the throne itself. Given how vicious the old struggle had been between Qin Qianxue and the former crown prince, anyone watching would have expected her to be just as tense now. Instead, she was completely unshaken, not nervous, not excited, and not even in a hurry. Qin Jiao could not take it anymore and started pacing in front of her, more worked up about the selection than Qin Qianxue herself. Qin Jiao burst out that if Qin Qianxue really claimed that seat, she might gain something no one in Great Way had ever had before. So how could she still sit there so calmly? Qin Qianxue answered that anxiety only made a person look worse in her father's eyes, and obsession only shattered the mind when things did not go your way. Her view was simple. If something was hers, she would not let it go, and if it was not, she would not cling to it. Qin Jiao muttered that Qin Qianxue sounded even more detached from worldly matters than old monks in a temple, and she clearly could not understand that mindset at all. Still uneasy, Qin Jiao warned that the court's prejudice against women could easily push another prince ahead of her no matter how qualified she was. Then Qin Jiao, in pure exasperation, even suggested killing the next crown prince too so nobody else would dare covet the seat. Qin Qianxue rolled her eyes and dryly asked whether Qin Jiao planned to kill every prince, and all their descendants too. In the end, Qin Qianxue only said one thing: just wait. A few days later, the long-awaited day finally arrived, and the entire Great Wei dynasty turned its eyes toward the new crown prince selection. Inside the main hall, civil officials, military officials, princes, and princesses all stood in their places, filling the court with stiff formal tension. Qin Qianxue stood among them as the most closely watched figure in the room, drawing open stares and secret glances from every side. Then Qin Fengyin entered, took his seat on the dragon throne, and the entire court instantly turned solemn. As the court bowed and shouted their greetings, the emperor simply pressed his hand down, cutting short the full ceremony before it could even begin. His gaze swept across the 1,000-person court and lingered longest on his own sons and daughters before he finally spoke. Qin Fengyin announced that after the ancient demon campaign had drained the dynasty, today's crown prince selection would be handled in the simplest way possible to avoid wasting people and resources. That declaration stunned the ministers, especially the etiquette officials, who clearly thought this broke royal protocol but did not dare challenge him. When the emperor directly called on the wavering ministerly to speak, the man nearly jumped out of his skin and hurriedly claimed he had no objection at all. With no one daring to object, Qin Fengyin declared that the choice would be made here and now under the witness of heaven, the imperial jade seal, the ancestors, and the whole court. As the court realized the emperor really meant to decide the succession in just a few blunt lines, the whole hall froze and waited for the name that would settle everything. In the stunned silence of the Great Wei court, everyone waits for more, half thinking the emperor's appointment still sounds too abrupt to be real. Then Qin Fengyin says it outright: Princess Changning, Qin Qianxue, will be Great Wei's first female crown princess. The declaration hits the hall like a thunderclap, and the entire court whips around to stare at Qin Qianxue with shock, confusion, and quiet resentment. For many of them, the choice makes no sense at all, because Qin Qianxue is a woman and she once openly clashed with the previous crown prince. One prince finally blurts out the truth everyone is choking on, staring blankly as he realizes his imperial sister has really become Great Wei's crown princess. Instead of rebuking that reaction, Qin Fengyin doubles down and warns the entire court that doubting Qin Qianxue now means doubting the emperor himself. Qin Qianxue finally answers, thanking her father while quietly feeling how surreal it is to stand there as the empire's new crown princess. She knows it sounds absurd in old-fashioned Great Wei, but in the wider cultivation world, female rulers are not unheard of, which steadies her thoughts. At last, the officials recover and bow in unison, formally recognizing Qin Qianxue as the first female crown princess in Great Wei's history. The imperial decision does not stay inside the palace for long, and bailiffs rush through the capital to post public notices announcing the new crown princess. When the people finish reading the notice, commoners, cultivators, and low-ranking officials alike are left staring in open disbelief. Some can only marvel that after tens of thousands of years, Great Wei has finally produced its first female heir to the throne. Others immediately worry that no matter how capable Qin Qianxue is, a woman should not be holding that position at all. That argument is answered on the spot when a sharp-tongued ant rolls up her sleeves and tears into them for looking down on women. In the end, the public grumbling runs into the same hard wall as the court did. This was the emperor's personal order, and nobody can simply argue it away. As the news spreads across Great Wei, more and more people are forced to accept that this unbelievable decision is real. Far from the capital, Fu Shuangni receives the news at once and realizes Qin Qianxue really did succeed. That news sparks a dangerous thought, because if Great Wei can name a female crown princess, then maybe Fu Shuangni might have a chance in real life too. She immediately feels awkward for even thinking it, since imagining her own path to that title sounds a little too much like cursing her still-living father. Once she sets that aside, Fu Shuangni focuses on the real benefit. With Qin Qianxue now carrying the weight of a crown princess, her voice in Great Wei will be far stronger than before. In the years that follow, Qin Qianxue works the court carefully, pulling in different factions and solving state matters until even Qin Fengyin is pleased with her performance. She also uses that position to mediate between Great Wei and the Desolate Mountain, opening legal trade for Fu Shuangni and securing generous policy support. Fu Shuangni wastes no time and rides that opening to connect Great Yan City and the surrounding desolate mountains with the outside world. Most outsiders still find a city where humans and demon beasts live together hard to accept, but Fu Shuangni only needs a few places willing to do business. At 81, Fu Shuangni stumbles onto a lucky opportunity that sharply boosts and stabilizes her cultivation. Seeing the chance, she pushes through and successfully breaks into the 4th level of foundation establishment. That same year, Qin Qianxue reaches the 10th level of foundation establishment, and comes within a single step of Golden Core. The mysterious mask helps push her even further, because after devouring an ancient soul formation devil, it leaves Qin Qianxue's soul exceptionally solid. To Qin Qianxue, that unexpected gain is more than just useful power, because it means she is getting closer to uncovering the mask's true secret. By age 83, Fu Shuangni's city in the Savage Mountains has grown for several more years until its population reaches 4.5 million, and the city has finally hit its limit for expansion. At age 84, Qin Jiao rode a flying ship with Qin Qianxue towards Savage Mountain and grumbled that her golden core breakthrough still refused to come. Qin Jiao vented that she had cultivated hard, swallowed piles of pills, and even gone into seclusion, yet her dantian still felt like a bottomless pit. She even worried she might not reach golden core until she was 100, which sounded outrageous to anyone else. The old granny and her pendant shot that down at once, saying most cultivators would want to strangle Qin Jiao for calling this slow. The granny reminded her that reaching the 10th level of foundation establishment before 90 with no bottlenecks was already absurdly monstrous talent. In the granny's eyes, breaking into golden core before 100 would be enough to shock the whole cultivation world. Even so, Qin Jiao did not feel reassured, because the real thing bothering her was Qin Qianxue catching up and surpassing her again. She convinced herself that if Qin Qianxue overtook her, Qin Qianxue would definitely drag her into a revenge match. Qin Qianxue cut in dryly from right beside her, asking whether Qin Jiao really planned to slander her to her face. Qin Jiao stayed shamelessly calm and dressed it up as careful preparation against a future crisis. A secret guard stepped forward to announce that they had finally reached Savage Mountain, pulling Qin Qianxue's attention to the land below. Looking down from the ship, Qin Qianxue saw a huge stretch of barren wasteland that did not match the Savage Mountain she remembered. She quickly understood that this wasteland was the old battlefield left behind when Great Way's cultivators lured Taoist Blood Lotus into the Demon Ceiling Formation. The wasteland soon gave way to towering forest, and in the distance Qin Qianxue finally caught sight of a city's outline. Qin Jiao moved to the rail too, excitedly asking if that distant city was already Great Yen City. Qin Qianxue guessed it was at least near Great Yen City, since Fu Shuangni had built her cities close enough for travel between them to stay practical. The first city they crossed was clearly not Great Yen City, because it looked too small to hold more than about 1 million people. After flying on a while longer, they finally saw the real thing, an endless towering wall stretching across the mountains. Qin Jiao narrowed her eyes and spotted a translucent barrier over the wall, instantly recognizing it as a high-level city defense array. She warned that if the flying ship forced its way in, the array might attack on its own. Qin Qianxue remained unfazed, because this trip came with a brutal escort force built after Great Wei learned its lesson from the Crown Prince's death. With multiple golden core protectors in the open and even nascent soul experts hidden in the shadows, the city array was not enough to intimidate them. The ship landed outside Great Yen City and immediately drew attention, because flying ships were rare here even before one arrived carrying an imperial entourage. Qin Qianxue ignored the stares completely, but Qin Jiao immediately started sizing up the strange city around them with obvious interest. Qin Jiao quickly noticed dozens of cultivators in the city, mostly at Qi refinement, and took that as proof that Great Yen City had grown into something genuinely attractive. Qin Jiao clicked her tongue and praised Fu Shuangni for building all this from scratch, then carelessly blurted that it was a shame she would not become emperor, making the nearby secret guards twitch. After arriving, Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao spent some time strolling through Great Yen City before finally meeting Fu Shuangni again after decades apart. When the three finally sat together, Fu Shuangni looked at the pair with plain envy, because both of them had already reached the 10th level of foundation establishment. Fu Shuangni could not hide the gap in her heart, because after pouring in huge effort and resources she had only managed to reach the 4th level of foundation establishment. For a moment, Fu Shuangni even wondered whether starting over in a future simulation might give her a better talent than the one she had now. Qin Jiao, however, was still complaining, saying her innate spirit body seemed to need a whole pond of spiritual energy just to push into golden core. Fu Shuangni shot Qin Jiao a suspicious look, briefly wondering if this was disguised bragging before deciding Qin Jiao usually only showed off when Qin Qianxue was around. They talked until nightfall, and once the sky went dark Fu Shuangni had rooms prepared for Qin Qianxue, Qin Jiao, and their entourage because the two intended to stay for a month. This whole detour had been Qin Jiao's idea from the start, because she simply wanted to come out and play. Qin Qianxue came along partly to ease the crushing pressure of living as Great Wei's crown princess, where holding her seat was the best way to stay alive. A month later, the two made a short trip to Maple City, the place where Qin Jiao's simulated cultivation life had begun. After half a month there, they returned safely to Great Wei's imperial city without any accidents on the road. Watching the gap widen, Fu Shuangni decided she could not waste any more time if she still wanted even a chance of catching up. She planned out the next 100 years of development in advance and started handing more authority to trusted subordinates, so she could lock herself away to cultivate. At age 85, Fu Shuangni gathered huge amounts of pills and spirit stones, raised hundreds of spirit-gathering formations, and entered closed-door cultivation. 2 years of seclusion pushed her cultivation up sharply, but even that still left a long distance before the 5th level of foundation establishment. By age 90, after burning through even more resources, Fu Shuangni could finally feel herself edging closer to that next breakthrough. At 91, she had to come out early instead, because her stockpile was almost gone and she needed to replenish resources and inspect her growing cities. After checking the cities, Fu Shuangni finally relaxed a little when she saw her people and demonic beasts were managing everything in an orderly way without her constant handholding. Just as she prepared to resume seclusion, A message arrived from the Imperial City with a brutal update. Qin Jiao had broken through to the first level of Golden Core. Fu Shuangni could only marvel that a cultivator under 100 reaching Golden Core was so absurd that even Great Yan's founding ancestor had needed more than 200 years. When Fu Shuangni learns Qin Jiao reached Golden Core before turning 100, the gap stings hard, but she forces herself not to drown in jealousy. She steadies herself by admitting the truth. Her cultivation talent was never as strong as Qin Jiao's or Qin Qianxue's, and no lucky talent refresh ever changed that. Instead of brooding, Fu Shuangni goes back into seclusion and spends the next few years pushing toward the 5th level of foundation establishment. At 96, she finally breaks through cleanly and steps into the 5th level of foundation establishment. After that success, she leaves seclusion to handle years of city business and inspect how her mountain domain has grown. Great Yan City's population has stabilized, but its number of cultivators has clearly risen, especially among promising academy students. The other mountain cities have grown even faster, and across Savage Mountain her territory now holds more than 10 million residents. Even with demons making up only a tenth of that total, Fu Shuangni realizes it still means roughly 1 million demonic beasts now live under her banner. She knows many wild beasts still stay away, but right now her real priority is giving the people in these cities a reason to call this place home. Thinking it through, she finally understands how terrifying that sense of belonging can be, because it can make ordinary people draw steel even against Golden Core cultivators. She realizes those people are still afraid of death, but hunger, poverty, and losing their home can push them to protect the little they finally built. As that understanding deepens, Fu Shuangni slips into a strange state and loses control of her own consciousness. Her soul drifts out of her body like a leaf in the wind and starts floating through walls, trees, guards, and beasts without anyone noticing. The wandering soul drifts into Great Yan City's busy downtown, passing through the commoners whose emotions she can almost touch but not quite grasp. By the time night falls, Fu Shuangni snaps awake and realizes the strange experience pushed her all the way to the 6th level of foundation establishment. She recognizes the strange state as a rare epiphany from old records, and the shock quickly turns into relief because she is now much closer to Golden Core. At 98, another bombshell arrives from the Great Wei Imperial City. Qin Qianxue publicly announces that she has also entered the 1st level of Golden Core. Qin Qianxue does not hide the breakthrough because she wants the whole dynasty to know the new crown princess is more formidable than the old crown prince ever was. The news explodes across Great Wei, because a Golden Core cultivator under 100 is enough to shake both the immortal world and ordinary citizens. A year later, Great Yan City's prosperity attracts demon cultivators again, and one infiltrator suddenly goes mad and slaughters hundreds before the city's cultivators can put him down. The attack drags Fu Shuangni out of seclusion early, and this time she answers with open fury. She gathers the top figures of Savage Mountain, both human and beast, and gives a blunt order: demon cultivators must be eradicated. Her cities launch a full purge, and within a month they drag dozens of hidden demon cultivators out into the open. Fu Shuangni seals the captives' cultivation and tries to break them for information, hoping to hand Qin Qianxue a chance to wipe out the demon sects and lock down her political power. She knows the plan is optimistic, because demon cultivators are notoriously stubborn, and getting useful answers from them is almost like climbing to heaven. After more than a month, only 3 prisoners finally crack, and even they can offer just fragments about 2 different demon sects. Those scraps of testimony reveal why the sects came at all. Great Yan City was rebuilt over an old battlefield, and the demon cultivators are gambling that something from Taoist blood lotus might still be buried underneath. They are not even looking for a whole corpse, just any surviving trace of that ancient demon, even a drop of blood or a single strand of hair. The prisoners do not know what the sects plan to do with those remains, and that unknown makes Fu Shuangni even more cautious. Refusing to risk a deadly blind spot, she carefully organizes every clue and suspicious point before sending the full report to the Great Wei Imperial City with a communication talisman. In the Great Wei Imperial City, Qin Qianxue reads Fu Shuangni's message and immediately sees the same opportunity. Crushing the demon cultivators could secure her crown princess seat for good. She coldly measures the result. Once she destroys the demon threat, even the officials who still resent a female crown heir will no longer be able to shake her. Still, Qin Qianxue does not get careless, because she knows from experience that one shift in events can twist the future in dangerous ways. She summons Qin Jiao, and the 2 Golden Core women sit down together to plan how Great Wei should cleanse itself of demon cultivators. Qin Jiao's answer is simple and brutal: catch demon cultivators, torture out sect names, and crush the sects one by one. Qin Qianxue rejects that as too wasteful and instead aims for something bigger: one carefully timed chance to capture most of Great Wei's demon cultivators in a single sweep. Qin Jiao understands the goal, but she still cannot see how they are supposed to knock the demon sects into chaos by stripping away their leaders. She points out the obvious problem: if Taoist Blood Lotus were alive, he could lure out the demon sect elites, but he is already dead. Qin Qianxue calmly counters that Blood Lotus may be dead, but he is still useful because the demon cultivators are clearly searching for pieces of him. Her real point is simple: the demon sects do not know Blood Lotus's true situation, so bad information can still steer them. Then Qing Qianxue reveals the real weapon in their hands. They already have people planted inside the demon sects. Qing Jiao catches on fast, but she still worries that the demon cultivators are too slippery to swallow a lie so easily. Qing Qianxue says they do not need everyone to believe the lie, only enough people to start moving so the rest get dragged in with the crowd. She reminds Qing Jiao that she has used this kind of half-true trap before and nearly swept up the upper ranks of multiple demon sects in one stroke. That finally makes Qing Jiao understand, and the plan to bait the demon sect leaders starts feeling real. Old Granny can only stare at the two girls in bafflement, once again feeling that their talent and the way they think are both absurdly abnormal. For a moment, Old Granny even wonders if they are reincarnated immortals who somehow kept memories from a previous life. She immediately talks herself out of it, deciding she is overthinking things, but the idea alone shows how strange the pair seem to her. The scheme starts moving at age 100, when news about Taoist Blood Lotus suddenly spreads all across Great Way as if someone is pushing it on purpose. A year later, Fu Shuangni spots a wave of demon cultivators secretly sneaking into the cities in the desolate mountain to investigate something. But Fu Shuangni was already waiting for this, and she had her people hide ancient scraps from the Bronze Gate cave abode in carefully chosen spots ahead of time. The planted bait works exactly as planned, and the infiltrating demon cultivators dig up the old relics and react with obvious shock. They hurry out of Savage Mountain with their prize, never realizing Fu Shuangni has been watching the whole thing from the shadows. Even with the trap working, Fu Shuangni stays cautious and wonders whether those scraps will really tempt the demon sect higher-ups, or make them suspicious instead. At age 102, the next stage begins when false information is pushed out through spies hidden inside the demon sects themselves. Those rumors flood the entire cultivation world with one poisonous message after another about Taoist Blood Lotus and the desolate mountains. One story says Blood Lotus left behind a soul formation inheritance before he died. Another says his natal spirit tool was hidden somewhere in the desolate mountains. An even wilder version claims Blood Lotus never truly died at all and only used an ancient demon technique to hide until someone wakes him. No one can prove any of it, and sensible cultivators stay back. But plenty of fools still bite, especially among the demon path. Then the bait sharpens when a special secret guard convoy from the Imperial City enters the desolate mountain, stays for months, and finally starts back with something important under heavy guard. Then the leaked route pays off when a golden core demon cultivator ambushes the convoy and snatches part of the guarded cargo in the chaos. The attacker escapes while apparently badly injured, and the story of the robbery spreads across Great Way fast enough for the entire demon path to hear it. Before anyone else can catch him, that demon cultivator steps forward on his own and publicly claims he stole inheritance jade slips from the ancient demon's cache. He adds one more explosive detail. The desolate mountains still hold many more jade slips that the Imperial Court has not recovered. That claim shocks the demon sects, and in a hidden chamber a nascent soul old demon immediately summons the golden core cultivator to verify it. The old demon demands to know whether the jade slip really came from Taoist Blood Lotus, and whether the younger man truly intends to hand it over. Sweating under the pressure, the golden core cultivator says he is only a lone demon path wanderer, and cannot protect something this valuable by himself. He offers the jade slip in exchange for protection, making it clear he wants shelter more than treasure. The nascent soul demon is not fooled that easily and asks why the man spread the news to the whole demon path instead of quietly coming to him first. The golden core cultivator admits he wanted the whole demon path to know because that publicity would make him too valuable to kill casually. He even bluntly confesses that he was also trying to stop this very elder from murdering him and taking the treasure in secret. Instead of getting angry, the old demon bursts out laughing and decides he likes the junior's nerve. He orders the jade slip handed over and announces that the younger man now belongs to his 100 ghost hall. Once the jade slip reaches him, the old demon scans it with divine sense and a huge mass of demonic technique knowledge floods into his mind. Even for a nascent soul cultivator, the technique is so deep that he can only memorize the contents after several moments instead of mastering them on the spot. When he opens his eyes again, he is thrilled because the demonic technique is even higher grade than 100 Ghost Hall's own core inheritance. But his excitement hits a snag at once when he realizes the jade slip only contains half of the technique. The golden core cultivator quickly explains that he overheard the court's secret guards saying Blood Lotus scattered thousands of inheritance jade slips across Savage Mountain during his final battle. He insists the missing half is not a trick, just a natural result of those jade slips being scattered and incomplete in the chaos. That explanation makes the nascent soul demon pause and calculate, because the court's quiet handling of the inheritance suddenly feels wrong. He finally lands on the dangerous possibility that the court is hiding the inheritance from the demon path by searching in secret instead of openly sweeping the mountains. A smug nascent soul demon decides he will not keep the secret of Savage Mountain quiet at all. When his golden core subordinate asks why he would create more rivals, the demon bluntly explains that the Imperial Court and righteous sects are obviously hiding a trap in the mountains. His real plan is colder than that. Let other demon cultivators die testing the path first. He pushes the scheme further, saying he wants demon sects and the Imperial side to maul each other so he can seize the prize after both are weakened. The subordinate worries they could be hunted by both sides afterward, but that only draws out the senior demon's murderous arrogance. The rumor spreads exactly as planned, and demon sects across Great Way start moving after hearing what is hidden in the desolate mountains. As demon cultivators keep sneaking into the desolate mountains, Fu Shuangni tightens Great Yen City's defenses and warns that anyone who must travel should go with cultivator or demonic beast escorts. Over the next few years, Great Way's court and righteous sects begin striking demon cultivators directly instead of waiting for them to grow bolder. The demon side answers by forming a huge alliance of its own, and once so many evil cultivators gather in one place, their greed starts swelling fast. When remnant pages of Taoist Blood Lotus's soul formation manual appear, even nascent soul demons can no longer stay patient. Convinced their numbers are enough to overpower the court and righteous sects, the demon alliance finally charges into Savage Mountain in force. They think a lightning strike will let them snatch the inheritance before Great Way or the sects can react. But their movement was already being watched by Chen Qianxue, Qin Jiao, and Fu Shuangni. The attack turns into a nightmare as the demon cultivators discover Savage Mountain is packed with waiting experts from the court and righteous sects. The trap is even worse than they imagined, because multiple nascent soul experts had been waiting there for a long time. Then the Great Way Soul Formation Patriarch appears, and the demon side collapses into heavy casualties almost at once. The fighting still drags on for a full month, but the result never changes. The demon alliance is crushed. Even the nascent soul schemer who tried to profit from the chaos is hunted down after Great Way traces him back to his own lair. He only understands the final joke at the moment of death. The Golden Core demon who came to him for refuge was a Great Way plant all along. With the whole scheme resolved, Qin Qianxue's reputation surges through the Great Way court, and even her old doubters are forced to respect her. The result is so decisive that people begin saying Qin Qianxue has already proven herself stronger than the previous crown prince. Her success also scares the demon sects back into silence, because they now need time just to recover from the disaster. Even the Great Way Emperor is openly pleased, praising his daughter more than ever. Later, Qin Jiao cannot help grumbling that Qin Qianxue just shook the whole court, and still acts like nothing happened. Qin Qianxue answers that she does not deserve all the credit anyway, because Qin Jiao's help mattered too. Then Qin Qianxue quietly reminds her of the last simulation, when Qin Jiao died because she got careless after a similar victory. That hits Qin Jiao right where it hurts, because she knows that death really was her own reckless mistake. As she thinks it over, Qin Jiao starts to understand why Qin Qianxue refuses to relax. She is already guarding against whatever comes next. The story then shifts to Savage Mountain's Great Yen City, where Fu Shuangni, still in her tiny moon crow form, is already dealing with the captured demon cultivators left behind by the defeat. A city official reports that the prisoners have had their cultivations sealed and are ready to be flown to the imperial city. Fu Shuangni answers without hesitation that if anyone tries to stop the convoy, they should be killed immediately and not one prisoner can be left behind. She has no interest in reforming these killers, because giving such people another chance would be an insult to the lives they already destroyed. Instead, she plans to make those prisoners useful by sending them to Qin Qianxue, who can feed them to the mysterious bronze mask. After all, Fu Shuangni knows that mask already devoured Taoist Blood Lotus and his soul formation demon embryo without trouble. That thought leads Fu Shuangni back to the heaven-devouring demon technique, the terrifying cultivation method Qin Qianxue has said she obtained through the mask. She starts calculating quietly that if she helps Qin Qianxue enough, maybe the simulator's reward settlement will count that connection and give her a chance at the same technique. But even while thinking that way, Fu Shuangni admits to herself that she is too proud and too thin-skinned to simply ask Qin Qianxue for the technique outright. In the end, she decides the direct route is pointless anyway, because if the simulator did not reward it, she probably could not use the heaven-devouring demon technique in real life at all. After the purge of demon cultivators, Great Way finally settles into an unusually peaceful stretch, and the dynasty's national fortunes begin to rise. With fewer disasters and less bloodshed, ordinary people in Great Way finally get a brief chance to breathe. By age 110, Great Way has become too stable to send many new refugees into the desolate mountains, so Fu Shuangni's growing cities turn their eyes toward the far more broken Great Yu dynasty. Great Yu is suffering one disaster after another, so refugees pour into Fu Shuangni's territory in huge numbers. The desolate mountains now hold more than 10 cities, and Great Yen City has swelled into a giant stronghold rivaling a major prefectural capital. Even the smallest of those cities already hold tens of thousands of people, and construction keeps spreading because the influx never really stops. At 115, Fu Shuangni shuts herself away to push for the 7th level of foundation establishment. 5 years later she still has not broken through, so she goes straight back into seclusion for another attempt. At 125, Fu Shuangni finally reaches the 7th level of foundation establishment after a second 5-year retreat. But when Fu Shuangni comes out, she hears that Qin Qianxue and Qin Jiao have already reached the 2nd level of Golden Core, and the news lands with a quiet sting. By age 130, word spreads that Great Way paid a terrible price in its life and death battle with Taoist Blood Lotus, and that weakness quickly reaches the other dynasties. Soon Great Way is staring at a circle of hostile neighbors, all tempted by a dynasty that looks wounded. In a private strategy meeting, Qinqianxue coldly lays out the latest spark. Several Great Way merchant ships vanished at sea half a month ago. When those ships were finally found, every person aboard was already dead, including cultivators strong enough to handle ordinary sea threats. The cargo was stripped away, and at first the killers tried to make it look like piracy. But after 3 days of digging, the court finds the truth. This was no pirate attack at all, but a strike by the Divine Feathers Dynasty's army. Qinqianxue treats it as more than a robbery. To her, it is an open test of Great Way's bottom line and likely the first move before war. She warns that if Great Way retreats even a little here, the enemy will only press harder and harder. When a white-haired official asks what she intends to do, Qinqianxue answers without hesitation. Great Way should send troops and wipe out the Divine Feathers force. A fat minister immediately objects, warning that a strike now could trigger full war before Great Way has recovered from the Blood Lotus battle. Qin Jiao cuts in at once and calls that line of thinking what it is. If Great Way endures this quietly, the other side will only keep taking more. The fat minister proposes a softer path anyway. Send an envoy, condemn the attack, and hope the Divine Feathers dynasty gives Great Way some face. Qin Jiao tears that idea apart, saying face is won by force, not begged for, and even he does not sound like he believes his own plan. Seeing the room go quiet, Qin Jiao stands up and openly backs Qinqianshue's plan to hit back hard enough that Divine Feathers feels real pain. She goes further and reminds everyone that a rich wounded dynasty will be targeted sooner or later anyway, so pretending peace is still possible is just self-deception. With no one left to refute them, Qin Jiao sits back down, satisfied that the room has been pushed where it needs to go. Qinqianxue calmly closes the meeting by saying she will present both the incident and the troop decision to her father in court tomorrow. Everyone on her side immediately answers in unison, understanding that she expects them to help push the plan through by morning. Once the officials leave, only Qinqianxue and Qin Jiao remain behind in the quiet hall. Qin Jiao grabs a cup of spirit tea, wets her throat, and asks the obvious question: why is Qinqianxue acting so much more aggressive than usual? Qinqianxue answers plainly that Great Way has no room to stay passive anymore, so the only way to avoid being cornered is to strike first. When Qin Jiao asks if she is really certain Divine Feathers will attack on a larger scale later, Qinqianxue throws the question right back at her. Qin Jiao laughs and admits the truth herself. If she were the enemy, she would absolutely seize this chance to swallow a weakened rival with valuable territory and treasures. Qinqianxue lightly points out that Qin Jiao already knew the answer, which makes the whole challenge sound a little playful. Qin Jiao scratches the back of her head and jokes that hearing such fierce words from Qinqianxue almost made her think someone else had possessed her. Qinqianxue answers that nonsense with a small eye roll, and the conversation ends there. The next day, Qinqianxue brings the sea attack and her proposed response straight into the full imperial court. Her allied ministers immediately step forward one after another to support her plan, even if some of them are still quietly nervous about where this could lead. Then the emperor shocks the entire court by agreeing without resistance. Qin Fengmin goes even further and hands the matter to Qinqianxue personally, giving her the authority to mobilize Great Way's army. The officials are stunned because even the former crown prince never held military power, and now the first crown princess in Great Way history has it in her hands. Even Qinqianxue is briefly surprised, but she recovers at once and formally accepts the order in front of the whole court. After court, while they are on their way back, the usually silent old granny suddenly speaks up with a grim warning. Her warning lands like a final chill over everything. The emperor is about to lose control of his cultivation. The old granny shocks both sisters by saying the Great Way emperor can no longer suppress his cultivation. Wu Yun blurts out the obvious question, and the granny confirms she means the emperor himself. Qinqianxue immediately understands why her father handed her full authority. He is preparing to break through. She explains that a nascent soul cultivator may need 10 years or more just to complete the breakthrough, leaving her father unable to handle Great Way's affairs. That finally lands on Wu Yun, and she realizes the emperor might vanish from court for years. Wu Yun gets carried away and blurts out that Qinqianxue is practically about to take the throne herself. Qinqianxue shuts that down at once and warns that saying something like that openly could get her impeached by the Mountain of Memorials. The granny coolly adds that the likelier outcome is not a coronation, but the crown princess governing in the emperor's place for a time. She also warns that the imperial ancestors could be invited back, but they probably want cultivation more than the throne. Qinqianxue stays calm and says she will simply let events unfold. At age 131, Qinqianxue uses her new authority to lay a naval trap, sending more than 10,000 Great Way sailors out disguised as a merchant convoy. The Divine Feathers dynasty takes the bait, thinking Great Way has grown soft after years of lying low. When the enemy closes in, the merchant fleet reveals itself as a war fleet and hits back. The naval battle does not even last half a day before the Divine Feathers fleet is wiped out. The Divine Feathers dynasty sends an envoy to demand answers, but Wu Yun receives him with a hard face and gives nothing back. The envoy leaves humiliated, and when he reports back, even he is stunned that his own emperor swallows the insult instead of pushing further. By age 135, the real shock arrives when Qin Fengyin summons the full Great Way court and announces that he has reached the chance to break through to the soul formation stage. He says he must enter closed-door cultivation for 20 years, and if he succeeds, Great Wei will gain a second soul formation expert. The ministers are stunned because Qin Fengyin is not even 1500 years old, making his talent monstrous by cultivation world standards. Then the court's next fear settles in at once. If the emperor disappears for 20 years, someone must wield his authority over Great Wei. Qin Fengyin answers it himself by naming the crown princess as regent, handing Qin Qianxue every bit of imperial power he holds. He goes even further and declares that anyone who challenges her authority can be killed first, with the investigation left for later. Those words hit the court like thunder, and the whole hall drops into a stunned silence over a female crown princess ruling in the emperor's name. One ancient minister finally staggers out to object, arguing that Qin Qianxue has not been crown princess long enough to supervise all of Great Wei. Qin Fengyin cuts him off without anger and says the decision is final. He explains that his cultivation can no longer be suppressed. The imperial ancestors already refused to manage the dynasty, and there is no better choice left. Then he drops a dangerous question back on the court. Should he hand Great Wei to the other princes instead? The old minister instantly backs down, because answering that question would look like meddling in royal succession. Qin Qianxue's supporters are thrilled, but in the middle of the court hall they keep those reactions buried under practiced blank faces. Wu Yun is the one exception, beaming so hard that her support is practically written on her face. The long court session finally ends in the afternoon, but Qin Qianxue is told to remain behind. Once they are alone, Qin Fengyin invites her to sit beside him instead of below him. Qin Qianxue obeys quietly and sits at his side with the same calm she showed in court. With the court finally gone, Qin Fengyin remarks that her composure surpasses his expectations, especially compared with how overwhelmed her late elder brother would have been. Qin Qianxue answers modestly that her late elder brother would likely have been just as steady, since the ministers always praised his bearing and talent to rule. That makes Qin Fengyin laugh, because he knows those ministers were flattering him as much as they were praising the dead prince. But the warmth vanishes when Qin Fengyin suddenly asks why he never threw her into prison. That question makes the real danger clear. Qin Fengyin has long known what Qin Qianxue and Wu Yun did in the fight around the former crown princess. Even under that pressure, Qin Qianxue's face does not change at all. She even answers like a daughter chatting with her father, asking if he spared her because he could not bear to lose her. Qin Fengyin admits that is only half the reason, closes his eyes to gather old thoughts, and begins to explain the other half. In a private talk, Qin Fengyin tells Qin Qianxue she is frighteningly similar to him, so similar he would think she was his reincarnation if she were not his daughter. He goes further and quietly admits he once did the same kind of ruthless thing she did, only more cleanly, and even her grandfather never found out. That confession finally shakes Qin Qianxue, because she realizes her father seized the throne through the same kind of hidden bloodline struggle she thought only she had crossed. Qin Fengyin sighs that perhaps he started this vicious path for the family, but he does not regret it, and he says this is exactly why only the two of them can speak openly about it. He formally hands her the empire for the next 20 years and tells her that if an unbeatable enemy appears, she must summon the clan ancestors without hesitation. Qin Qianxue accepts the burden without complaint, because she now understands this is not a test but a real succession of power and danger. Before leaving, Qin Fengyin warns her not to trust the righteous sects too much, because they only look obedient, while the imperial court is still strong enough to suppress them. He makes the danger plain. Once the dynasty weakens and the sects grow stronger, they can become just as threatening to Great Wei as demon sects and demon cultivators. Qin Qianxue answers again that she understands, sealing the handover with a quiet but serious resolve. The next day, Qin Fengyin officially enters closed-door cultivation, and the news that Qin Qianxue is now governing Great Wei explodes across the dynasty like a storm. In an orthodox sect, a nascent soul expert feels a chill and realizes Great Wei may soon have a second soul formation cultivator, enough to lock the dynasty's rule in place for another 1,000 years. That same realization terrifies him even more, because a sect like Cloud Bamboo Valley would be helpless if it ever stood against two monsters at that level. In a demon cultivator hideout, the reaction is the opposite, rage, because the woman who already crippled their faction is now the one running the whole country. Among ordinary people, the news sparks gossip at first, but most quickly decide that if Qin Qianxue keeps demon cultivators suppressed, they do not care whether the ruler is a woman. The announcement even reaches Savage Mountain, where the people of Great Yen City are genuinely happy for her because they know she helped build their lives alongside Fu Shuangni. Fu Shuangni never hid Qin Qianxue's support, and she even had that contribution written into academy teaching materials so everyone would remember their other great benefactor. Looking at Qin Qianxue's rise in just 135 years, Fu Shuangni can only admit in awe that the Spirit Sword sect's holy maiden really is extraordinary. Even while admiring Qin Qianxue, Fu Shuangni knows not everyone could do that, and she bluntly admits she herself could never have taken over Great Wei at that age. She is not jealous, just realistic, because managing a dozen mountain cities is already exhausting enough for her to imagine how crushing the burden of an entire dynasty must be. That thought alone feels suffocating, so Fu Shuangni cuts herself off and refuses to waste energy worrying about a burden that is not hers. Her thoughts return to cultivation, and Fu Shuangni studies her current moon crow body while reminding herself that demonic beasts only gain a half-human form at golden core and a full human form at nascent soul. She gets briefly annoyed by the weird rule that beasts can turn human but humans do not turn into beasts, then dismisses the thought as not worth chasing. She cuts off the idea before it festers, warning herself not to invite a heart demon over something this pointless. Back in the Imperial Palace, Qin Qianxue spends her first month in power doing something unexpectedly modest. She studies how to rule safely instead of trying to shock everyone with force. That humility calms more than half the officials' fear, because they see she is not an arrogant figurehead but someone willing to learn the work properly. Once the old ministers trust her sincerity, they begin teaching her the machinery of the throne, from governance to imperial etiquette and the tiny rules of an emperor's conduct. A month later, Qin Qianxue finally enters the imperial court to govern in person, stepping into a role she has never played before even after so many simulated lives. Seated on the dragon throne for the first time, she looks less like a crown princess and more like the true ruler of the dynasty. She gets through that first court session without embarrassing herself, and the whole assembly ends smoothly. Only after the officials leave does the strain show in her eyes, because holding her own against a hall full of ancient political foxes is genuinely exhausting. Qin Qianxue keeps Qin Jiao behind, and once the old ministers are gone, the hall immediately feels less suffocating. Qin Jiao instantly stops acting formal, strolls right up the throne steps, and casually perches on the armrest in a way no one else would dare. Her first verdict on imperial power is wonderfully useless. The dragon throne's armrest is so uncomfortable that she immediately gets up to complain about it. Qin Qianxue dryly tells her that this single stunt would be enough to get her executed dozens of times if anyone else saw it. Qin Jiao just laughs it off, fully convinced Qin Qianxue would never actually harm her. When Qin Jiao asks what it feels like to be emperor, Qin Qianxue answers honestly that it is far more tiring than she expected. She explains that the real exhaustion comes from matching wits with a hall full of court veterans who have been scheming for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Qin Jiao clicks her tongue and teases that Qin Qianxue herself is hardly innocent, because after so many simulated lifetimes, she is basically one of those old foxes too. A year passes under Qin Qianxue's rule, and Great Way stays steady even with the emperor in seclusion. At the same time, Fu Shuangni remains in seclusion, still pushing toward the 8th level of foundation establishment. News that a crown princess now controls Great Way spreads outward, and nearby dynasties start getting restless again. That pressure turns real when the Divine Feathers dynasty attacks a Great Way border city, and the defenders hold the line at heavy cost. When the report reaches the palace, Qin Qianxue immediately sees the pattern. The enemy thinks a young regent is easy to bully. She is not shocked at all, because this kind of probing attack was exactly what she had expected from ambitious neighbors. So she turns to Qin Jiao and asks the blunt question, what should Great Way do now? Qin Jiao answers without hesitation that Great Way should hit back, and this time it should hit even harder than before. Then Qin Jiao adds an even nastier idea, calculate every loss from the border city and force the Divine Feathers dynasty to pay compensation that hurts. Even Qin Qianxue pauses at that devious proposal, clearly impressed by how sharp Qin Jiao's instinct is. The next day in court, a furious General Ho steps forward first and demands permission to crush the invaders. He points to the dead border soldiers and asks to destroy the Divine Feathers army in revenge. But before Qin Qianxue answers, an unnamed civil official coolly points out that General Ho's tone sounds like he is lecturing the crown princess. Ho realizes the problem immediately, and bows his head to apologize for speaking too bluntly. Qin Qianxue lets it pass, saying his anger is understandable after so many soldiers died defending the border. Instead of giving her own answer yet, she throws the question back to the whole court, and asks what they think of Ho's proposal. At first the ministers hesitate, but one voice rises, then another, and soon the entire court splits into opposing camps. One side argues that only a hard military response will prove Great Way is not weak and calm the people. The other side warns that slaughtering the enemy now could turn a border clash into a full war between dynasties. They propose a colder weapon instead, cut off trade, because Divine Feathers border cities depend heavily on Great Way's goods. The debate turns into a noisy shouting match, with civil and military officials talking over each other like a flock of angry ducks. Through all of it, Qin Qianxue does not join the argument at all and simply watches the court wear itself out. Little by little, the noise dies down as the ministers realize the throne has been silent the whole time. Only after making them sit in that silence does Qin Qianxue finally speak, bringing up the miracle cities that rose in the desolate mountains. The officials are confused by the sudden mention of Fu Shuangni's mountain cities, but they all know exactly what feat she means. Qin Qianxue answers her own question. Fu Shuangni could create that miracle because she truly put ordinary people first. She says that lesson changed her view of rule, because a dynasty is not held up by one emperor or one top cultivator, but by countless ordinary people. To Qin Qianxue, if the people are endangered, then the Great Wei dynasty itself is in danger too, because its fate is tied to theirs. That lets her redefine the border attack as something much bigger. Divine Feathers is not just raiding a city, it is interfering with Great Wei's national fate. She declares that this makes the conflict a battle of life and death between dynasties, leaving the court stunned. Then Qing Qianxu gives her real answer and orders the mobilization of 100,000 troops for a crushing counterattack. Even General Ho, who wanted revenge from the start, is stunned by how far beyond simple retaliation her order goes. Some ministers think the move is too much, but now that the order is spoken aloud, challenging it would mean challenging who really rules Great Wei. Once the order goes out, Great Wei's armies surge to the frontier and crash into Divine Feather's forces in a full-scale war. Because Divine Feathers never expected such a fierce response, its army is driven back again and again before finally collapsing in defeat. The result is brutal. Over 20,000 enemies are killed, more than 10,000 are captured, and only a remnant escapes. But Qin Qianshua's army does not stop at the border and instead drives straight into Divine Feather's territory like a blade. Before the enemy can even react, Great Wei seizes 3 Divine Feather cities in rapid succession. When the Divine Feather's emperor hears that 3 cities have fallen, he erupts in fury and orders his armies to drive Great Wei back out. Great Wei shocked the Divine Feather's dynasty by sending an invasion force led by a nascent soul cultivator, backed by more than 10 Golden Core experts and over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. Divine Feather's army was beaten back, several cities fell, and the war between the 2 dynasties suddenly became a crisis the neighboring countries could not ignore. Then Great Wei sent a Golden Core envoy alone into the Divine Feather's imperial city to request an audience, a move bold enough to enrage the court before he even entered. On the throne, the Divine Feather's emperor raged that Great Wei had invaded his land and taken his cities first, so their envoy's audacity felt like open humiliation. What stung him even more was that the one pressuring Divine Feathers was Qing Qianxue, a young woman governing Great Wei while its emperor stayed in seclusion. One minister tried to calm him down and warned that Great Wei was clearly hiding terrifying strength, enough to kill even a soul formation demon, so pushing further might become irreversible. The warning only made him dig in harder, because retreating before Great Wei's crown princess felt unbearable to his pride. He shouted that if Great Wei wanted war, then Divine Feathers would answer with twice the troops, another nascent soul cultivator, and even more Golden Core and Foundation establishment experts. But the next year the fighting only intensified, and Qin Qianxue sent another huge wave of Great Wei troops into Divine Feathers to reinforce the war. At the same time, demon cultivators suddenly erupted across the Divine Feathers dynasty, throwing the whole country into chaos at the worst possible moment. Forced to suppress the unrest inside his own borders, the Divine Feathers emperor ended up handing Great Wei an even bigger opening on the battlefield. Pressed by losses at the front and unrest at home, the Divine Feathers emperor finally swallowed his pride and agreed to receive Great Wei's envoy. The meeting lasted less than 2 incense sticks before the emperor snapped and had the envoy kicked out of the palace. Afterward, the emperor exploded in private and convinced himself the demon cultivator chaos had to be a Great Wei trap designed from the start. What broke his composure completely was the envoy's demand that Divine Feathers compensate Great Wei for its losses. To him this was no longer negotiation but extortion, and the worst part was knowing Qin Qianxue, barely over 100 years old, had driven him into this corner. For a moment he even thought about a do-or-die national war with millions of soldiers, but that fantasy collapsed the moment his reason caught up with him. He had tested Great Wei twice already and still could not see its bottom, which left him furious, uneasy, and deeply unwilling to back down. In the end he gritted his teeth, ordered the envoy brought back, and summoned the Prime Minister to take over the talks before his temper ruined them again. For 7 full days, the Prime Minister and Great Wei's envoy argued across the table until they finally pulled both dynasties back from the brink. Divine Feathers finally conceded that Great Wei's forces would withdraw within a month, and in return Divine Feathers would pay a huge amount of compensation. Great Wei's envoy had even demanded a public self-condemnation decree from the emperor, but on that point the Prime Minister refused to yield no matter what. Even so, the envoy walked away feeling he had reached the most glorious moment of his life, because he had enraged an entire dynasty and still left untouched. A month later, Great Wei's armies withdrew from Divine Feathers, and the envoy carried back hundreds of storage bags filled with compensation. Divine Feathers buried the humiliating deal in silence, but Qin Qianxue did the opposite and had the news spread all across Great Wei. The people of Great Wei were stunned to learn that Divine Feathers had invaded them years ago, and that the Crown Princess had answered with a ruthless counterattack. The more people talked, the more Qin Qianshue's image hardened into a bold ruler who struck back fast and made the enemy pay dearly. When the compensation list came out, the numbers were so huge that the whole country was left hissing in disbelief. Then word spread that Qin Qianxue would give 10% to the soldiers and use the rest for the people's welfare, which only made the debate inside Great Wei even louder. By the time the uproar settled, Great Wei had publicly humiliated Divine Feathers and reminded everyone how dangerous the neighboring dynasties really were. 2 years later, Fu Shuangni went into seclusion with a pile of pills and unexpectedly caught another lucky insight, breaking through to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. When Fu Shuangni came out, she only then learned that such a huge war and diplomatic victory had already shaken Great Wei while she was shut away cultivating. A year after that, Qin Jiao broke through first and stepped into the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Qin Jiao immediately took that victory to Qin Qianxue and showed off without hiding her satisfaction. But only 1 month later, Qin Qianxue also reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage and nearly erased Qin Jiao's lead. That result hit Qin Jiao hard, because she had started simulating immortality more than 10 years earlier, yet Qin Qianxue was still catching up frighteningly fast. For the first time since entering simulated cultivation, Qin Jiao dumped her duties onto other people, gathered resources, and prepared for a serious long seclusion. By age 145, Qin Fengyin had already spent 10 full years in closed-door cultivation trying to break into the soul formation realm, leaving Qin Qianxue in charge of Great Wei the whole time. Then at age 146, fresh news reached Great Wei that the Divine Feathers dynasty had started another major war, this time against the Great Yu dynasty. Qin Qianxue frowned because the pattern was obvious to her. Divine Feathers had been hit too hard paying Great Wei, so its emperor was trying to rob another target to recover the loss. In her eyes, the Divine Feathers emperor had learned not to strike Great Wei again, so he simply chose an easier victim instead, and that left her calling him exactly what he was, overbearing. As the Divine Feather dynasty kept crushing Great Yu, war and disaster drove huge numbers of Great Yu citizens from their homes and into the road as refugees. While Great Yu was too busy fighting to care for them, Fu Shuangni gladly turned that chaos into an opportunity and absorbed the refugees into her mountain territory. In less than 2 months, Savage Mountain gained another 500,000 to 600,000 people, and the population was growing faster than the cities could be built. Fu Shuangni pushed even harder, sending more manpower into construction until the desolate mountains held nearly 20 cities, like a small nation obeying only her. That kind of power should have looked like open rebellion inside any normal dynasty, but with Qin Qianxue backing her, nobody dared pursue the issue. A flying beast scout returned to Great Yen City and urgently reported that Great Yu was losing to the Divine Feather dynasty again and again. The scout warned that if this kept going, Great Yu might fall within a year and the invading army would bring nothing but burning, killing, and plunder. The report got stranger when the beast said the Great Yu emperor was now begging his own cultivation sects for help and offering them benefits to defend the dynasty. Fu Shuangni was genuinely taken aback, because even weak dynasties usually kept their sects under control better than that. The more she thought about it, the more she saw an opening, and she quietly wondered whether Great Yu's desperate emperor would accept help from Great Wei instead. Once she settled on the idea, Fu Shuangni immediately recorded her plan into a communication talisman and sent it racing toward Qin Qianxue. In Great Wei's imperial city, the talisman reached Qin Qianxue's desk, and she read Fu Shuangni's suggestion to interfere in the conflict between the two dynasties. With Qin Jiao still in seclusion and no one around but servants and guards outside, Qin Qianxue weighed the plan by herself. She quickly realized Great Yu was desperate enough to grasp any helping hand, which meant Great Wei had plenty of room to bargain for benefits. To Qin Qianxue, the deal looked even better because Great Wei could gain an ally instead of a new enemy by stepping in, and offending the Divine Feather dynasty no longer mattered much, because Great Wei and Divine Feather were already locked in a bitter standoff anyway. After turning it over in her mind, Qin Qianxue made her decision. The next day in court, Qin Qianxue deliberately raised the war between Great Yu and the Divine Feather dynasty in front of all the officials. The officials immediately understood this was not idle discussion, and the whole court tensed up waiting for what she really wanted. When Qin Qianxue proposed interfering again, the court was shaken, because everyone knew she was talking about provoking the Divine Feather dynasty one more time. One cautious minister argued that Great Wei had no duty to save Great Yu and warned that escalating things further could push both great dynasties into outright war. Another official pushed back at once, saying Great Wei should help only if Great Yu paid enough for the favor. Then an even harsher voice suggested teaming up with the Divine Feather dynasty to carve up Great Yu entirely, a proposal so extreme it never really stood a chance. After the argument settled, most of the court agreed that Great Wei should seize the chance and help Great Yu, but only at a price. The real reason so many changed their minds was simple. After seeing how much could be extracted from the Divine Feather dynasty before, the officials had learned exactly how profitable blackmail could be. With the court aligned, Qin Qianxue gave the order to send an envoy into Great Yu and meet its emperor. Half a year later, the Divine Feather dynasty's offensive had grown even fiercer, and Great Yu's army was bleeding badly enough that its emperor was considering using the dynasty's final trump card. But that choice terrified him, because if Great Yu burned its last reserve now, the dynasty might have nothing left the next time disaster came. Right at that breaking point, news arrived that an envoy claiming to represent Great Wei had entered Great Yu and requested an audience. The Great Yu emperor's first reaction was alarm, because he feared Great Wei might be trying to take advantage of his dynasty's weakness and join the attack. Even so, he knew guessing was useless, so after weighing the risk, he chose to meet the envoy in person. He even arranged a polite banquet to receive the Great Wei envoy, trying to keep the meeting outwardly cordial despite the pressure crushing his dynasty. At the banquet, once he heard Great Wei's true offer, his first instinct was to reject it outright. Then reality hit him again. Great Yu could not stop the Divine Feather dynasty alone, while Great Wei truly had the territory and experts to change the war. The refusal caught in his throat, because he suddenly had to choose between preserving his face and preserving his dynasty. He understood the price all too well. If he accepted Great Wei's help, Great Yu would lose pride in standing before its neighbor from that day on. In Great Yu's court, the emperor balked at the thought of relying on Great Wei, because to every other dynasty it would look like Great Yu had bent the knee. He forced himself to stay calm and told the Great Wei envoy he needed a few days to think, and the envoy accepted without a fuss. For several sleepless days, the Great Yu emperor and his officials argued non-stop over one question: whether to let Great Wei step into this war at all. The deadlock broke when a frontline communication talisman arrived with brutal news. Divine Feather's troops had already pushed into Great Yu territory and taken several cities. With enemy soldiers already inside the dynasty, Great Yu lost the initiative and had to seek out the Great Wei envoy on much weaker footing. Now that Great Yu was cornered, the envoy laid out Great Wei's price for intervention: huge supplies, full logistics, and even land for a permanent garrison. The Great Yu emperor could swallow the cost of spirit stones and pills, but ceding territory for Great Wei troops to stay forever felt like outright surrender. Just as his anger was about to explode, an old minister secretly warned him that losing a city was still better than losing 10 more to Divine Feathers. After a long, bitter pause, the Great Yu emperor finally gave in and set one limit: Great Wei could station troops there, but no more than 50,000. The envoy immediately agreed, because that one sentence meant Great Yu had accepted all of Great Wei's harsh terms and could no longer back out safely. The news raced back to Great Wei, but Qingqianxue was completely unfazed, because she had already started mobilizing troops before Great Yu's plea even arrived. Once the request became official, Qingqianxue gave the order, and hundreds of thousands of Great Wei soldiers surged into Great Yu like a tidal wave. Their route cut straight through the desolate mountain path Fu Shuangni had once opened to receive Great Yu refugees, making the whole turn of events feel eerily fated. From high ground above Great Yan City, Fu Shuangni watched the Great Wei army pass and remembered, with a dry laugh, that she had once died fighting this very dynasty in a past simulation. She could only admit how strange this simulator was, because now she and that same Great Wei dynasty were somehow on the same side. When Divine Feather's forces finally ran into Great Wei's army inside Great Yu, they were so stunned they almost thought they had invaded the wrong dynasty. Backed by Great Wei's elites, Great Yu finally drove Divine Feathers out of several cities it had occupied for months. Over the next year, the Divine Feathers army kept retreating until most of its forces were pushed out of Great Yu, leaving only scattered troops still struggling inside. The Divine Feathers generals tried to hide that retreat, but the truth still reached their emperor, and he exploded the moment he learned Great Wei had ruined him again. He cursed Great Wei and raged that a mere child from that dynasty kept ruining his plans, while his own subordinates had hidden the disaster from him for a full year. His anger surged so hard it nearly triggered a mental demon, forcing him to swallow a pill on the spot and recite scripture just to steady his mind. Once he calmed down, his humiliation only deepened, because this was already the third time Great Wei had made him crash into a wall. He even sneered at Great Yu's emperor as spineless trash for asking the Great Wei crown princess for help instead of standing on his own pride. Still, he convinced himself Qingqianxue would never burn too much strength for Great Yu, so he decided to hit again with overwhelming force. By age 149, he sent 1,000,000 soldiers back into Great Yu, and that crushing wave smashed through the border defenses almost at once. The little hope Great Yu had just regained vanished again, and its emperor was pushed into begging Great Wei for help one more time. Even this time, Great Wei answered, and Qingqianxue sent another huge force into Great Yu to hold the line. With Great Yu's own army, the first Great Wei contingent, and the second wave now combined, both sides slammed into Divine Feathers in a brutal long war. That war dragged on for 2 full years before Great Wei and Great Yu finally won, leaving the Divine Feathers' 1,000,000-man invasion cut down to half on the retreat home. The price was savage on every side, but Great Wei came through best, keeping all its nascent soul cultivators alive while Divine Feathers and Great Yu both bled heavily. And after finally driving Divine Feathers back across the border, Great Wei and Great Yu did not stop there. They turned the whole war around and launched a counterattack into Divine Feathers' territory. After losing badly, the Divine Feathers Emperor finally accepted the ugly truth that he could not fight Great Yu and Great Wei at the same time. Swallowing his pride, he sent one group of envoys to the Great Yu Emperor and another to Qingqianxue, hoping to calm both sides before the disaster got worse. The envoys who dealt with Great Yu came back relieved, which only made the Divine Feathers Emperor sneer at how easily the Great Yu ruler backed down. But the envoys who met Qingqianxue returned with ashen faces, and the mood in the hall instantly turned worse. When he heard Qingqianxue wanted more compensation again, the Divine Feathers Emperor nearly exploded with rage at being blackmailed a second time. He hated that the person haunting him most was Qingqianxue, a younger woman who had become his nightmare for more than 10 years. Even so, he knew his anger meant nothing, because starting a war against both dynasties now would be suicide. In the end, he lowered his head again and sent a huge new payment, packing hundreds of storage bags as compensation for Great Wei.